If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon, link is in the description.
Damn guys, copy IG novels from Wattpad is such a headache, it took me 1 hour to copy 15 chapters lol. Anyway, enjoy the novel. Chapter 16, Mission Feros. 6:30 hours, March 1, 2560. SSV Normandy. Feros orbit. Theseus system, a Deacon Beta cluster. Approaching Feros. Joker reported. The Master Chief was in the cockpit with him, staring out the window at the planet's surface. It all looked grey to him. No sign of oceans, seas, or even lakes. Nothing but grey. According to Feros's codex entry, all that grey was solid concrete. To him, the lack of any signals in orbit meant either one of two things. Either it meant that he caught Saren still in the midst of trying to find whatever he's after, or Saren's already found it, has left, and his Geth are now trying to destroy what's left to keep it out of the Spartan II's hands. Considering it's just recently that Feros went dark. The Master Chief walked over to the CIC. With his assault rifle and shotgun, already on his back. He was ready for action. So too was his team. Joe, Ashley Williams, Kaiden Alenko, Fives, Echo, Garis Vakarian, Erdnot Rex, Talai Zora Nar Rhea, Lyarati Sony, and the Arbiter. They all stood before the chief, fully outfitted with armor and weapons, ready for combat. All right. Master Chief began. We don't know much. All we know for certain is that the Geth are after something on Feros and we need to get to it and keep it out of their hands. This is a full-scale colonial invasion we're stepping into, so expect heavy Geth resistance. Remember your fire drills, keep your heads down, and your odds of surviving this will be considerably better. Are we clear? All 11 of them winked green. Good. Entering the planet's atmosphere. Joker reported via intercom. ETA to dock, 5 minutes. Weapons free. The Spartan II ordered. We're moving to the airlock. 5 minutes later. The group then exit out of the ship, using scans to check their positions. The Spartan II observed his surroundings, his body and mind on high alert from the knowledge that this was a combat zone. The floor, walls, ceiling, just about everything on this planet seemed to be made of solid, if dusty, stone. He glanced out towards the mouth of the docking bay, seeing some tall buildings out in the distance. The weather was very cloudy, sunlight being limited at best. Most off-putting of all was the cloud of fog that obscured the ground. Chief had no idea how high up he was. We're about 1400 feet above sea level right now. Cortana reported. So yet. Watch your step. Movement. Garis said as he raised his rifle, the rest of the squad followed suit. Suddenly, a Kigyar ran over to the group and tripped before them, weakly getting back up. Thank goodness. Help has arrived. A jackal? Ashley asked. Kigyar. The hunchback alien corrected. Looking tired and scared. What's a Kigyar doing here? Kaiden asked. Not important now. What's important is you're here. We saw your ship. You must speak with FAI Dan immediately. Who's he? Chief asked. By now he lowered his rifle. This Yanmi had no weapons on it and didn't seem hostile. He's our leader. The alien worker said. The Geth is making another push and he needs your help. He's up the stairs, past the freighter. It pointed towards a flight of stairs. Suddenly, the Kigyar was blown up. A Geth rocket trooper's rocket launcher still smoked as it and 4 other Geth troopers came down the stairs. Garis was the first to react. He unfolded his sniper rifle and fired, taking out one of the Geth's heads. Blind, it turned around and opened fire in Garis's general direction, prompting the rest of the squad to take cover. I hate Geth. Garis suddenly cried out. Headshots don't work on them. No, but this does. Rex replied as he threw a thermal grenade at the machines. It stuck to one and detonated, taking out 2 others. The remaining 2, including the rocket trooper, still stood but with no shields left. Garis shot the rocket trooper through the chest with his sniper rifle and Chief shot the other through with his shotgun. Move. Up the stairs. Chief ordered as he dashed to the stairs, the rest of his squad hot on his heels. The Spartan II climbed up the stairs and looked up. It was a stairwell containing over half a dozen Geth troopers and hoppers. Light 'em up. Chief ordered as he raised his assault rifle and fired. The group opened fire at all of the Geth, destroying them left and right. The biotics in the group fired a bunch of singularities at the Geth, making them fly up. Talai fired an overload into the floating mass of Geth to speed the process along. When the singularity faded, the dead machines all fell onto the floor in a massive heap of bodies. Master Chief led the squad up the stairwell. They came to a short corridor, at the end of which was an opening to the side. The Spartan 2 swung out into the opening, rifle ready. He was met by 4 humans pointing their guns at him from behind barricades. They lowered their guns as soon as they noticed the chief wasn't a Geth. The Master Chief. One of the humans quietly gasped. Clear. The Spartan 2 reported to his squad. I was told to look for Fai Dan. He asked one of the colonists. Down that hall there. The colonist replied, pointing to a building of some sort. Chief nodded his thanks and marched in the instructed direction. As he passed, he caught a glimpse of the colonists. Their faces and clothes were dirty with mud, dust, and likely blood. They were all holding standard-issue Lancer Mk1 assault rifles, but few looked like they had any business holding them. They stared at the chief as he walked by, mouths agape. Chief knew the look by now. It was the look of renewed hope. The realization that, now that a Spartan was with them, maybe they'd actually survive. Maybe even win. Chief saw the look on hundreds of troopers and marines back during the war. Chief opened the door to the building, which revealed a long corridor. By now, he recognized that the building was, in fact, a partially disassembled Kowloon-class freighter. The squad followed him down the corridor. They passed one room with 4 other drones in it, who all seemed to be working on a broken computer. One of them had removed the access panel and seemed to be rewiring it, the other 3 looking over its shoulders. They passed another room that had a human couple in it. A woman was lying down, complaining of headaches while a man, presumably her husband, gently consoled her, assuring her that everything would be all right. The Spartan 2 opened the door at the other end of the hall and emerged back into the courtyard. A man in colonist garb walked over to him. Fai Dan? Chief asked the man. That's me all right. Dan replied. I'm glad they finally sent somebody to help us. And the Master Chief no less. It's an honor to have you here. Sorry for the welcoming. We've all been busy and a bit on edge since. Watch out! A soldier suddenly shouted as the Geth's telltale electronic stuttering was heard. We've got Geth in the tower. Protect the heart of the colony. Fai Dan shouted as he whipped out an SMG while a few more soldiers withdrew their assault rifles and all of them opened fire. Joe threw a frag grenade at the approaching fire team of Geth. The explosion killed 2 outright and took out the shields of another 2, which were quickly cut down by gunfire. Echo fired an electrothermal at one of the Geth that still had its shields, which the Arbiter followed up with a carbine round right to the chest. I'm detecting more Geth in that tower, Chief. Cortana reported. We need to clear out this tower. Move. Chief ordered as he dashed through the tower entrance, his squad not far behind. The squad fought and took down a few more Geth before arriving at another stairwell. It was just like the last one, multiple Geth troopers and a few hoppers, all pointing their weapons down, knowing full well they have the height advantage. Up the stairs. Move. Chief ordered as he dashed up the stairwell, shooting down all the Geth in their way. The rest of the squad followed his lead. Behind the Spartan 2 was Rex, the Arbiter, Fives, Ashley, Joe, Garis, Kaiden, Echo, Talai, and Lyra in that order. They arrived at an odd room. It had a raised semicircular platform with a sloped incline, while the rest of the room seemed to wrap itself around the platform. The whole room was semicircular, and it was full of Geth. Arbiter, Ashley, Talai, Fives, Echo, you 5 take the platform. Everyone else, with me. Chief ordered. Fives, Echo, Arbiter, Ashley, and Talai rushed up the platform and situated themselves. Arbiter propped out 2 of his plasma rifles upon a concrete block and immediately began firing on the Geth. Talai, Ashley, Lyra, Echo, and Fives rushed to the Sanghaila's side and gave him support fire. Meanwhile in the lower section of the room, Master Chief and Joe had blinded a Geth shock trooper with Joe's sniper round to the head. Taking advantage of its blindness, Joe folded up his sniper rifle and he and Chief rushed up to the blinded trooper. Its rifle was pointed in the direction Chief's shot came from. The Spartan 2 sidestepped before the Geth could pull the trigger, while the Spartan 4 used a ground bust to knock over the blind Geth. Chief then knocked the weapon out of the synthetic's hand. Disarmed, it was helpless as he grabbed the Geth's shoulder and forcefully turned it around. Joe whipped out his knife and stabbed the Geth. Chief, using the Geth he had grappled as a metal shield. Gurus then gets behind Joe, as the Spartan 4 grabbed out his assault rifle and the Thorian grabbed out his pistol and fired back. The two Spartans were pushing forward, while Gurus was providing supervision fire, taking out some of them. The two Spartans were pushing forward, while Gurus was providing supervision fire, taking out some of them. Basically like this. The Geth fired on them, but only succeeded in hitting their compatriot. Furthermore, the Geth seemed so focused on the two that they had practically forgotten the rest of the squad was there as well. The remaining half-dozen or so troopers quickly fell. The last one, another shock trooper, tried to flank the Master Chief, Joe, and Gurus. Chief then tossed the body of the long-dead Geth he'd been using at its still-functioning compatriot, knocking it down. Kaiden delivered a crushing warp, and Rex blasting a hole in its head and chest to make sure it didn't get back up. It was then that the familiar sound of a Geth dropship's engines was heard. The squad looked up and sure enough, a Geth dropship was visible overhead through a hole in the roof. Everyone back into cover. Chief ordered as several more troopers dropped into the room through the hole in the ceiling, including two big ones. These were similar to Geth juggernauts, but were slightly shorter and were, rather than red, black with yellow trimmings. Arbiter kept pouring the plasma on from his position. By now, the Geth had identified him as a threat and began focusing much of their fire on him. He then took cover of his, and went behind a pillar. He then had an idea. He activated his camouflage and started moving behind the enemy. While they thought he was still hiding behind the pillar, the Sanghaila then got behind them, and made his move. He activated his energy sword and slashed through all of the juggernauts, killing them dead. He roars a mighty victory battle cry on defeating them. Negative contacts. Cortana reported. Clear. Chief reiterated. Let's go find FAI Dan again. I need a proper satrap. The group then made their way down the stairway and arrived back in the heart of Zhu's Hope. The Spartan 2 split then teamed up. Kaiden, Rex, Fives, Echo and Arbiter were watching the tower entrance. Ashley, Talai, Joe and Gurus were watching the dock entrance. Lyra was going around tending to any colonists that might have been injured in that last Geth attack. The tower's secure. Thanks to you, Master Chief. Dan gratefully said. Chief nodded. The Geth are here because they want something from you. Any ideas what they might want? The Spartan 2 asked, cutting right to the chase. We don't know what they're after. Dan answered with a shrug. They came, they attacked us. That's all we know. Their main base is at the ExoGeni headquarters. A good place to start looking if you want answers. Where is it? FAI Dan pointed to the tower. There's an elevator in the tower that'll take you to the skyway. Should take you directly to the ExoGeni building. Big. Tall. EXG on the side. Can't miss it. Of course, there's an army of Geth between here and there. A soldier added. How many? Chief asked. According to the last reports from the Yanmei scouts we sent hundreds. Maybe even thousands. There's a garage up the elevator, at our end of the skyway. FAI Dan pointed out. We have a Mako, a couple of warthogs, a gungus and a jackrabbit available. You can use them to get to ExoGeni HQ. Chief nodded at him, he then called his group, and they headed to the garage. They then enter the elevator, and it took forever. Making it awkward. I just had to. I couldn't resist. Face with tears of joy. As they arrive, they see a firefight erupting. The group quickly finished the Geth quickly and the area was cleared again. They then see that there was Mako, 2 hogs, 1 gungus and jackrabbit in the garage, just as they were told. They then see that there was Mako, 2 hogs, 1 gungus and jackrabbit in the garage, just as they were told. Talai, Lyra. Talai, Lyra. You two are with me in the Mako. Everyone else, mount up. We leave in 3. Chief ordered. Kaiden already went to the jackrabbit. Ready to show his wild side on the road. While Ashley took the gungus. Dibs on the gun. Rex said with a smile. As he got on the turret on one of the warthogs. Joe and Gurus followed him and Joe took the driving seat, while Gurus took the passenger side. Arbiter took the turret on the other warthog, ready for anything. While Fives and Echo looked at each other, then back to the warthog. Shotgun Echo called out, not wanting to drive. Shotgu. Fuck. Fives swore, also wanting to not to drive, but a second late from his twin. They then got in their seats. As everyone got all set up, Chief went to the teamcom. Alright, new objective. ExoGeni headquarters lies at the other end of the skyway, and the Geth are using it as a command post. We still don't know what they're after, but we'll find out once we're inside the CP. Expect heavy Geth resistance once we're on the skyway. Everyone all set. Light flashed green on all 10 people of the group, signaling that they are all good. Alright. Everyone, let's move out. With that, the 5 vehicles sped off down the path. Chapter 17, Search and Destroy. 7:57 hours, March 1st, 2560. ExoGeni Skyway. Surface of Feros. Theseus System, a Deacon Beta Cluster. Talai held on to the dashboard as Chief ran over yet another Geth rocket trooper. Rocket trooper. As in the Bosch Tet thing was shooting rockets at them while Chief was aiming to run it over. Another Geth rocket trooper. Talai yelled as she pointed at the Geth. I see it. Chief replied before swirling the wheel around and running over the Geth in question. O Goddess on high, Mother of all life, protect me now in this trying time. Lyra quietly prayed. Ashley, Fives, Echo, the Arbiter, and Caden followed behind the Chief as they went. The group then saw Garrus, Rex, and Joe speed past them in their hog. They sped past a squad of Geth rocket troopers who were ducking behind barricades. They blasted several rockets at the incoming hog. Most of them missed, but one rocket got lucky and impacted just underneath the Warthog's undercarriage, the blast sending the hog flying. Yeehaw! Joe said out loud, enjoying his driving. Garrus was clinging on for his life from Joe's crazy driving. Krogan, incoming! Ha ha ha! Rex was just laughing as he was just shooting at the Geth, taking them out one by one. 1. Flying over the squad of rocket troopers and landing on its wheels behind them, Rex turned the gun around and mowed the whole squad down in a few seconds. Joe paused just long enough to make sure they weren't far ahead from the others. As everyone regroups, they then enter inside a building, across from the ExoGeni HQ. As they were making up to the levels of the building, they heard radio chatter from a near hideout chamber, and stopped right next to it. The crew exit out of their vehicles and assemble. The team walked into a chamber. Inside were what looked to be several civilians, but they didn't wear the usual colonist garb. Instead, what they wore looked more like uniforms. Given their proximity to the ExoGeni building, they were likely workers there. In addition to workers, there were also a few guards in the room, their compound eyes intent on the Spartan 2 and his team, making sure they did not try anything funny. An Asian man walked up to the Spartan. That's close enough, he said as he raised a hand. Relax, Zhang. A woman said as she walked up next to Zhang with a roll of her eyes. They're obviously not Geth. Get back, Juliana. Zhang harshly replied. He turned back to the chief. Master Chief Petty Officer, Spartan 117. Special Tactics and Reconnaissance. Chief replied. I'm here to help. Master Chief, hi? Well, might I ask what the so-called first human spectre is doing here? Zhang asked skeptically. Sorry about the hostility. Juliana said. These guards have been protecting us ever since the Geth hit and they take their jobs very seriously. I'm just happy to see a friendly face. Juliana said as she turned to the chief. She suddenly noticed his visor. So to speak. She added. I thought we were the only humans left on this planet. Zhu's hope is still intact. Some of the colonists there are still alive, including Fai Dan. Chief replied. Juliana's eyes widened. They then immediately narrowed as she turned to Zhang. You said they were all dead. I said they were probably all dead. Zhang replied in a defensive tone. Looks like these two have been at each other's throats for a while. Cortana observed. They're not dead. But the Geth have really been pounding them. Ashley threw in. We know what that's like. Juliana replied with a grumble. Those damn synthetics are relentless. Well, the colony is a little more secure now. Kaiden pointed out. Maybe you guys could link up with them. No, I don't think that's a good idea. Zhang quickly and nervously replied. We have no vehicles, and the Skyway offers little protection. Like the building we're in now. Juliana sardonically asked. Listen. Our best hope is to sit tight and wait for company reinforcements. They'll come eventually. He's right. Your best bet is to stay here for now. Lay low and keep quiet. Chief said. Now, I understand the Geth are using the ExoGeni headquarters as a command post. Yet. You're about halfway there. Juliana said. It's further along the skyway. Can't miss it. Those headquarters are private property, soldier. Zhang sternly warned. Remove the Geth and nothing else. I'll try to minimize collateral damage to the headquarters. Chief said. No you won't. Cortana wryly quipped. 1. Chief, before you go. Juliana sighed wearily. My daughter. Rika. She's missing. They shouldn't waste time poking around. Zhang pointed out. We can do a proper accounting of our casualties after the Geth are gone. That's my daughter you're talking about. She spat. She's still alive. I know it. She turned to the chief. She was working in the ExoGeni building when the attacks came. No guarantees. Chief said. But if I find her in there, I'll do what I can for her. Thank you, Master Chief. Juliana gratefully replied. Thank you. The Spartan 2 nodded at Juliana before turning to Zhang. Give me a layout of the building. Zhang shrugged. Mostly offices with a number of light-duty R&D labs. All right. He felt as though he was going to get all the useful info he could out of these two, which wasn't much. We're gonna get back on the road and head for the headquarters. Remember, lay low and keep quiet. With that, Chief turned around and made his way out of the chamber and the group returned to their vehicles. Talai and Gurus were not looking forward to riding with their drivers. The group continued on the skyway. They then encountered some Geth and took them out easily, but Talai was having the worst time from Chief's driving. Ancestors among the stars, who taught you how to drive? Talai screamed as the Master Chief sped right towards a Geth Colossus. The vehicles from each of the group narrowly weaved around a pulse blast before speeding right between the Colossus's legs. Rex and Arbiter pointed the Warthog's turrets and tore up its underbelly. The Geth tank collapsed just as the two vehicles came out from underneath the giant machine. Rex and Arbiter turned the guns and mopped up what little Geth infantry was still behind them. Ashley and Caden helped take down some of the smaller targets that Chief, Joe, and Fives missed, that way it won't be a problem later on. The Spartan 2 looked up at the ExoGeni building as they approached it. Sure enough, it was very tall with 3 large letters on it. EXG. The company logo, Chief assumed. Just like FAI Dan said. Chief finally brought the Mako to a stop inside an alcove in the building that he presumed was once a garage, Joe's and Fives' hogs pulling up next to his, with Ashley parking the Gungus and Caden with the jackrabbit behind the hogs. Why do you drive like that? Talai screeched. So that I can get from point A to point B quickly, and eliminate some hostiles along the way. Chief plainly replied. With that, the hatch opened and Chief climbed out of the Mako. Rex dismounted from the hog, a broad smile still on his face, while the Arbiter exited out of his group's hog as well. That was fun. Rex said. Talai cautiously climbed out of the Mako, her legs like jelly after such an intense ride. The others climbed out of their vehicles. Only Lyra and Gurus had a bit of jelly-legged as well. Caden, Ashley, Fives, Echo, and the Arbiter were the only ones to drive sensibly. Rex could handle anything since he was a Krogan. Joe turned to the Chief and the two shrugged it off. HUD's jammed. Cortana reported. There's a hopper nearby. Which means he has friends. Chief said. Who has friends? Echo asked, apparently overhearing the Spartan 2. Chief mentally kicked himself for not turning off his external speakers. HUD's jammed. It means a hopper's inside, and since hoppers never travel alone, there's probably a welcoming party through there. Chief said as he pointed at the doorway before them. So? Let's just kill him. Fives said. I'm trying to work out how to do that, Fives. Chief said. An idea suddenly occurred to him. He turned to Thel. Arbiter. You still have your cloak, right? Thel nodded at him. He then pointed to the doorway. Cloak and scout the room inside. I need to know what we're up against. The Sanghaila nodded again before pressing a button on his Omni tool. Slowly, Thel faded from vision, becoming only a Sanghaila-shaped refraction of light. The squad was barely able to track the transparent Sanghaila, as he jogged into the doorway. After waiting for a short bit, they then get contact from the Arbiter. Spartan, do you read me? Thel talked to the Chief over Teamcom. What's the situation? Chief asked. The room is filled with enemy soldiers. A Geth juggernaut, 2 snipers, 2 Krogan, a hopper, and 5 Geth troopers. Understood. Stand by. Chief said in teamcom, then looked at the squad. Stay close and keep your eyes on the target. They all nodded at him as they got ready. Arbiter, when you see us enter the room, attack the juggernaut first and link up back to us. Understood, Spartan. Chief then gave a hand signal starting at 5. When it reached 0, they charged in and started to fire at the enemy. Arbiter exits out of his cloak to take out the juggernaut quickly with his energy sword. He then links up with the others and helps with the cover fire. Caden then uses a biotic wrap to grab the 2 snipers, while Gurus went to his snipping position and took them out. Joe and Chief ran up to the 2 Krogan, both were synchronized, as they both used the thrusters on their armors, pushing the Krogans to the ground. They then used a ground pond to make sure they were out for the count. Chief grabbed out his pistol and Joe pulled out his shotgun. As they kill the 2 Krogan at point-range headshots, they look at each other and nod, respecting each other on how well they work together. Talai used an overload to stun the hopper, making it fall to the ground. Fives quickly jump on top of it, and kill it at point blank. Echo, Keaton, Lyra Rex, and Ashley took out the remaining Geth troopers. Echo, Keaton, Lyra Rex, and Ashley took out the remaining Geth troopers. The area was secure and the whole crew did an amazing job. Good work everyone. Let's secure a perimeter. Chief said. Gurus, Ashley, Fives, watch the door. Talai, Rex, search the bodies. If any of them are still twitching, put a few rounds in them. Kaiden, Thel, Echo, search the left side of the chamber. Lyra, Joe, you two are with me. We'll search the right side. The Spartan 2 looked on in satisfaction as each squad member began to fulfill their orders. Talai and Rex were piling the Geth bodies in the middle of the room. Kaiden, Arbiter, and Echo ascended a ramp that looked like a piece of collapsed ceiling as they searched that side of the chamber for anything interesting. Chief, Joe, and Lyra did the same on the right side, searching for any stragglers. Chief then had a familiar feeling just now. Nostalgia to say. After having a quick look at his crew, he begins to remember his time with Blue Team. How they managed to get their mission done. He feels truly happy, and it's been a long time since then. He still wonders what is happening with Blue Team. If they are still around. And if they were, how did they fare from the 7 years and how would they react to him becoming the new leader of a frigate, becoming a Spectre, and leading a group, both human and alien? If they are still around, maybe he can find them and see if maybe they can join him. This area's clear, Chief. Lyra reported, snapping the Spartan 2 from his thoughts. The other door on the far left has a kinetic barrier blocking it. Kaiden went on. We tried shooting it, but the barriers just absorbed it. Didn't drain at all. That just leaves the hole in the ground. They all gathered at the hole's edge and looked over it. The floor below was covered in dust, pebbles, and rocks. 12-foot drop. One way. Fives estimated. Drop in after me. One at a time. Chief ordered. The Spartan 2 dropped first, the rest of his squad dropping in behind him one at a time. They entered another large chamber, possibly the remains of another subway like the one back in the tunnels under Zhu's Hope. Chief looked down at a dead Varen which had bullet holes in it. The Spartan 2 bent down to inspect it more closely. Bang! A shotgun blast was heard. Chief then grabbed out his pistol and pointed it at the person who used the gun. Oh my god! Master Chief, I'm so sorry. She babbled out as she dropped the gun. Chief put his own gun away after confirming the target as not Geth, as did the rest of the team. I thought you were Geth. Or one of those Varen. Take it easy. You're safe. Master Chief said in his best reassuring tone. What are you doing here? Oh, it's my own fault. The young woman said with a tired voice. Everyone else was running A&D. I stayed to back up data. Next thing I knew, the Geth ship latched on and the power went out. I was trapped, I grabbed a shotgun, I tried to get out, but the way was blocked by an energy field. The Geth don't want anyone getting access to the Thorian. What's a Thorian? Joe asked. It's an indigenous life form. ExoGeni was studying it. I don't really know that much about it. I think it's some kind of plant being. I do know it's very old though. Thousands of years, even. Thousands of years, hey. Cortana commented. Maybe. 50,000 years? Give or take. Chief silently agreed. The Geth were here for a Prothean relic, all right. Where is it? He asked. I might be able to show you where it is, but not with those Geth crawling around everywhere. We need to get out of here, past that field. She replied. How do we shut it down? I don't know exactly how, but maybe if you take down the Geth ship, it may take it down. She then hands him a device and a card. Try using this EMP. I made it to shut down the ship's power, and use my ID to open up the doors. Chief nodded as he took the card and device. He then looked at the ID card for a moment. The picture was similar to her look. Pink hair, eyes, and freckles on her cheeks. Research Assistant Rika Shinozaki. Research Assistant Rika Shinozaki. Rika. This may sound unusual, but... Do you have a mother named Juliana? Chief asked. Rika's eyes widened at that. Yes. Yes. Have you met her? Is she okay? She's fine for now. Holding up in a building down the skyway with some others. Oh, thank God. I thought I was the only one left. Rika breathed in relief. Please. Master Chief, just, get that field down so I can see my mother again. We will. Chief said as he slipped the ID card into a pocket on his utility belt. He turned to the rest of the team. Move out. As the group made it to the stairs, they heard someone being upset. Sounded like a Krogan. As they got to the sound of the voice, it was a Krogan. It was arguing with a VI system. Chief then uses hand signals for the Arbiter to sneak up and take him down. Thelvadam nodded at him, and did just that. He activated his camo, sneaked up behind the Krogan, and stabbed him with the energy blade. Killing him in an instant. He deactivated his camo as the crew got back together. Rex walked up to the dead body, and examined it. See why these Krogan are working with Saren. Chief then heads to the VI to see what this Thorian is and how to shut off the Geth ship. Welcome back, Research Assistant Rika Shinozaki. What can I do for you? The VI asked. What was the last user trying to access? Chief asked. Fetching data. The previous user was attempting to access details on the study of subject species 37, the Thorian. But he couldn't access it. Correct. I was unable to provide the previous user with any relevant data. Aside from lacking proper access, there has been no new data available on species 37. All sensors monitoring the observation post at Ju's Hope have been inactive for several cycles. Observation post. Species 37 is located within the substructure of the Ju's Hope outpost. The VI stated. Substructure, hey? So that's why the Geth have been trying to take Ju's Hope. Echo said in an aha tone. They don't want the colony. They want what's underneath it. Tell me everything you know about the Thorian. The Spartan 2 asked. The Thorian is a simple plant life form that exhibits a sentient behavior uncommon with other flora. Through dispersion and the eventual inhalation of spores, it can affect and control other organisms, including humans. The Ju's Hope control group has yielded interesting results. Before sensors went offline, almost 85% of all test subjects were infected. It was deemed necessary to assess the true potential of species 37. The VI stated. ExoGeni has been experimenting on those people. Talai said, disgust dripping off every word. It would explain why that one guy in the tunnels was acting so suspicious. Ashley said. Better contact Joker. Joe advised the Spartan 2. The Normandy's right next to Ju's Hope. The Thorian might start feeling threatened and order the colonists to attack. The chief nodded and contacted the Normandy. SSV Normandy, this is Spartan 117. Do you read? Nothing came through. I repeat. This is Spartan 117 to SSV Normandy. Come in, Normandy. Still nothing. Fields blocking long-range communication. Can't raise the Normandy. Chief reported. We need to drop that field and get back to Ju's Hope. Ashley said. All right. Let's get going. Chief then looks at the Krogan merc. Rex, are you done? Rex then finished his investigation on the dead Krogan. I learned everything I needed to know from this Pyjok. Which is? Chief asked. That these Krogan following Saren aren't true Krogan. Rex answered as he turned to the Spartan 2. These are servants. They grovel at Saren's feet to lick his boots, trading their freedom for promises of wealth and power. And their blood is way different than normal Krogan. Something is going on here with Saren. Chief nodded at Rex, knowing something was going on here. But they have to remain focused right now, they need to get the Geth ship down to stop the radio block. As they made their way back up the stairwell, Cortana chimed in. Chief. I've been monitoring Geth communications and I've got good news and bad news. What is it? Chief asked. The good news is the Geth are falling back from Zhu's Hope, so the colonists there won't have to worry about additional attacks for a while. Cortana beamed. And the bad news? Chief asked. The Geth are all falling back to the ExoGeni building. Understood. Chief replied. Keep monitoring the Geth channels. Will do. The AI replied. Yes, all those Geth reinforcements would no doubt make this mission tougher. But then again, it wouldn't be a Spartan mission if it was easy. An end of chapter. Hey guys, good to be back again. Sorry for being gone for a bit again. Been going though some stuff and finishing high school. Got one more year and I'm finally done. Anyways. If you haven't tell yet, I added in Liz from Sword Art Online. Which is one of the greatest amines I've ever seen, so when I saw Lisbeth, I had to go for it. Besides that, I'm finally back now, and I'm gonna be working on the story a lot now. So no need to worry. Hopefully the next chapter will be finished in the next few hours or tomorrow. That should do for now. Thanks again for reading the chapter, already at 14K views. Thank you all so much, I never thought I would reach this far for a story. Be sure to keep an eye out for the next chapter, join the Discord I made for the story so we can discuss and see what could come next. Until then, stay cool people. Chapter 18, Hacker Attack. 9:03 hours, March 1st, 2560. ExoGeni, Feros Headquarters. Surface of Feros. Theseus System, a Deacon Beta Cluster. Clear. Gurus reported after sniping the two Geth troopers. They were kneeling before what looked like a glowing orb of light before they each got a shot through the chest. The Thorian hopped down from the far end of the ledge he was standing on, the rest of the squad behind him. The Spartan too walked up to the orb. It shone a white light so brilliant that his visor had to polarize to compensate. It was framed inside 4 claws, faintly resembling a cage. Talai. You're the Geth expert. What are we looking at? Chief asked. I'm not sure. The Quarian answered. The orb seems to be a lantern of some sort, but I don't know what its purpose is. The two Geth I just shot were kneeling in front of it. Almost looked like they were praying. Gurus said. In fact, the heavenly glow of that orb does make those claws look kind of like an altar. They were praying. Joe asked. The Geth blur the lines between organic and synthetic life. Talai replied with a shrug. It's not impossible that they would seek understanding from a higher power. Alien religious fundamentalists trying to wipe out humanity. Cortana commented. Once again, the more things change, the more they stay the same. What are these things? Echo asked as he gestured to the upper reaches of the room. Huge machines, Geth in design, seemed to burst from the walls as cables snaked out from them around the floor. The claws of a Geth ship. Talai answered. The Geth use these claws to anchor their ships to the sides of buildings. Look at the cables. Fives pointed out. Now we know for sure that the ship is powering the kinetic barriers. Any ideas on how we can take it out? Chief asked the Quarian. Well, we could check the other claws for weaknesses. Talai suggested. If one claw fails, the others might not be able to support the ship's weight and it'll fall and crash. But I don't know if we can find any weaknesses. The Geth are very thorough. Good news, Chief. I think I've got an idea. Cortana said in a chipper tone. She highlighted a nearby computer terminal on the Master Chief's HUD. The computer's well-polished dark grey metal covering and bulbous shape betrayed it as a Geth terminal. The Geth probably erected this terminal and most likely several others like it around the building to set up an on-station computer network. All right. Chief said over to Teamcom. He pointed towards a doorway leading down a hall. Head down that corridor and make sure the way's clear. I want to take a look at this Geth terminal. They all nod at him, as he begins walking towards the computer. But in the reality of things, it's just for Cortana to hack into the claws of the Geth ship. Are you sure you don't need help? Talai asked, as she stayed behind a bit. I've got this. Chief said as he stopped in front of the terminal and activated his Omni tool, tapping random buttons. Talai followed his orders and joined the others. He turned back to the terminal and continued tapping random buttons, keeping an eye on the motion tracker. He soon saw the 11 yellow dots representing his team leave the room. Okay, good. They're gone. Cortana said. So what's the plan? Chief asked. You're going to plug me into this terminal. From there, I'll be able to hack their network and hopefully infiltrate their communications. What are you going to do once you're in? All the Geth are on their way here, right? And you and your team are going to take out this Geth cruiser? The AI asked. Chief nodded. Well, what if the cruiser were to have about 99% of the remaining Geth army inside it when it falls? Once I'm in communications, I'll tell all Geth troopers to reconvene inside the cruiser. Then you take out one of the claws and presto, no more Geth army. Would 6,000 plus Geth even fit inside the ship? Chief asked. Geth aren't like organics. They don't value their elbow room as much as you do. This cruiser is probably designed to house as many Geth as physically possible. I'm confident that I can fit at least most of the army inside it. When I'm done and pull me out, place the EMP that Rika gave you, and put it on the terminal holding the claws. It should be enough to fry one of the ship's claws, making it fall with all the Geth inside. Understood. He pulled out Cortana's AI chip from his helmet and held it up to the terminal. He saw Cortana's avatar walk out of the chip, flickering as she did so, and into the computer like a cybernetic ghost. He put the chip back into his head. He eyed the triangular screen as it pulsed Cortana's shade of blue. In the Geth system. I'm in. Can you hear me? Cortana's voice came over the Chief's suit radio. I read. Chief replied on the radio. Good. I'll keep you posted. Cortana said. And with that, she went to work. The layout of the network was very basic. Data files and data clusters were very neatly categorized according to date. Basic firewalls erected around the more important files, which were conveniently all clumped together in one corner of the database. She saw Geth programs whizzing about, carrying out their designated tasks, oblivious to her presence thanks to the spyware program she was running to mask her presence. They reminded her of worker ants. She immediately began looking for the communications network. First thing she needed to do was to construct a Trojan horse code to allow her greater access within the server. She just needed the source code of a Geth program. Oh look! There was a Geth program right there, running a systems check. She peeled the Geth program apart, code layer by code layer. Cortana began recording and copying the Geth's source code. It'll take a few seconds. Time to check in with the chief. How are you doing, chief? She asked via radio. Meanwhile, in the real world. No complaints. Chief replied as he punched the flashlight head of a Geth trooper, smashing it to pieces, while protecting the terminal where Cortana was in. He threw the blinded Geth at its compatriots and then poured on some fire from his assault rifle. Are you in communications yet? Back with Cortana. Working on it. Cortana replied, smiling that she completed the Trojan horse code. She then integrated it into her own coding, and turned down most of her higher functions in order to maintain the illusion of being inconspicuous. A simple little dumb VI program. She eventually found the communications hub and, just as she suspected, there was a firewall around it. She calmly passed through it, allowing the Trojan code to fool the firewall's IFF system. The communications hub opened up to her all too willingly, and she sent her message across all planetary Geth channels. All units, return to cruiser. Command units have reached consensus, mass aerial deployment against organic defenders will produce best results. Message has been sent. Cortana reported. Have you found the weak claw yet? Back with the chief. Working on it. Chief replied. He came out of cover and tossed a tech grenade at a group of Geth, taking out their shields. He then put a burst of fire into each of them, one after another, right in their chests. He ducked back into cover as more Geth arrived in the room. Back with Cortana. Cautious as always, I see. Cortana bemusedly thought to herself. Well, she was still in the Geth network until Chief pulled her out from the terminal, which probably wouldn't be for a few more minutes. This was an excellent opportunity to possibly gather some enemy intelligence. The AI left the communications hub and headed for the database servers. Once again, it was guarded by a firewall and, once again, the Trojan code worked like a charm. Now, to see what was in here. She found some schematics for a series of prototype mods by one Gavin Hosley. She saved that data in her memory banks. Aside from that, nothing really of note. Company stock ratings, colonial progress reports, Prothean Restora. She suddenly felt an eye on her. One eye became two. Two eyes became dozens. Dozens became hundreds. The Geth programs in the system realized she might not be one of their own. Oh boy! Cortana immediately raised her own firewalls as the Geth initiated their counter-hacks. Her firewalls stood firm, but so many Geth programs launching counter-hacks at once felt like trying to stand your ground against a strong surge of water. It's possible that the Geth could overwhelm her with sheer force of numbers. She then calls Chief in for help. Chief, have you found the claws yet? Affirmative, I placed the EMP on the system holding it, and ready to pick you up. Chief replied on the radio comm. Good. Cortana said. Not only because the mission would soon be accomplished, but also because she was suddenly eager to leave this network. She quickly found her way back to the Geth terminal. Yank me. Meanwhile, with the others, Talai, Echo, and Joe were crouching next to the Geth the squad had destroyed earlier. The Geth had a neat hole drilled into its chest, courtesy of Fives and Ashley's assault rifle, Arbiter's energy sword, and both Garissa's sniper rounds. The directed energy weapons were able to pierce all the way through because of the biotic warp Rex and Caden threw at it during the fight, which weakened its armor. According to Talai's Omni-tool scans, there was still some lingering biotic energy around the hole. Talai, Echo, and Joe had been assigned the job of examining Geth bodies, making sure they were dead. Garis, Caden, Fives, Arbiter were watching the door for more Geth while Lyra was treating wounds that Rex and Ashley sustained during the last firefight. The Quarian glanced from her work to the Master Chief from the corner of her eye. He was standing in front of a Geth computer terminal for some reason. She saw him slip some kind of chip into the back of his helmet before he walked over to the others. This caused Talai to give a surprised look, giving her an idea of what this could mean. Remembering from what Joe said about the Chief's past, and how he had his AI companion. Something wrong, Talai? Joe asked, sensing her shock from the way she looked. No. Thought I saw something. It was nothing. Talai answered as the three walked back to the Chief. The EMP then begins to beep quickly, then goes off. Everything started to spark up a bit and the room began to shake a bit. Fire and smoke spewed forth from the claw as it was severed. The rumbling of rock and the screech of metal was heard as the whole building began to shake. Brace yourselves! Chief yelled over the rumble as dust and pebbles were shaken loose from the ceiling. The squad followed the Spartan 2's orders, bracing themselves in doorways and against railings, rocks, and other pieces of cover. And then, suddenly, the shaking stopped. Everything was silent for a moment. Then, the sound of an explosion coming from far below them filled the air. The squad came out of cover and walked over to the hole in the wall that the claw left. They looked over the edge to see a plume of bluish-black smoke rising up from beneath the fog. This was my kind of mission. Rex commented with a pleased tone of voice. Kill a lot of Geth and end things off with a huge explosion. Mission's not over yet. Chief said. We still need to deal with the Thorian. I repeat, Normandy to shore party, are you reading? Joker's voice suddenly came through the squad's comms. Anyone there? Normandy to shore party. This is shore party. What's the situation? Chief replied. We're in lockdown here, Chief. Something's happened to Jesus. He got scared of what just happened at his end. Something's happened to the colonists. He resumed. They're banging on the hull, clawing at the windows, they're freaking out. Tell the crew to stay on the ship. Raise the kinetic barriers if you can. We're on our way back. Aye, Chief. Joker said as he clicked off the comm. Let's move. They made their way back down to the garage area of the EXGHQ, going back the way they came. They were all a bit relieved. Now that most, if not all, of the invading Geth on Feros were currently residing in a smoking crater 1400 feet below them, the team could relax a little bit. But not too much, as the Spartan 2 had warned them to stay alert. It would be rather anticlimactic to get killed by a handful of Geth stragglers after all they've been through today. Eventually, they made their way down to the garage. Rika was there, waiting for them by the vehicles. She approached the Spartan 2. There you are. She said with a relieved tone. We should get out of here. I don't think this place is safe. Explain yourself first. Chief said. The Thorian was controlling the colonists. ExoGeni was experimenting on them. Rika paused for a moment then breathed. Firstly, I'm new to this information as well. I just learned about this the day before the attack came. I tried to stop the test, but they threatened me. When the Geth came, I tried to send the information to an alliance network, but that's when the network was blocked. You're the only one that can stop this now, Chief. Or this planet is doomed. Where's the Thorian? It's under Zhu's Hope, but the entrance is blocked. The colonists covered it with the freighter not long after the Geth first attacked. Why do the Geth want it? The Spartan II pressed. Well, it does have unique mind control abilities. Rika replied with a shrug. That was what ExoGeni was interested in. Picking up a lot of Geth chatter outside Chief. Cortana reported. Looks like we missed a few dozen. They're heading this way. All right people. Chief said. Pile back into the vehicles and let's go. I'm coming with you. Rika said. I might be able to help undo the mess they created. You're gonna wanna buckle up. As the group went to their vehicles, Talai and Gurus switch groups, because she wants to talk to Joe about a certain topic. The group in their vehicles then moved out of the ExoGeni building. Talai then put on a private comm so Rex couldn't hear them talking. So what did you want to talk about, Talai? Joe asked. Talai turned back to Joe. This may sound crazy but I think the chief is hiding something from us. Joe then got curious. What makes you say that? This may be my imagination, but I think I saw him slip something into the back of his helmet. Looked like a chip of some kind. Slip something behind his helmet. Could it be that Cortana? Did he say anything about it? I didn't mention it at all after taking down the Geth ship Claw. Talai said. Also, he did it while no one else was looking. That seems suspicious to me. Well, we can ask him about it once the mission's done and we're back on the Normandy. Joe said. If the chief really is hiding some kind of big secret from us, it's probably better not to ask him about it in the middle of a battle. Talai nodded, agreeing that they need to figure out what they needed to do and what the chief was hiding. As the squad finally made it to the Skyway, Geth troopers began firing at them. Caden and Ashley went up ahead with their Gungus and Jackrabbit. They took care of the normal troops, while the Fives and Joe's Warthog groups took care of the rocket troopers. Chief came in last and took care of the Geth armatures, by ramming it and firing at them. True Spartan fashion. The vehicles eventually entered the building's garage area and pulled to a stop. Rika was a little shaken from Chief's driving, but was still all right. Once the canopy opened, Rika rushed out, the squad chasing after her. She crouched low behind a stack of crates, observing the ExoGeni employees. Chief knelt next to her and followed her gaze. You can't do this, Zhang! Juliana shouted. Everyone shut up! Zhang snapped. Just let me think about this for a minute. He was pacing around in circles and waving his pistol around. This doesn't look good. Cortana quipped. You won't get away with this. Juliana yelled out. Then Zhang pointed his gun at her. Get away from her. Rika grabbed out her shotgun and ran up to them. Rika! Juliana cried as ran to her daughter. Chief and his crew then followed in to settle the problem. Master Chief! Zhang said as the Spartan II walked up to him. Damn it! I knew it was too much to hope that the Geth would kill you. I cleared them out of your headquarters. Chief replied. Now why don't you put down the gun before things get any uglier? Why you don't understand? It's not that simple. Zhang replied. Communications are back up. ExoGeni wants this place purged. This is a human colony, Zhang. Rika protested. You can't just kill everyone off. It's not just you or anyone else. There's something here far more valuable than a few colonists. The Thorian. Chief said. The what? Juliana asked. It's a telepathic life form living under Zhu's Hope. It's brainwashed the colonists and now it's controlling them. ExoGeni knew about it and was studying the effect it had on the colonists. Juliana's eyes widened at Chief, then narrowed at Zhang as he turned to the accountant. You won't get away with this, Zhang. So you keep saying. Zhang laughed. But no one's going to miss a few colonists. I would. Chief said in a serious tone. Jiang's head snapped at the chief. I'm a Spartan. I was called upon to serve. I took a vow and became a protector of Earth and all her colonies. Since Feros is one of Earth's colonies, it falls under my protection. No one's purging or repurposing anyone. Are we clear on that? Oh, don't give me any of that crap. Not even you can't stop on what happens next. This place will be purged, and I will. Zhang didn't get to finish his sentence, as Chief hit him in the head, knocking him out. Everyone in the room went silent from what just happened. Fives decide to break the silence. Well, that happened. So, what now? Gurus asked. We keep heading for Zhu's Hope and we find the Thorian. Chief said. What about the colonists? They'll try to stop us. The Arbiter asked. If they try to stop me, I might have to harm them. Chief honestly replied. No. Juliana protested, knowing what harm might be code for. There has to be another way. Maybe there is. Rika suggested. She walked over to a crate and opened it, waving the Spartan 2 over once she did. He walked over and looked into the crate and saw vials upon vials of some kind of green liquid. What is this? Chief asked. A neuromuscular degeneration. You can use this stuff as a paralyzing agent. Rika explained, as she began making grenades, full of the antitoxic for the colonists. After a quick minute of making, she then hands over the antitoxic grenades to the Spartan, showing they're ready to help cure the colonists. Chief nodded and took them, attaching them to his belt. He then turned to the squad. Move out. The team made its way out of the room and over to the vehicles. Joe was about to climb into the driver's seat of the Warthog again, but felt someone grabbing him by the arm and pulling him away. No. Gurus said after he pulled Joe away from the driver's seat. You're no longer allowed to drive anything until you're mature. He said in a all calmly and sternly, but beneath it was the implication that he'd shoot Joe in the face if he ever tried to take the wheel from him. Joe nodded and slowly moved to the passenger seat. Not dealing with angry Gurus. Chapter 19, Terrible Nostalgia. 10:09 hours, March 1, 2560. ExoGeni Skyway. Surface of Feros. Theseus System, a Deacon Beta Cluster. Finally, the vehicles arrived back at the Zhu's Hope garage. As they slowed to a stop in front of the garage and began to climb out, they saw that an odd creature was waiting for them, crouched in the fetal position. It didn't move at all at first, but as the squad moved closer, the creature began to rise. Its skin was a sickly shade of grey and it had long claws on its hands. The exposed teeth and eyes so sunken in they didn't even seem to be there at all gave the head a decidedly skull-like appearance. And most disturbing of all, it looked unmistakably human. It lunged at the Spartan 2. In response, the chief whipped out his pistol and fired, drilling a neat hole in the creature's head. It collapsed, a pool of green ichor forming around its head at the Master Chief's feet. What the hell was that? Fives asked in shock. The Spartan 2 kicked the corpse, flipping it over onto its back. Looks human. Chief said. Could be the final stage of Thorian spore exposure. Similar to the parasite. The Arbiter watched in horror. Chief grabbed out his combat knife and used it to saw through the creeper's chest cavity. Joe stood across from the chief, keeping his shotgun pointed at the creature's head in case it tried to jump out and attack the Spartan 2, like it would if this were a horror movie. As Chief got done cutting, he cracked open this creature's insides, and it looked for all the universe like the insides of a cucumber. Lyra examines the creature, looking for anything. It's not human, but has the look of one. It's something completely different. Chief then stands up and looks at everyone. These things are definitely hostile, so if we encounter more of them inside Zhu's Hope, shoot to kill. But check your targets. I don't want any dead colonists. Clear. The squad winked green. Good. The Spartan 2 said as he opened the door. As it opens, the inside revealed over a dozen creepers inside the garage. They all began standing up from their fetal positions as the door opened. Ah, crap baskets! Joe muttered. The creepers then started to charge at them. Focus fire! Chief orders, as the entire squad fire rounds into each creeper. Chief then saw two colonists in the corner, firing at him and the squad. He then ran towards them and threw the gas grenade, making them both collapse. Chief then turned towards the creepers, withdrawing his pistol and helped clean up the remaining creepers. He lowered his weapon when the last one fell. Clear. He reported. Goddess. Lyra breathed as she walked in, noting all the bits of smoking creeper strewn across the garage. How many of these things are there? Guess the Thorian didn't think its thralls made for a big enough army, so it created a whole bunch of these things. Echo speculated. The group then headed to the elevator, which took another long ride to get back down to Zhu's Hope. They stepped out of the elevator, stepped around the corner, but stopped at the head of the stairs. The chief had held up a hand, his thumb pressing into his palm, his fingers curled inward, the unknown ahead, wait signal. Arbiter. Cloak and move ahead. I need to know how many more of those things are out there, use a gas grenade in case any colonists are nearby. The Spartan 2 ordered. The rest of us will stay here. Thel nodded at the chief and activated his cloak. He trotted down the stairs as he faded from sight. After a few seconds, Thel replied back to Teamcom. Spartan, there are 3 of the creatures and 2 colonists at this level of flight of stairs we are on, while 5 creepers are down on the compound level. Understood. Free the colonists that you see and we'll take care of the creepers. He then sees the light wink green from the Arbiter, as he has the hand signal to head forward. As the squad moves forward, they hear the gas explosion go off. They made it to the Arbiter's spot, where his cloak just ran out, and quickly took care of the creepers. All right. Let's move out. Stay alert. Chief said as he began descending the stairs. He kicked some creeper corpses and body parts aside when he arrived at the foot of the stairs before heading out into the colony's courtyard. The squad quickly took the 5 creepers out and freed 2 more colonists that were behind them. They made their way across the courtyard of the colony, taking care of the remaining creepers and freeing the remaining colonists. They crossed the walkway at the far end of the courtyard and arrived at what seemed to be a crane. The Spartan 2 walked up to a control console and pressed a few keys. The crane then lifted part of the freighter, revealing a stairway that led down. Chief then noticed a moving white dot on his HUD. The Spartan spun around and aimed his rifle down the sights, the squad following his lead. There was FAI Dan, shambling towards them. I tried to fight it, but it gets in your head. FAI Dan strained to say, his face scrunched up in pain. You can't imagine the pain. Stand down, Dan. Chief said. I'm supposed to be their leader, these people trusted me. The colonist leader reached for his gun and pulled it out, aiming it at the Spartan 2. It wants me to stop you. FAI Dan replied. Chief kept his gun trained on the colonist. But I won't. FAI Dan said. He pulled the pistol away from the chief and pointed it at his own head. I won't. Chief quickly took notice and aimed at FAI Dan's shoulder and fired, aiming the weapon in such a way that the shot would only graze him. FAI Dan yelped in pain, dropping the pistol to grip the wound with that hand. Chief pulled out a gas grenade and threw it. The grenade detonated upon hitting FAI Dan's chest, knocking the colonial leader to the ground. Lyra. Get some medigel on his shoulder. Chief said. The Asari nodded and rushed over to the now unconscious human. Chief walked over to FAI Dan himself, watching as Lyra rubbed medigel into FAI Dan's bleeding shoulder. Once she was confident that the wound itself was covered, she took out a medical wipe and began cleaning the wound. She looked up at the Spartan 2. I think he'll be all right. She reported. Good. Chief said. Enough people had died defending this colony. This battle didn't need to be like the Human Covenant War. It didn't need any more dead heroes. Move out. Down those stairs. Chief said over to Teamcom. Okay. Rex said as the squad descended the stairwell into the bowels of Zhu's Hope's substructure. So now we just need to kill the Thorian and we can call it a day. I don't know, Rex. Echo said. Before we left, I took some of the files from the VI, and it said it has tendrils that are kilometers long. I don't think killing it is gonna be that simple. The Krogan grunted. How big can it be? Finally, the squad reached the bottom of the stairwell and reached the end of a corridor. They were in a large chamber that was cylindrical in shape and layout. The ceiling had what seemed to be a large lamp, casting light on the giant room. And its huge occupant. The Spartan 4 then looks at the Krogan, with an unhappy look under his helmet. You had to say it, didn't you? Its skin was pink in color, reminding the Spartan 2 of a human brain. Giant roots as thick as tree trunks adhered to the walls, keeping the thing suspended over the dark pit below. Its face, if you could call it that, was something right out of a Lovecraft poem. What looked like eye sockets had no eyes at all, and tentacles dripping with fluid drooped down, giving the appearance of a mouth. As Chief and Thel took in the grotesque creature before them, they couldn't help but be reminded of a similar creature. Now the gate has been unlatched. Headstones pushed aside. Corpses shift and offer room. A fate you must abide. The Thorian's head suddenly started moving. Its pink flesh and face tentacles began twitching as the Thorian started making sounds that resembled intense, labored breathing. It lifted up its tentacles, revealing that it actually had something like a mouth, viscous fluid leaking out. A green-skinned Asari in a black catsuit slipped out of its mouth and landed on one knee. Even though some things are similar, the grave mind certainly never did that. Cortana replied. The Asari stood up and walked over to the Spartan II. Invaders. Your every step is a transgression. 1,000 feelers appraise you as meat, good only to dig or decompose. I speak for the old growth, as I did for Saren. You are within and before the Thorian. Chief then gave his normal Spartan look at the Asari, wanting answers. What is Saren after? Saren sought knowledge of those who are gone. The old growth listened to flesh for the first time in a long cycle. Trades were made. Then cold ones began killing the flesh that would tend the next cycle. Flesh fairly given. Her eyes narrowed. The old growth sees the air you push as lies. It will listen no more. Easy. Chief said. We didn't come here to start a fight. We didn't. Rex asked. Why not? No more will the Thorian listen to those that scurry. Biotics began flaring around her. Your lives are short, but have gone on too long. The Asari shouted. Joe withdrew his shotgun, held it up against the Asari's torso one-handed, and pulled the trigger, the force of the blast sending her corpse flying into the pit. He looked back up at the Thorian and pumped his shotgun. Yet, not today. Hissing and groaning suddenly filled the chamber. The squad looked around and saw Thorian creepers moving around on the upper floors of the chamber. What looked to be dozens, perhaps even hundreds of them, growled at the team. I think it wants to do this the hard way, sir. Kaiden reported. They always do. Chief noted with a tired sigh. We trade one villain for another. Arbiter quoted what he said to the chief when they faced the grave mind, as he grabbed out his carbine. Chief nodded at him, then pointed at the Thorian. Light it up. With that, the squad aimed their weapons and opened fire on the Thorian. Despite all the assault rifle fire and shotgun blasts, the Thorian didn't even seem fazed. The shots left little more than pockmarks on its skin. Damn it! Ashley swore. Does this thing have hunter plating for skin or something? Incoming! Fives noticed some creepers are coming their way. The group then began to open fire at them till they figured something else. Chief! I'm picking up a faint bioelectrical signal from down that corridor. Cortana reported. I think it's one of those nerve bundles that Vi was talking about. Could be the Thorian's weak point. Worth a shot. Chief quietly said to himself. Everyone down that hall. Move. The squad rushed down the hall, blasting any creeper that got in their way. They turned left into a room and found the nerve bundle. It looked like a giant tendril or root, connecting the Thorian with the wall. What's that thing? Garrus asked. Something we should be shooting at. Chief replied before raising his assault rifle and firing on the tendril. Works for me. Rex said as he joined the Spartan II with his shotgun. After a few seconds of the assault, green ooze suddenly bursted from the nerve bundle, as though a pipe had busted open, as the bundle itself turned a sickly black. A shrill cry of pain from the Thorian pierced through the air. It's hurt. Joe cheered. And unlike the Thorian itself, these things aren't bulletproof. Kaiden added. There must be more of these around this chamber. He's right, Chief. Cortana said. I'm picking up more bioelectrical signatures just like that one all around the chamber. Up the stairs. Chief said as he pointed up the nearby stairway. The squad ascended the stairs until they were up a floor. Chief checked his HUD and noted that there were more of those nerve bundles in either direction. They needed to split up. Arbiter, Lyra, Rex, Fives, Echo, you five are with me. We're going that way. Chief said as he pointed down one end of the hall. Everyone else, go the other way. He pointed down the other end of the hall. Everyone winked green before moving out. Chief and his team saw another neural node down the hall. However, there were about a dozen creepers between it and them. As they rose up from their fetal positions, Chief noticed more creepers approaching them from behind on his HUD. I got these ones. Rex said before charging right into the creepers in front of them. The Krogan surrounded himself with a biotic barrier before blasting his shotgun into the chest of one creeper and headbutting another one. He grabbed one creeper by the leg and used it as a club against its comrades. While Rex was dealing with the ones in front, the rest of the team swiveled and poured some fire into the oncoming horde. A few of the zombie-like creatures suddenly stopped mid-charge, stood upright and began to, for lack of a better word, vomit. The green slime spewed forth like a corrupted fountain, spraying the Asari, the Sanghaili, the twins, and the Spartan too with the vile stuff before the chief gunned it down. It was only at that point did Chief note that his shields were almost completely drained. That green slime was some kind of acid. Cortana said. You and the rest of the squad are definitely gonna want to keep your distance from these things. Chief nodded, then contacted Kaiden. Kaiden, be advised. Keep your distance. These things spit out acid. With Kaiden's group. Yet. I noticed. Kaiden hollered as he held an arm up, trying to shield his face from the acid this creeper was spewing all over him. With a growl, Kaiden summoned up his biotics and pushed the creeper off the ledge. Joe, Talai, and Ashley provided some cover fire for Kaiden, as some were trying to attack him from behind. Garrus! Fire on that bundle! Kaiden yelled as he pointed at a nerve bundle. The Thorian winked green as he switched to his sniper and fired upon it. The neural node slowly turned from pink to black before a vessel full of green ichor burst, earning another shriek of pain from the Thorian. Kaiden and his team suddenly heard moans. A lot of moans. They turned around and saw a huge horde of creepers rushing towards them. Everyone line up! Kaiden yelled. I want overlapping fields of fire. Back with Chief's group. Fives and Echo focused their attention on the neural node, weakening the plant beast once more. Fives and Echo focused their attention on the neural node, weakening the plant beast once more. During that, Chief and the Arbiter were back to back. They quickly took down the creepers in a snap. Basically like this. We can beat these guys, just gotta stay focused. Fives comments, trying to keep the roll going to succeed the mission. Kaiden's group. Joe saw the last node on his team's side, and knew he had to take it down. Cover me. Everyone then gave Joe the cover he needed, and planted a plasma grenade on the node. Smile you son of bitch! The explosion went off, destroying the node and started to weaken the creepers and the Thorian. Kaiden then calls the chief on the teamcom. Chief, we are all done on our side. It's up to you on your side. Chief's group. Copy, Kaiden. Chief then looks at the others. Let's move out. The group then starts running to the last node. They quickly took out the creepers they were blocking their way. The Arbiter then sees the last node, as he grabs out his energy sword and cuts straight through it. The creature shrieked and groaned as more and more of its roots seemed to snap. With so many nerve bundles dead, its tentacles were weaker, unable to support its weight. After a few seconds, the roots could support its mass no more. They gave way, and the Thorian tumbled down the black, yawning pit, shrieking the whole way down until a colossal thud was heard. The two teams rejoined and looked down the pit. I think the Thorian's dead, sir. Kaiden reported. Chief knew this was bad. If it's dead, he couldn't get information on what Saren was after and where he is located. He was hoping that taking out these nerve bundles would merely subdue the Thorian, not kill it outright. He still needed whatever information the Thorian told Saren. Movement. Fives reported, pointing his pistol at a bulbous sack on the far wall. It was churning and moving, like there was something inside it. Be ready. Chief ordered as he withdrew his own weapon and pointed it at the sack, the rest of the squad doing the same. The sack continued to move more rapidly until it ruptured. Another Asari tumbled out along with a gush of green fluid. Mazel tov. It's a girl. Joe commented. The Asari stood up. While she was dressed the same as all those green Asari, her skin was a shade of blue, as was more typical for her species. She blinked a bit and struggled to compose herself, as if in a daze. Who are you? Chief asked, weapons still pointed at the Asari. My name is Sheila. I served Matriarch Benezia. She corrected herself. When she allied herself with Saren, so did I. Benezia foresaw the influence he would have, and joined him to guide him down a gentler path. But Saren is compelling. Benezia lost her way. Asari matriarchs are among the oldest and wisest beings in the galaxy. Chief said. You're telling me one of them just fell under Saren's influence? Saren has a vessel. An enormous warship unlike any I've seen. He calls it the Sovereign. It can dominate the minds of his followers. They become indoctrinated to Saren's will. The process is subtle. It can take days. Weeks. But in the end, it is absolute. Saren has a warship that brainwashes people. Joe questioned. It must be that ship that attacked Eden Prime. It's the only lead. Echo explained. I still don't buy your brainwashing excuse. Chief said, still pointing his weapon to the Asari. I don't expect you to. The Asari replied. To be honest, I hardly believe it myself. Looking back, it all seemed like a very surreal dream, or more appropriately, a nightmare. But regardless of whether you believe me or not, I can still give you the cipher. What is that? The cipher. It's what Saren came here for. Saren brought me to this world so he could use my biotics to communicate with the Thorian, to learn its secrets. He offered me in trade. I was sacrificed to secure an alliance between Saren and the Thorian. And once Saren got what he wanted, he tried to terminate that alliance. Gura stated. Yes. Sheila replied. After he had what he wanted, he ordered the Geth to destroy all evidence of the Thorian's existence. She turned to the Spartan too. Saren knows you are looking for the conduit, Master Chief. He knows you are following his steps. He attacked the Thorian so you could not gain the cipher. Which is? Chief pressed, eager to get to the point. The beacon on Eden Prime gave you visions. But the visions were unclear, confusing. They were meant for a Prothean mind. To truly comprehend them, you must think like a Prothean. You must understand their culture, their history, their very existence. She gestures to the hole the Thorian fell down. The cipher is. Sheila paused, as if trying to think of a way to answer the Spartan 2's question. The very essence of being a Prothean. Then how will I understand the essence of the Protheans? Chief asked, needing to know how to stop Saren. It cannot be described or explained. It would be like describing color to a creature without eyes. To understand, you must have access to endemic ancestral memory. A viewpoint spanning thousands of Prothean generations. I sensed this ancestral memory, the cipher, when I melded with the Thorian. Our identities merged. Our minds intertwined. Such knowledge cannot be taught. It simply exists. Well then, fat lotta good you are. Rex said. I say we shoot her. Hold on a second. Chief said. Sheila. You gave this knowledge to Saren, didn't you? Yes. Sheila said. I transferred the knowledge from my mind to Saren's. I can do the same for you, Master Chief. Do it. The Spartan 2 said as he lowered his weapon and walked up to the Asari. If she tries anything, then you can shoot her. He silently added over teamcom where Sheila couldn't hear. The squad winked green. Rex winked green twice. Try to relax, human. Sheila said in a soothing tone, as she slowly approached the Spartan 2. Slow, deep breaths. Let go of your physical shell. Reach out to grasp the threads that bind us. One to another. Every action sends ripples across the galaxy. Every idea must touch another mind to live. Each emotion must mark another's spirit. She stopped in front of him and put both her hands on his shoulders. Despite his reflexes telling him to fight her off, he shoved those instincts into a dark corner of his mind as he relaxed. He tried focusing on just the sound of the Asari's voice and trancing himself into a zen-like state. We are all connected. Every living being united in a single, glorious existence. Open yourself to the universe, Spartan. Embrace eternity. Chief begins to have visions, similar to how he had from Eden Prime. As suddenly as it began, the vision stopped. Sheila took a few steps back. Chief's vision was blurry for a minute. He had to blink it back into focus, but other than that, he felt well enough. I have given you the cipher. Just as it was given to Saren. Sheila stated. The ancestral memories of the Protheans are a part of you now. Are you all right, Master Chief? Fives asked in a concerned tone. What did she do? Vitals pinged Kia for a second. Kaiden added. I'm all right. Chief assured. As for the vision, there was some new stuff, but it still didn't make any sense. You've been given a great gift. The experience of an entire people. Sheila pointed out. It will take time for your mind to process this information. Talai walked up closer to the Spartan 2. Are you sure you're all right? I'm fine. Chief resolutely repeated. I can have Shakwas take a look at me if anything comes up. I'm sorry if you did suffer, but there was no other way. Sheila apologetically said. You need the cipher. In time, it will help you understand the vision from the beacon. In time. Chief hated that phrase. It usually meant more waiting. I don't suppose you know what the conduit is? Chief tried. No. I'm sorry. All I know is that Saren believes it is the key to the Prothean extinction. What about Saren himself? There is little I could tell you that you do not already know. Sheila answered. He is powerful, charismatic, and dangerous. He is leading the galaxy into an age of darkness and suffering. I pray you find the conduit before he does. Everyone knew they weren't getting anything else from her. What do we do with her? Echo asked. If you allow it, I would like to stay here with the colonists. They have suffered greatly, and I played a role in their suffering. I would like to make amends. The Asari asked. Chief thought of this. Even though she was a criminal of war, the colonists need some rebuilding. He then made up his mind. All right, I'll let the colonists decide on what to do with you. I understand, thank you. Sheila agreed to the Spartan II's decision. 10 minutes later. The group then left the underground passage. When they emerged back onto the surface of Zhu's Hope, the colonists had come to. In addition, the ExoGeni employees arrived as well, the skyway now clear of Geth. Doctors from the ExoGeni building were treating the colonists who had suffered injuries during the siege. With the planet's most unique treasure gone, it seemed doubtful that ExoGeni would keep investing in this place. Hopefully, there were enough survivors for the colony to make a full recovery. The Master Chief handed Sheila over to the Zhu's Hope Colonial Defense Force. He gave them very specific orders not to harm her. They reluctantly agreed to his terms. The chief heard that Fai Dan was gonna make a full recovery. Good. Zhu's Hope needs its leader. He then noticed Rika was walking up to him. Hey chief. I'm glad you took that Thorian down. It would have been a big problem. She said cheerfully. Rika, I see you have made it back safely. Have you dealt with Zhang? Chief asked. Yes, he will be answering for his crimes. So don't worry about that. She replied. Suddenly, she became a little embarrassed. Wanting to ask something important. Anyways. I wanted to ask. Is it okay if I join the Normandy? Chief was surprised by this, he didn't take her as a person wanting to join. Why do you want to join us? Okay, I'll be honest, I don't like being a researcher. My mom brought me out here to explore around for ExoGeni. Even though it's really easy, I prefer building or enhancing stuff. Like a blacksmith. Rika explained. I may not have good combat skills, but I can help with gear, weapons, and gadgets. Chief thought this through. She was helpful for the EMP for the Geth ship, if they had her for other gadgets, it would come in handy. Is your mother okay with this? Yep. Even though she was reluctant and thought it was dangerous, she said as long as I keep contact with her, I'm okay with joining you and your crew. Alright. Head back to the Normandy, and I'll have Joe show you around the ship. Chief ordered. Rika smiles at this. Thanks Chief, I won't let you down. As she makes her way to the ship, she stops for a SEC and looks back to the Chief. Also, you guys can just call me Lisbeth. Or Liz for short. She then continues to walk to the Normandy. Chief smiled under his helmet, seeing someone wanting to help out, even though she can't do much on the battlefield, but behind the tools. Normandy to Master Chief. Do you copy? Joker's voice came through the Spartan II's comms. Master Chief here. Go ahead. Chief replied. The council is on the other line, sir. They just received the mission report and want to talk to you ASAP. I'll be right over. He then calls upon the crew and walks back to the Normandy. 15 minutes later. On the Normandy. Master Chief. Counselor Tavos greeted. ExoGeni should have told us about the Thorian. It would have made your job much easier. And you might have been able to capture it for study instead of destroying it. Valerne added. That was actually my original intent, Counselor Valerne. Chief said. However, the circumstances of the engagement forced me to use lethal force. At least the colony was saved. Tavos interjected, apparently hoping to diffuse the ugly direction this debriefing was taking. Spiritus rolled his eyes. Of course it was saved. The Spartan will go to any lengths to save a human colony. As I would with any other world belonging to a Citadel race, Counselor Spiritus. Chief curtly replied. Well then, unless there are any more details in this report that we need to go over, this meeting session is over. We'll keep you updated in case we have more leads on Saren. Valern finished, as the VI holograms disappear. Chief then walks out of the comms room. The Normandy was now exiting out of Feros' atmosphere. Everything was quiet for now, as everyone was doing their tasks for the rest of the day. Chief then heads to his room to do something productive till something else happens. In the Normandy's garage. And this is the garage. Leads both to the outside of the ship and the drive core engine room. Joe replied, showing Lisbeth. The Spartan 4 did as ordered and showed the young inventor around the Alliance ship. This is amazing. Lisbeth replied. I've seen ships over the years, but this is something else. Yeah, it is something. They then noticed Gurus was walking towards the Spartan 4. Joe, can you help me real quick? I'm trying to run proper calibrations on the Mako. Still having trouble turning since our mission on Thrum. Sure. Can't have that on future missions. Joe replied. By the way, you remember Lisbeth? She's a new member to the crew. It's a pleasure to work with you all. She said happily. Likewise. Both Gurus and Lisbeth shake hands, having the proper introduction since meeting in the ExoGeni building. Anyways, if you need help, let me know. Your station is over there. Joe explained as he pointed to the corner of the room, showing a workbench and tools. Thanks. I'll be sure to supply the best gadgets for the coming battles. With that, Lisbeth went to her station, already getting to work for weapons and gadgets for the team. Joe and Gurus then got to work on the Mako, figuring out the certain problems of the vehicle, and how to calibrate it correctly. The Spartan 4 then gave a glazing stare to the Thorian, and smirks under his helmet. So does this mean I can finally help you find a date? Gurus chuckles at this, knowing how hard his friend tries to find someone to be in his life, and to be happy. And another chapter done. I am on a roll. So yeah, I added Lisbeth from Sword Art Online to the Normandy crew. Now note I don't have major plans for her like the others yet. I just felt like making her a good side characters, like Joker. With that out of the way, thank you for reading the chapter. Be sure to keep an eye out for the next chapter. Might take a few days since I have things coming up, but I'll get the next chapter done as soon as I can. Be sure to join the Discord server of the story, and as always, I'll catch you all later. Stay cool. Chapter 20, Personal Agendas. 13:29 hours, March 4, 2560. SSV Normandy. Undisclosed location in the Adiken Beta cluster. Chief hasn't been doing anything recently, just hanging in his room. He hasn't heard news from the council on where Saren is, so the Normandy crew has just been adrift until further orders. Cortana was doing her own things on the ship's database. Chief then remembers that he hasn't done a crew check in a while, especially since he has new people on his ship now. He then leaves his room to check on the crew. The Spartan 2 then walks to Caden, since he was the closest person to his area. Caden looks over to see the chief walking up to him. Anything you need, Chief? I'm going over another crew check, seeing how everyone is doing. Are you all good? Chief asked. Is this an official evaluation, Chief? Or off the record? Off the record. I just need to know where my crew stands. Caden thought it through on what he wanted to say. Personally, I am glad that we took down the Thorian. Don't need anything else to be like the Flood all over again. Understood, but besides that. Anything personal you need to discuss? Want to make sure everyone is good to go for the next mission. No Chief, I'm all good on my part. Just some things I'm dealing with a bit, but nothing to ruin future missions. Caden assured. Chief nodded at him, and let Caden continue his business. He then walks over to the dining table where Fives and Echo were talking. They quickly got up and saluted him. Chief nodded for Adis. Fives, Echo. Everything going all right? Making sure everyone is all good for future missions. Yes sir. We're still in tip-top shape. Nothing to worry about. Fives answers. Any personal things I should know about? Fives and Echo look at each other, then back to Chief. Not really, besides missing our family. But that's expected for military life. Echo explained. What is your family like? Chief asked, trying to know about the two. Nothing much to say, our father was part of the Human Covenant War, and we just followed in his footsteps. Fives explained. But we do have a big family. Lots of uncles, cousins, and other brothers. Echo continued. He then shows a picture of their family. Chief was stunned at how big their family was, and how similar they all looked. Like they were all clones. Yes. That is a big family. Fives and Echo laugh a bit. Yeah, and this is mostly on our father's side. So you can imagine how crazy it is that most of us look the same. Echo explained. Chief nodded and let them continue on what they were talking about before he showed up. He then heads to Medbay. He greets Dr. Chiquoise, not needing to know much about her since they talk once in a while after a mission was done and for a checkup. He then heads to the back room where Lyra was at. Lyra notices the chief entering her room and stands up to greet him. Master Chief, have you come to check on me? In a way. Just checking the crew, making sure we are up to date with things and won't be tampered for future missions. Chief explained to the Asari. I am doing fine, thank you. But... She pauses for a sec to say what's bothering her. I have noticed some of the crew on the ship still don't trust me. Chief can understand that. Her mother was working for Saren and the crew may think Lyra might also be working with him. But he knows best, he can tell when people are lying or not. He can tell that she is telling the truth of not being a spy or anything. They are just being careful. Your mother is working for the person we are after. Chief answers. Just know I trust you on this, so don't worry about the others. Understood, but know that I am nothing like Benezia. I will do whatever I can to help you stop Saren. I promise. Chief nodded at Lyra, knowing she is on the same page with him to stop Saren and his followers. He then leaves the room and heads to the elevator to the garage. Since that's where everyone was at. 1 minute later. After the elevator stops and the doors open, he scans the room to see who is in here. He sees Gurus by the Mako, like usual. But Joe wasn't with him this time. Maybe he's in the Normandy core room, since he and Talai have become friends recently, easily since he trains her once in a while to keep up with the crew. He then sees Ashley at her station, as she was talking to someone on her monitor's screen. Then looks over to see the Arbiter in the left corner, just him checking on his Omni tool for things. Finally, he looks back at the right corner to see Lisbeth having a stand full of weapons and gadgets. He even sees a sign that says Lisbeth Shop. Hat. Chief actually kind of finds that funny. It's been a long time since he was able to laugh. He hasn't found anything funny in years. He then walks over to check on Liz first. Since she's recently new to the group. Hey Chief, what can I do for you? Liz said in an exciting tone. I'm just checking in to know how you're doing. Any thoughts on us so far? Chief asked. The ship is amazing, and your crew is great too. I especially like Joker. He makes good jokes. But besides that, I'm doing great. I'm ready to sell my things to help out the cause. Good. We could use all the gear we can to stop Saren. I assume you were filled in on who we are after. Yep. Joe and Gurus filled me in on everything. She said in a happy tone, but she then gave a serious look. But this Saren is bad news. You need to stop him. That's the plan. We're waiting for the council for any new information. For the time being, we are adrift till anything else. The Spartan 2 answers. Liz nods at the chief, knowing he's going through fire to stop the chaos. Now wondering why he was a war hero, he's awesome. She then had an idea. Hey, chief. If you want, you can be my first customer and I can give you a new weapon to help you out. Chief wonders what she has planned. Well, what do you have? She then pulls out a weapon that looks oddly familiar. I managed to find this BRN piece of a Covenant carbine a few months ago. Liz explained. I managed to fuse them together and made this baby. I call it Battle Carbine, or BC-1 for short. Chief then inspects the weapon, making sure it holds together. Surprisingly, it does. Has it been tested? Yep, and it works like a dream. Should come in handy for you. Lisbeth assured. And it's on the house since you're my first customer. Chief thought about it, and he'll go with the weapon. I'll take it. Thank you, Liz. Anytime, Chief. I'm always here if you need anything. She said in a smile. He puts the new weapon away, and walks over to Gurus. Seeing if he has anything to say. Gurus looks over to see the chief walking up to him. Chief, Good to see you. Need anything? Nothing serious. Just doing a crew check. I'm assuming Joe is with Talai. Chief asked. Yeah, they looked kinda troubled after Feros. You might need to talk to them to see the problem. Understood. Actually, I needed to talk about something as well. Gurus looked troubled, like he saw a ghost from his past. What's the problem? Gurus gathers his strength to explain what he needs to tell the chief. Well, for starters, back when me and Joe were still in CSEC, we were investigating a Solarian geneticist. The case was a bit disturbing. Chief didn't understand why this was bothering him, but he had to hear him out since he was trying to get to the point of what he needed to explain. What was disturbing about it? Well, during our course of the investigation, we noticed a trade of body parts in the black market. Organs, mostly. Gurus explains in detail. After some detective work, it led to Dr. Salan, the geneticist. Turns out he was cloning organs and messing people up in the inside. Basically, living walking test tubes. Did you catch him? That's the worst part. We never caught him. Gurus said in a sad anger tone. He ran. Blew his lab, grabbed some of his employees, and head for the nearest space dock. We lost him. Why are you bringing this up now? Chief asked, wanting to know more about the matter. I sent feelers once in a while, and I think I found him. Gurus answers. He changed ships and changed his name to Dr. Hart, his idea of a joke I guess. And you feel that Saren might find him and might make a deal for something? Chief asked. Exactly, I want to get him before Saren does. He has done enough damage as it is. I got the transponder frequency for his new ship, and I was hoping we could go there to see for ourselves. Chief thought about it, knowing that this person could be a big problem if Saren finds him first. They have to get to him, or Saren will be an even bigger problem. Send the coordinates to Joker. We'll check it out as soon as we can. Gurus was happy now. I was hoping you would agree with this. But Chief, take me and Joe with you when you go. If it is Salan, we want to be there when you find him. Chief nodded at him, knowing that this person was dangerous and had to be stopped, and made it personal to the two partners. He then walks to Ashley, to see who she is talking to. The voice was a young female voice. Oh, before I go. You said you're serving the Master Chief now? We saw him on the news here a few weeks ago. I bet he's cute under that helmet. Later sis. The call then ended. Ashley was feeling all flushed after hearing that. She then hears footsteps coming her way. She turns around to see the chief walking her way. Tell me you didn't hear that. Ashley asked in total embarrassment. Chief wasn't gonna ask what was on the call, since he knows people love him for being a war hero for humanity. Family of yours? He asked. Until I get my hands on her, sorry. Ashley calms down a bit. That's one of my sisters. That's Sarah, the youngest. Understood. What do you need, sir? I know you didn't come by to eavesdrop on my family life. I'm doing a crew check. Making sure you're doing okay so we won't have problems in future missions. He explained. Ashley paused for a bit, since she still has a few problems. I'm doing fine, sir. But I'm still having a few problems with the aliens. I know they are our allies, but I still don't trust them that much. I understand Williams, but like I told Presley, they offered to help us. If they do something wrong, I will kick them out. But for now, they are our allies, and you have to learn to get along with aliens. Chief explained. I understand. This won't get away in future missions. You say jump, I say how high. You tell me to kiss a Thorian, I'll ask which cheek. Ashley answered. That won't be needed, Williams. Of course, sir. She salutes to the chief. He nods at her and walks away. Chief then walks to Rex to see how he fares. He feels that Rex might be a hard person to talk to for two reasons. 1. He's a mercenary. They don't talk much about themselves as long they get their job done and get paid. 2. He's a Krogan. They are known for fighting and anger. 3. He's also a biotic. So unlike normal Krogan, he's more powerful and can be dangerous. So he's gonna be careful when talking with his Krogan teammate. Rex then notices the Spartan 2 walking up to him. What do you want, Chief? Crew check. Making sure everyone is fine for future missions. So what I'm asking you, is there anything personal you needed to be done? Chief asked in a serious tone to show he means business. Rex finds it funny, the Spartan 2 still has the guts to talk back to the Krogan, without showing fear. He then had a thought of what personal thing needs to be finished. Well, I do have some unfinished business with my family, but that's all. What kind of business? Chief asked. Before I left my home world, after my father betrayed me, I made an oath to my grandfather. I swore to recover my family's battle armor. It was taken from him after the uprising. The Krogan explained. What's special about it? Chief asked, not getting the purpose. It's a relic, useless, really. But it was worn by 5 generations of my family before the Krogan Rebellion War. It's rightfully mine. Rex went on. Originally, it was taken by the Thorian military. We weren't allowed armor or weapons after the war. Now, it's in the hands of a Thorian scum who collects relics from the war. He's made millions selling Krogan artifacts that were stolen from my people. I understand. Chief answers, now knowing why Rex wants his armor back. It was his property, and he needs it back. He's got several bases where he stores his goods. All fortified and guarded. Lucky, I tracked down the base where my grandfather's armor is it. Chief thought about it, and agreed about it. Only because the missions take forever to find Saren, and Chief needed to do something, rather than do nothing. Send the coordinates to Joker, we'll check it out as soon as we can. Chief replied. Understood. But Chief, I want to be there when you attack that base. Rex said in a stern voice. Chief nodded at him, and left him alone. He then walks over to the Arbiter, as he was almost done checking on everyone for the crew check. The Arbiter then notices the Spartan 2 walking up to him, as he puts away his Omni tool. Spartan, what can I do for you? Doing a crew check, seeing if you are all good and wanting to ask a few questions, since I have been out for 7 years. Chief said. I am doing fine, and I will be happy to answer your questions. Thel replied. Chief was glad to hear that. He needed more information from his 7-year nap. Firstly, what have you been doing for the past 7 years? Thel tries to remember the past 7 years, since it's really been a long time since the Ark battle. After the Ark battle, I returned to my home world, Sanghaili, and became the leader of the planet. Some still believe in the Covenant lie, so we have been trying to stop them for years, still to no avail. The Arbiter explained. What happened in the First Contact War? I heard you helped stop it, but it wasn't explained that much. For the First Contact War, I managed to find the Citadel and the Council. We managed to talk for peace, and stop the war. I see. Chief had more questions, but he was satisfied with what had for now. But still shocked that the Covenant still exists, at least it wasn't as big anymore. Thank you for your time, Arbiter. Of course. Thel replied. But before you go, what happened to your A.I? Chief paused for a second, realizing that he didn't tell the Arbiter about Cortana. He can't tell him about her. He ain't risking to lose Cortana. She went rampant, and was deleted. I see. I am sorry, Spartan. You have lost so much. Thel said in a low tone, he felt bad for his ally. Chief then walks away as he wants to finish the day and the crew check, while the Arbiter returns to his Omni tool for other work. As the Spartan 2 enters the engine room, he then notices Joe and Talai talking to each other. The two then noticed him and were ready to speak on what was on their minds. Hey Chief, need something? Joe asked. Crew check. Making sure we are all good for future missions. Everything is fine with you too? Chief asked. We're fine, but we do need to ask you something. Talai replied. And that is? Talai and Joe look at each other, then back to Chief. Chief, is Cortana still alive? Joe asked in a serious voice. The Spartan 2 froze again, first it was the Arbiter, now Joe and Talai? He has to be more careful on using Cortana, he can't risk losing her. He has to think of something quick so they can't figure him out. No, she was deleted a few weeks ago. We're just asking, because back on Feros, I saw you pull some kind of chip out of a Geth computer shortly before the Geth ship fell to the ground. I take it that has something to do with it. Talai began. Chief needed to think of something quick, he then had an idea. I actually was hacking into the Geth system, and managed to gather some Geth information for the Alliance. Talai froze at this. It was at that moment knowing that he has valuable information of the Geth. This could help out on her pilgrimage. Chief. Can I have a copy of it? Talai asked in a desperate voice, having her head down. Why? Chief asked, now relieved that the whole Cortana secret is safe now. But was now confused by her sudden interest in having the Geth data. It's just, that information would be the perfect gift for my pilgrimage. Talai explained as she raised her head back to eye level with the Spartan 2. I know Saren's our top priority, but I've been thinking about my pilgrimage a lot lately. With all the worlds we've gone to, I was hoping to find something to bring back to the flotilla. Chief was considering it, since Cortana can make a copy, but wants to know more why she wants it. Nothing else could work for you. It can't be just some derelict ship my people can use for salvage or something like that. Talai replied. It has to be more than that. There's a lot expected of me. How come? The Spartan 4 asked. It's my father. Talai explained. He's the senior member of the Admiralty Board. He's one of only 5 people who can overrule the decisions of the Conclave for the good of the migrant fleet. Your father's an admiral? Chief asked. More than that. My father's responsible for the lives of 17 million people. Our entire race is in his hands, and I'm his only child. So what does that make you? The princess of the Quarians? Joe asked half-jokingly. He was hoping that a light joke might brighten Talai up a bit. It worked as she chuckled a bit. No, it doesn't work that way. She warmly replied. My father's position isn't hereditary. I'll probably never serve on the Admiralty Board myself. Officially, I'm just the same as any other citizen. And unofficially? Chief asked. People have always treated me differently because of who my father is. And not always in a good way. I mean, I probably had it easier than most growing up, but people like my father have enemies, and they're not above using me to get to him. Sounds like a lot of pressure. The Spartan 2 noted. You have no idea. Talai replied. My people place a high value on family and ancestry. There's an unspoken expectation that I'll live up to my father's example. Everyone's waiting for me to do something great on my pilgrimage, something that will forever change our lives for the better. If I don't, it's like I failed. And that reflects badly on me and my father. Well, you joined a Spartan 2, a super soldier, in his mission to bring in a rogue spectre hellbent on human genocide at best and organic genocide at worst. Chief pointed out. I think that qualifies as great. Yes, I think it does too. But you have to understand Quarian culture. We're a very insular society. The events beyond the flotilla don't matter much to the average citizen. She paused, seeming to stare out into space for a minute. Our greatest dream is that one day, we'll return to our home world and drive out the Geth. But even if we stop Saren, that's not going to happen. There's still millions of Geth behind the veil. Until they're gone, our exile will continue. Chief nodded in understanding. So you think the information will help your people retake their home world? You hacked the Geth network. It would make a good gift. Not just for my adopted ship, but for my people. Talai said. The Quarian and the Spartan 2 were silent for a minute, while Joe felt the tension between them. He then started to connect the dots for Talai. All right. Chief then breaks the silence. I'll make you a copy of the information. Really? Talai asked in shock, feeling her heart stopping. Yes. Might take a bit for a full copy, but I will give it as soon as I can. Thank you, Chief. My people, I am in your debt. Talai said in a happy tone. Chief nodded at her and at Joe, as the Spartan 4 gave a thumbs up in return. As Chief walks out, Joe looks over at Talai and she is looking very happy and acting more differently. Like a person who had their crush finally noticing them. You like him, don't you? Joe said with a smirk under his helmet. Talai then froze again, and started to freak out a bit in her mind. You can tell some red is showing up under her helmet, she was blushing. What? And no, that's not true. I. She couldn't speak properly, Talai was stuttering a bit, feeling really embarrassed. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Joe walks out of the core room and sees how Garrus is doing. Boy, how shocked will he be once he is told they are going after Salan again. In Chief's room. As Chief returns after his crew check, he sees Cortana waiting to talk to him about the crew check. How did it go? Chief then lays down on his bed to rest. Crew is all good for future missions for now. Had a few close calls on figuring you out, but I managed to keep you a secret. Cortana was silent at this. She didn't know what would happen to her if she was figured out, but she trusted Chief on this. Also, I need you to make a copy of the Geth information you stole. Which I know you copied in their terminal during Feros. Chief asked. Ha, you may be a barbarian, but you are sharp with your wits. Cortana commented. But how come you need a copy? Talai almost figured you out, but once I told her I had the Geth information, I could give her it for her pilgrimage. Chief explained. I see. I'll work on it as soon as possible. Her hologram form then disappears as she gets to work on making a copy of the Geth information. Chief continues to lay on his bed, just thinking. He has a new weapon, he learns some new things from his crew, has some missions to do for Garrus and Rex, and gives the information for Talai. Talai. She has much to be expected for her, and this could help her out. He is willing to help her out for anything. Hey! This new feeling, he hasn't felt it in a long time. What could it be? Chapter 21, A Day to Remember. 1929 hours, March 7, 2560. SSV Normandy. Undisclosed location in the Maroon Sea Cluster. March 7. It was the Master Chief's birthday. Chief was just sitting in his room, since he didn't have anything to do, except wait for the council. He hates waiting. But then again, he has other things to do now until they call upon him again. Cortana told Chief that he should hang out with the crew a bit since it's his birthday, and should help speed up time. It was when he thought of something. Chief and his crew have to find Dr. Salan before Saren does. He has to help Rex with his family armor issue, and he has to deliver the Geth information to Talai, which Cortana just finished copying. Chief then thought of a plan for what to do. He'll deliver the information first, they find Salan next, then get Rex's armor last. Get the important task done first. He then leaves his room to help Talai, that way he can get it behind him. Then he'll have Joker head to Salan as soon as possible. He then sees Joe having dinner, since it was near the end of the day. The Spartan 4 then noticed him, and waved at him. Hey Chief, happy birthday! Chief then froze at what he said. How did he know it was his birthday? Oh, and I was quiet for his history. You know it was my birthday. Yet. After you were declared MIA, oh, and I showed more of your history in the National Museum in Washington. Joe explained. I see. Thank you. Chief nodded at him, while Joe gave a thumbs up and continued to eat his dinner. He didn't know that people knew what his birthday was today. This was very new. 1 minute later. He then made his way down to the garage, as everyone was doing their own thing like usual. The Spartan 2 then made it to the core room where the Quarian was doing her tasks. Talai turns around to notice the Chief, she calms herself a bit, still thinking about what Joe said a few days ago. Chief, what can I do for you? He then holds out his hand with the information chip. The copy of the Geth information I grabbed on Feros. Just as promised. Talai looked at it for a second, then slowly grabbed it. Knowing that this will help her people and her father. Thank you, Chief. This means a lot to me and my people. Talai said in a thankful tone. I don't know how to repay you. Anytime Talai. Chief was about to leave, until suddenly Talai hugged him, showing her gratitude to him. He didn't know how to handle this, since he hasn't had a hug in a long time. I am in your debt. Talai then ended the hug, as Chief was stunned from what just happened. He then got his head straight and nodded at her. He then leaves the room while Talai goes back to her post for a bit. She then thought of what Joe said a few days ago about her feelings for the Chief. You like him, don't you? Joe's voice echoed inside her head. Talus begins to blush like crazy under her helmet, not knowing what is happening to her. She doesn't feel sick or anything, and it can't be that she has feelings for Chief. Right? Back on the second floor. Chief then returns to the second floor of the ship, ready to tell Joker to head to the coordinates for Dr. Salan. He was still shocked from Talai's hug a bit ago, since he was not used to that. He got his head straight, and continued his walk to Joker's location. Suddenly, the intercom went on, it was Joker. Chief, the council wants to talk to you. Sounds like they might have another lead on Saren. Understood, Joker. Chief then makes his way to the COMM room on the first floor. Once he arrives, he turns on the communications so he could talk to the council. Only Tavos and Valern were on the call. Spiratus wasn't on, which was good since he's an ass. Master Chief, we just received word that we have found Matriarch Benezia. Tavos notified. Finally, another lead on Saren. This will help a lot since she is Saren's right hand. Where is she now? Chief asked. We believe she's on Novaria. It's an ice planet, but full of businesses. Valern explained. She might be making deals to help Saren and his army. We'll catch her, counselors. We have faith in you, Spartan. Good luck. Tavos said, as the two council members left the COMM. Chief then turns on the ship's intercom to talk to Joker. Joker, how far are we from Novaria? Not far, Chief. Should take us a day to get to. Joker replied, already putting the coordinates to the planet. Understood, get us there as soon as you can. Chief then turns off the COMM, and heads to his room for some rest. He's getting close to stopping Saren. And that's the chapter. Sorry if the chapter was short a bit, but it was very hard to write out a chapter for Chief's birthday. But at least I began on the Talai romance. I'm still not gonna make it as big yet, because I'm still trying to develop Chief's relationship with his crew. So it will take more time, most likely until Mass Effect 2, like in the original. Besides that, I got started on it, at least for Talai mostly. Anyways, thanks for reading the chapter, be sure to keep an eye out for the next one soon, hope to see you on the Spectre 117 Discord to discuss the story and maybe RP some ideas for it, and I'll catch you all later. Stay cool. Chapter 22, Mission Novaria. 1745 hours, March 8, 2560. Novaria orbit. Pax system, Horsehead Nebula. As the Normandy entered Novaria's atmosphere, the crew were in the CIC, getting ready for the mission. It was then Joe realized something. You know, Garrus, it just occurred to me. Yeah, Joe. We're only just now starting our third mission on finding Saren. What do you mean? Well, it feels like we have been looking for Saren for almost 8 months. But it's only been a few weeks since we joined the Chief and the Normandy. I know, right? The Spartan 2 glanced at the squad and silently approved. Pre-mission chatter aside, they were all geared up and ready for action. He then marched up to the cockpit as he saw the outline of Novaria's curvature out the window. Hey Chief! Armed to the teeth as always, I see. Joker commented. You do realize that we're just pulling into port, right? We're not going in hot like on Feros, so I don't think anyone is gonna try to shoot you. Yet. Chief replied. With suspected Geth activity in this system, I'm not letting my guard down. Attention, unidentified vessel. A squawking voice said over the COMM in a business-like tone. This is Novaria Control. Your arrival has not been scheduled. Our defense grid is armed and tracking you. Please state your identity and business. This is SSV Normandy and we're here for Citadel business. Joker answered. We've got a Council Spectre on board. I see. The voice replied. We'll grant you landing access. Sending you docking coordinates now. Be advised, we will be confirming identification upon arrival. If confirmation cannot be established, your vessel will be impounded. With that, the connection was cut and coordinates were uploaded to the Normandy's navigational HUD. What a fun bunch! Joker commented. I think I'll take my next leave here. The crew gather around the airlock, ready when the ship docks. I had to face with tears of joy. The first thing that stuck out to John as he walked out the airlock was Novaria's environment. It was cold. Very cold. The Normandy had to carefully navigate through a vicious blizzard in order to dock. This was not unexpected. The Codex mentioned that Novaria was essentially an ice planet. In fact, at -1 degree Celsius. Let's get moving. Chief said as he marched up the dock towards the port entrance proper. It'll get warmer the further in we go. Assuming we get further in. 5 said as they rounded the corner and saw an armed entourage waiting for them. We may have a problem already. I'll handle it. The Master Chief quietly replied as he held up a hand, bringing his team to a stop. The armed entourage mostly consisted of 2 human women, armed with shotguns and assault rifles. One had a very clear Asian heritage, most likely Japanese from the pale skin tone, while the other was blonde and had more of a North American or European look to her. Is there something wrong? Chief evenly asked. You'd better hope there isn't. The blonde woman growled. This is an unscheduled arrival. I need your credentials. The Japanese woman said. The Spartan II then turned on his Omni tool and held it aloft as it displayed the Spectre insignia. Spartan 117, Master Chief, Office of Special Tactics and Reconnaissance, here on official council business. Load of horse crap, ma'am. The blonde woman said to the other woman. Evidently, the Japanese woman was the superior officer. We will need to confirm that. The Japanese woman cautiously told the Spartan II. She was on edge. She knew how delicate this situation was. Also, I must advise you that firearms are not permitted in Novaria. Sergeant Sterling, secure their weapons. No sooner did the blonde woman, Sterling, take a step forward that the Master Chief immediately withdrew his BC-1 and pointed it at her. This prompted Sterling to withdraw her pistol, which prompted the crew to withdraw their own weapons. She withdrew her weapon and pointed at the chief in retaliation. The Japanese woman was the only one without a gun out as she simply stood there calmly. As I have already said, I'm with Special Tactics and Reconnaissance. The Spartan II stated. As such, I am well within my rights to remain armed and prepared for any hostile threats. Any attempts to forcefully disarm me will be interpreted as hostile action and I will defend myself accordingly. In other words, back off or we kill you. Rex snarled. Captain Matsuo, stand down. A female voice ordered over the dock speaker system. We confirmed their identity. Spectres are authorized to carry weapons here. The Japanese woman, Captain Matsuo, signaled her officers to lower their weapons. Once they did, the chief signaled his own team to do the same as he put away his own rifle. You may proceed, Spectre. Matsuo said. I hope the rest of your visit will be less confrontational. Parasine will meet you up the stairs. Behave yourself. Sterling gave one last warning as the entourage disbanded. With that confrontation dealt with, the crew proceeded onwards into the dock's lobby. The ceiling, walls, and floor were all concrete, creating the vague sense that the room was carved out of the mountain itself, which is probably exactly what they did in order to build this place. They ascended a flock of stairs next to a slanted fountain and passed a few people wearing business suits who looked like they were waiting for something. There was no doubt that they were here for entirely different reasons than the chief. They eventually came to the front desk, though not without passing wall-mounted scanners which began to give off a loud, low-pitched alarm as they passed through the detection field. Weapons detectors. Don't mind the alarms. A woman behind the desk said. She signaled another clerk standing at a computer and he nodded. With a few button presses, the alarms were deactivated. The woman looked towards the chief. She was a dark-skinned woman whose black hair was tied back into a bun on the back of her head. African or Middle Eastern descent if chief had to guess. I am Gianna Parasine, assistant to Administrator Ilos. The woman introduced herself. We apologize for the incident in the docking bay. You understand that our security chief was only doing her job. One of my duties is orientation of new arrivals. Do you have any questions? Has anyone unusual passed through here recently? The chief asked, cutting right to the chase as he always did. Unusual? Parasine asked. She thought about it for a few seconds. An Asari matriarch passed through here a few days ago. Lady Benezia. And just like that, the mission truly got started. Matriarch Benezia. A powerful biotic, influential Asari leader, and Saren Arterius's primary accomplice. The chief might not catch Saren here, but he could catch the next best thing. He silently vowed that this one wouldn't escape. However, he wasn't the only one who perked up at that name. Benezia? Lyra asked. She is here. Do you know where Matriarch Benezia is now? Chief asked Parasine. Benezia left for the Peak 15 research complex days ago. Parasine answered. To the best of my knowledge, she's still there. I need to speak with her. Spectre business. Chief stated. Of course, by speak he actually meant arrest, but Parasine was a civilian who didn't need to know that. How do I get to Peak 15? You'll need to ask Administrator Ilos for clearance to leave this port. His office is on the main level. Left at the top of the elevator. All right. Chief said with a nod. Let him know I'm heading up to see him. Of course. Parasine replied with a nod of her own. If you need any more help, you can ask me at the administrator's office. And with that, she turned on her heels and disappeared into some doorway behind the desk. Chief gestured to the team to follow as they all marched further down the hall, towards the elevator. She is here. I don't believe it. Lyra said as she marched up to the Spartan 2's side. I imagine you want to talk to me, Chief. About my mother. Actually, yeah. Chief replied. Think you could talk her into turning herself in peacefully? She might listen to you. Lyra seemed surprised by that suggestion. She seemed to think about it for a minute. I don't know. As I have said, my mother and I have not spoken in many years. Chief sighed, hoping to end this peacefully, but might have to resort to violence if it comes down to that. The Spartan 2 then walked up to the control panel and keyed the elevator. Few minutes later, when the elevator ride ended, the group found themselves in an incredibly large plaza-like area, divided into subsections by a network of stairs that started off to the left. Like in the docking area, the walls, floor, and ceiling were all made from concrete and rock. The far left wall was lined with giant slanted windows that showed the blizzard outside. Chief grimaced when he realized that he would have to navigate that blizzard to reach peak 15. All right. All of you, stay here and be on the lookout. I'll go talk to Administrator Ilos one-on-one. The crew flashed green lights on the HUD, agreeing to the chief. The Spartan 2 then proceeded down the flight of stairs to the left. At the far wall, just below the giant windows, he found a single door guarded by a pair of armed Magyar guards. From their bushy mane of feathers, larger beaks, and bulkier physique, the chief identified them as skirmishers. They eyed the chief warily as he passed them. He then entered a large, empty room. Once again, the walls, ceiling and floor were all made from concrete, just like every other room in this place. There were a few terminals, tables, and even some potted plants scattered along the edges of the room. He assumed that the plants were there to make the room feel less empty and more welcoming, but it didn't really work. The chief navigated through the empty foyer and passed through another glass door. Directly in front of him was Gianna Parasini again, standing behind a desk. She probably took an employee-only elevator to get up here, one that had to have been significantly faster than the one he used if she beat him up here already. Parasini then noticed the Spartan 2, and pressed a button on her desk panel. Mr. Ilos. Yes. What? What? A voice then came through the intercom. The Master Chief is asking to see you, sir. Parasini said. Right, fine. Come in. Ilos said, sounded like he was in a hurry. Parasini took her finger off the button. She smiled, shrugged, and gestured around her. The Master Chief walked around the stone wall behind her and through the door that led into Ilos' office. The office was very spacious, as well as rather lavish. Sitting behind a desk with 3 different computer screens on it was a Salarian. He was wearing a blue suit. Ilos looks up at the Spartan 2, wanting to get this over with. You will excuse me if I don't stand up. I have no time to entertain refugees from that urban blight called Earth. And from that, the chief knew this guy was gonna be an ass to him. He was in a rush, so he had no time to waste time with this Salarian. I'm looking for Matriarch Benezia. Chief said. I understand she passed through here a few days ago. That she did. Ilos said with a nod. Along with a personal escort and some cargo. She's currently up at peak 15. What kind of personal escort did she have? Asari commandos. Commandos are military. I thought visitors weren't allowed to carry firearms. They followed all our regulations. I had no reason to forbid Lady Benezia from taking the commandos with her. Ilos answered as he was already getting tired of this conversation. What about her cargo? Chief asked. Large, heavy, and sealed. It passed weapon screening, so we didn't see any reason to worry about it. Why is she here? If I knew, I wouldn't say. She came here as Agent Saren Arterius's executor. The Spartan's brain instinctively raised a red flag at the mention of Saren's name. She is here on business for Binary Helix. There were issues over at peak 15 that required Saren's attention. Ilos continued on. I need to get to peak 15, ASAP. Chief told the administrator. I'm afraid that you cannot. Peak 15, like all our other research labs, is a privately owned facility in the Skadi Mountains. I need to get up there and speak with Benezia. That's the entire reason I'm here. Getting up to that lab is critical to my investigation. In case you haven't noticed, there's a real nasty blizzard going on outside. All shuttles are grounded and surface access has been cut off, so you couldn't reach peak 15 even if you were allowed to try. Not even your Spectre authorization can help you. Am I clear? Ilos gave a serious look at the Spartan 2. Crystal. Chief said before he turned around and walked out of Ilos' office. Well, that was a bust. Cortana commented. So I guess we'll be shooting our way to peak 15. I don't want to do anything too rash. Chief said as he walked past Parasini's desk. There's gotta be some other way. Mr. Ilos isn't the only one with a pass to leave Hanshan. Chief suddenly heard someone mutter. He turned and saw Parasini standing behind her desk. Gone was the perky and polite secretary that guided Chief through Novaria's dock. In her place was someone who gave off an entirely different air. She looked at the Chief with a smirk and a raised eyebrow. You've never worked in the corporate world, have you, Master Chief? Parasini asked as the Chief walked up to her. You can't bludgeon through bureaucracy. So how do I beat it? Chief asked, his guard raised. This was definitely not the same Parasini he met earlier. It would seem that there was more to her than met the eye. Talk to Lorik Kiin. You should be able to find him at the hotel bar, he's a Thorian. Can't say more. Not within earshot of Mr. Ilos. Thanks. No need to thank me, Spartan. Parasini's smirk grew. This is my job, after all. Truthfully, the Master Chief didn't altogether trust Gianna Parasini. Mostly because his gut was telling him that she wasn't helping him out of the kindness of her heart, not completely anyway. She had an ulterior motive, that much was clear as day. Still, he didn't have much of a choice. With Administrator Ilos locking him down, the only way to peak 15 that the Spartan could see now was through the mysterious Lorik Kiin. Parasini said that Kiin could be found in the hotel bar, though she failed to specify which hotel exactly. According to Cortana, that was because she didn't need to. Hanshan was not a large port and so only had one hotel, where Novaria's many wealthy visitors stayed as they conducted their business on the planet. It was located on the other side of the port, through the Novarian markets, further down the plaza. Chief returns to the crew to discuss what to do next, since they can't go to peak 15 at this time yet. What's the plan, Chief? Can't go to peak 15? Fives asked. No, the administrator doesn't seem to want to cooperate with us. Chief explained. Luckily, his assistant gave me a lead for a different pass to peak 15. So what's our play, sir? Echo questions. We need to find a Thorian, named Lorik Kiin. He might have a way to get to peak 15. He's at the hotel bar, so not too far from here. Then let's get moving, sir. Caden noted. The crew then made their way to the elevator to the hotel bar. Few minutes later. After another few minutes of an elevator ride, the Master Chief and his crew arrived in the hotel, located on Port Hanshan's mezzanine level. On the left was another series of large windows that allowed the natural light in. However, the blizzard outside was getting worse, as the light shining in was no longer pure white, but more of a blue-silver tone, like the light of a full moon. It was a reminder that the chief was running out of time. To the right was the hotel bar proper, and he soon saw that calling it a bar was an understatement. It was structured more like a nightclub, complete with a hovering holographic logo of some kind above the bar itself and pulsing music that was good for dancing. It had not one, but two levels, the ground floor and a large balcony above. He then sees a lone Thorian sitting at a table near the hotel entrance, enjoying drinks all by himself. He was wearing a blue business suit tailored for his species. The group marched over to the table. The Thorian looked up at them as they approached. Lorik Kiin. That would be me, yes. Kiin drooled. I need your help. Chief said, cutting straight to the point. Kiin leaned back in his seat and took a couple of seconds to eye the group, then Chief. The Thorian's skull was black, his face was grey, and his facial tattoos of choice was an elaborate pattern of stark white stripes all across his face, as well as a mark on his forehead. The Chief could see his yellow eyes moving up and down, examining him. You are the Spectre who just arrived, are you not? He asked. What could an old Thorian like me possibly help you with? We need to leave Port Hanshan. Chief said. But Administrator Ilos won't give us clearance. You need a garage pass. How fortuitous. The Spartan 2 was on high alert now. Despite the fact that the Kiin was obviously unarmed, he could tell that the old Thorian was sizing him up like a potential enemy combatant. I'm the manager of the local Synthetic Insights office, for the moment at least. Kian went on. Mr. A has closed my office. He claims to be investigating reports of my corruption. But really, it's the other way around. That a fact? Chief asked. Indeed. I recently acquired evidence of. What is that charming human expression? Skeletons in his basement? His hired goons are ransacking my office to find it. Here is my proposal: if you recover that evidence from my office, I will give you my garage pass, as well as a sum of credits. You have a pass. As I said, I'm a manager. Most executives in Novaria are free to come and go as they will, managers included. How do I know yours is still good? Chief skeptically asked. If you're on Ilos' bad side, he would have cancelled your pass clearance. Why should he? Kian asked. There's nothing outside but snow. All right then. The Master Chief and his crew would head up to Kian's office, grab the evidence, and come back. Simple enough. There was really only one obstacle. What can you tell me about Ilos' thugs? The Spartan 2 asked, wanting an idea of what kind of fight he was about to get into. Violence against them may be necessary. Kian said. Ilos has members of Han Shan's security team searching my offices. He's paying them under the table. Ms. Matsuo is unaware of their outside employment. Chief remembered Sterling, as the blonde-haired guard at the dock who seemed far less than happy about his arrival on the planet. The revelations that she was a biotic, one that he would probably have to fight, was not an altogether pleasant one. Still, she was just a dirty guard, so hopefully she wouldn't give him as much trouble. I think I can handle them. The Spartan 2 said. Excellent. Kian approved. He pulled out a card from his pocket and handed it to the Spartan 2. Here is my pass into our offices. It will activate the elevator. He pulled something else out of his pocket, an OSD, and handed it to the chief as well. The evidence is on my office computer. This OSD contains an encryption key to access it. Slide it into the drive and it will auto-execute. Oh, and do try to keep blood stains off the carpets, would you? Chief nodded as he took everything from Kian and stuck them in the pockets of his utility belt. He and the crew then turned around and headed back to the elevator that would take them back to the main level of Port Han Shan. Joe feels that they're gonna use a lot of elevators for this mission. Another few minutes. They then took another elevator, making it to the level where Kian's at. Kian's office pass worked perfectly, allowing the crew access. They walked into what appeared more like a two-story apartment suite than an office. Directly in front of them was a room, to their right were a few large bookshelves and beyond those were the stairs leading up to the second-floor balcony above. Of course, he only noticed that after he noticed all the guards who all trained their eyes on him the moment he walked in. Freeze! One of the guards, a human woman said. Han Shan Security. This office is sealed. And why is that? Chief asked, even though he already knew. The group was already assessing their situation, it didn't look too good. The guards were walking over from the bookshelves, and they could see more stationed on the balcony already pointing their rifles at them. Their motion detector also noted 4 more guards positioning themselves behind them. The opening shots weren't even fired yet, and they were already surrounded. The administrator's orders. Lorik Kian is under investigation. The guard replied. First and last warning, Spectre. Leave. Now. She darkly added. I know Ilos is paying you all to shake this place down. Chief stated. The guard's expression changed from a tough-as-nails corporate cop to a 5-year-old child who just got caught with their hands in the cookie jar. Well well well. Look who it is. Said a familiar voice. The group turned towards the source. It was Sergeant Sterling, the security officer who greeted them earlier at the dock. Trailing behind were 6 Kig-Yar skirmishers, armed with plasma pistols. I don't think you're supposed to be here, Spectre. I think we both knew I was gonna stick my nose somewhere. Chief countered. Stand down and let me grab what I came for, and I'll forget to mention the names and faces of everyone here. Trust me, you want to take his offer. Joe replied. A few of the guards were backing away from the chief, knowing the stories of the Master Chief. Sterling rolled her eyes. Oh fine. She said as her biotic aura flared up and she walked up to the chief. Watch. I'll smack him around. Thwack. With her arms at her sides and her face unprotected, she was a perfect target. The chief struck Sterling right in the forehead with an open palm strike with the force of a semi-truck slamming on the brakes. Not enough to be lethal, but enough to give the sergeant a minor concussion. The biotic stood there, dazed for a second, before promptly passing out. The guards stared at the limp body of their biotic commanding officer, visibly shocked judging from their bulging eyes. They all then turned towards the Master Chief. "Anyone else feel confident?" he asked. The guards responded by immediately running towards the exit to the office. About half of them made it before the elevator filled up. As the elevator descended, the rest of the guards took defensive positions at the end of the entrance hall and pointed their guns at the chief. "Don't come any closer or we'll shoot." "We mean it," one of the guards nervously yelled, his voice breaking a little, while another furiously pounded the elevator call button. With that distraction out of the way, the group then proceeded to look for Kian's personal computer, taking his time in doing so. By the time they found the computer and downloaded the evidence, the second elevator arrived and every last guard was gone. Sterling was beginning to rise to her feet. She actually impressed the Spartan with how quickly she recovered from the blow. She moaned in pain as she cradled her forehead. The chief then lightly smacked her in the back of the head with the butt of his pistol, knocking her out again. He calmly knelt over her body, bound her with her own cuffs, confiscated her biotic amp, and headed for the elevator. "Yeah, that's gonna hurt for a bit," Talai commented. The chief was surprised again to find Anoli's secretary, Gianna Parzini, waiting for him outside the elevator. "Master Chief." Several dozen guards were seen leaving the Synthetic Insights office, with Sergeant Kara Sterling notably missing. "Would you know anything about it?" The crew looked at each other for a bit, until Chief came up with his answer. "Let's just say, they know who I was and left the room for my investigation." "Smart-ass, hey," she said. Just like that, the sweet tone of the secretary was gone. In its place was something harder, with more edge, and strangely familiar to the Master Chief. "That's fine. I can work with that. Meet me in the hotel bar, before you talk to Kian. I'll be waiting." With that, the secretary turned on her heels and walked away. The chief should have seen this part coming. Parzini had wanted something from him from the very beginning, and now it was time to lay all the cards out on the table. The Spartan too was actually relieved in a way. He was getting tired of being in the dark. The group looked at each other for a second in confusion, not knowing what's happening. They then headed towards the hotel bar for some answers. Another elevator ride. They arrive at the bar, as they see the secretary and walk over to her. Parzini noticed them approaching and stood up. Suddenly, the Master Chief recognized her aura. The subtle rigidness with which she now carried herself, back straight and chin slightly raised. The way she walked over to meet him. These signs were invisible to the naked eye, but plain as day to someone who had been a soldier literally his whole life. He knew exactly what Parzini was now. "Allow me to reintroduce myself," Parzini began. She then, to the surprise of everyone but the Master Chief, saluted. "Agent Parzini, Office of Naval Intelligence Section 1, Undercover Branch." Chief returned the salute. "Ma'am." Joe followed suit, since he was a Spartan as well. "They are still under the command of ONI. At ease, soldiers," Parzini replied as they relaxed. "What's ONI doing here?" Kaiden asked. "The executive board knows of Anoli's corruption. I've been undercover for 6 months. I want you to convince Kian to testify before the board. With his evidence, can run profitable again. In helping ONI with this matter, you will not only score a huge political victory for the Alliance, but I'll personally see to it that you get a pass so you can complete your own mission on this ice ball." "I'll convince him, ma'am," Chief replied with a nod. "You know where I work. Come talk to me once you know if he'll play ball." She then downed the last of her lager and turned to leave the bar. Chief turned to his team. "Wait here. I'll go talk to Kian." On that, he walked towards Kian's table. "Always a pleasure, Spectre." Kian greeted as the chief approached his table. "Any news on that matter I asked you to look into?" "I have it, but an undercover ONI agent who's been investigating Anoli's told me everything. She says we need your testimony to help bring Anoli's to justice." Kian huffed at this. "Now that you have my property, you want to dictate how I use it. I know what ONI wants to do. They want to crucify Chalk for all the galaxy to see. He'll be tried by the highest courts in Palaven, possibly even the Citadel Council themselves. I have no interest in a public spectacle. Especially not one of that magnitude. You could be a hero to these people. No one here seems to like Anoli's works here. My employers rely on the goodwill of the executive board to work here. The board is investigating Ilos. They'll be more angry at him than at you. Chief finished. Kian was silent for a time. Then, he sighed. You're going to keep pushing me on this until I say yes, aren't you? That's my plan. Chief replied. Kian huffed again. All right, I'll testify. Go make whatever arrangements you need with your contact. I will wait here. Chief nodded at the Turin. He then calls his team over and they leave the bar. 1 minute later. After another elevator ride down to the main room, the group then made their way to Ilos' office to take him down. Spartan. Parzini formally greeted the Master Chief as he and the team entered her office. Is Kian in? It took some convincing, but he's agreed to testify. Chief replied. Parzini smiled from ear to ear. Perfect. I'll take that evidence for safe transport. You did a hell of a thing today, Chief. My days isn't over yet. Chief said as he handed Parzini the OSD. I still have a matriarch to find. Right. Parzini said as she gave the Spartan 2 the garage pass. Be careful up there. Now if you'll excuse me, I have an arrest to make. Wish I had time to change into something easy to move in. I hate skirts. With that, Parzini turned around and headed into Ilos' office to make the arrest. Chief held up the garage pass to his visor. Finally. Rex said. Maybe now we can actually go kill something. We learned a bit about Peak 15 while you were talking to Ilos a bit ago. Ashley said. Apparently, Peak 15's always been kinda shady. Factor in that it's run by a company that Saren's heavily invested in, and it looks like we'll be stepping into something real nasty. Including the Asari commandos, this will prove to be a challenge. The Arbiter added. Chief nodded at them, before telling the next phase of the mission. Everyone knows the drill. Stay alert. Gurus finished the Spartan 2's statement for him. At this point in the campaign against Saren and his Geth, those 2 words had been all but drilled into the brains of the team. Chief smiled. Ashley was probably right in that whatever was waiting for the Spartan 2 on Peak 15 couldn't be good. But with a team like this at his command, a team that he began to trust, and trust the Spartan 2 in return, he felt confident that he could handle whatever fate threw at him. It was then that the group heard the office door open again. Out came Parzini, trying to drag a cuffed Ilos out of his office. This is an outrage. I'll see you never work in this sector again. He yelled out. Yet. Get a move on. Parzini hissed as she winced. Ilos then looks at the chief. You. Spartan. I demand you place this bitch under arrest. You have the right to remain silent. I wish to God you'd exercise it. Parzini stated, as she continued to drag him out. See you around the galaxy, Master Chief. I owe you a beer. The 2 of them then exited, leaving the group alone in the office. Glad that's over with. 5 said. Let's get moving. Chief ordered, as he and the group then made their way to the Peak 15. One final elevator ride for a bit. After another elevator ride, they made it inside the garage, and got past the security check. Suddenly, Geth appeared in the garage, most likely what was in Benezia's crates when arriving. Luckily, the crew quickly took them out in a snap, as Chief used the BC-1 that Liz made. The gun acted like a normal battle rifle, firing 3 shots. But instead of bullets, it fired 3 carbine rounds. Truly an outstanding weapon. He has to take a note for himself to give a recommendation to the Alliance to try out Liz's inventions. Once the room was clear, the crew then walked around a bit in the garage. They then found 2 Makos on standby. They figured that would be the best way to get through the blizzard. They split up into 2 groups. Chief, Arbiter, Ashley, Kaden, Fives, and Rex in one Mako. Gurus, Talai, Joe, Echo, and Lyra in the other Mako. Gurus took the wheel, that way Joe won't drive crazy like Feros, and that Talai won't be riding with Chief, since he's also a crazy driver. With that, the 2 groups drove off to Peak 15 and tried to capture Benezia. Chapter 23, Horror of Peak 15. 1953 hours, March 8, 2560. Novaria. Peak 15. Pax System, Horsehead Nebula. After about 10 minutes in the blizzard, fighting off Geth forces, Chief and his group made it to Peak 15. Since the garage door was blocked with snow and a damaged vehicle, the group went on foot. They then enter the building to see where they are at for the mission. As they made it inside the garage, they were suddenly ambushed by Geth and 2 Krogan merches. Caden used a biotic wrap to capture most of the Geth, while the others finished them off quickly. The Arbiter ran towards the 2 Krogan, having his energy sword ready. He then slashes at both of their heads, killing the 2 Krogan instantly. Chief looked around, making sure the area was secured. Clear. The intercoms went off, a robotic woman's voice making an announcement. User alert. All Peak 15 facilities have suffered a great deal of damage. Biohazard materials present through the facility. Virtual intelligence user interface offline. We should get those reactors back online. Might help on our mission. Echo replied. Chief nodded, and made the hand signal to move out. As they proceeded deeper into the depths of the mountain complex, the team would occasionally stop and search a room for any possible clues to Benezia's whereabouts. Most of the rooms they passed through were offices and small labs. All the while, the only sound they heard was the dim hum of the lights and the occasional beeping of an unmanned computer interface. Okay, what's with these places with creepy things happening? First Feros, now this place. Joe comments. As they continued on, they noticed a hallway entrance, where 2 turrets were facing a different direction. Why are the turrets facing the wrong way? Ashley asked. They want to keep their people in as much as they want to keep others out. Rex said. The team eventually came to an elevator. Watching the hall behind them warily, Chief called the elevator. Eventually, it arrived, illuminated only by an eerie red light. The team piled into the elevator and the ride was long, longer than most elevator rides even. The creepy red emergency lighting did nothing to ease nerves, including the creepy music. At long last, the elevator doors opened to reveal a hallway, one whose floor was covered in snow. Cortana. Is it safe? Chief asked, knowing that snow could indicate a breach that would let the far below freezing atmosphere outside come in and freeze the crew to death. There's definitely a temperature drop, but nothing lethal. Cortana said. That said, this does indicate that temperature control systems are slowly failing, at least in certain parts of the complex. Forward. Chief ordered. Slow and steady. The group pressed onward, still moving very slowly, still expecting an enemy to come out of nowhere at any given second. The crunching their boots made as they walked over the snow was the loudest thing in the entire complex at that moment, and only put the team even more on edge. Eventually, they entered another hallway, one with windows on one wall that overlooked a large room. Chief looked outside and saw that the large room's floor was also covered in snow. He also spied a particularly large pile of snow that seemed to reach up to another hallway on the large room's adjacent wall. Just his luck, he supposed. At the end of the hallway was the entrance to the large room, as well as an entrance to another smaller room. They were about to fan out and search the room when the chief felt his boot step on something hard and lumpy. He looked down and lifted his boot, seeing crushed circuitry underneath. Familiar circuitry. He knelt down and brushed away some of the snow. It was a Geth. A dead one. The Spartan 2 had accidentally stepped on and crushed its flashlight head. He pulled the corpse out of the snow and noticed 2 things. 1, its entire lower body was missing. And 2, it had a hole in its chest. Upon closer examination, it almost looked like the edges of the hole were melted, as was some of the Geth's inner circuitry. It was then that the crew heard metal groan and creak, the sound making everyone withdraw their preferred weapons. Chief gestured the team to follow him. One by one, they stepped out of the room and into the larger, snow-covered room from which the sound originated. They heard it again. What is that? Ashley harshly whispered through gritted teeth. Animals, wind. Rex listed off all the things he presumably assumed. This place is in bad shape. Suddenly, weird creatures appeared around the crew, with a murderous intent. They took them down easily, mostly by Joe, Talai, and Rex. Since they had shotguns. With that, Chief walked over to one of the bug corpses to get a better look at it. It had a hard, brownish-red exoskeleton and had a vaguely hunched-over posture. It had a grand total of 8 limbs, 4 crab-like legs, a pair of small, tyrannosaur-like arms on its chest, and 2 long tendrils on its back. The claws on the tendrils were most definitely dangerous weapons. Chief held up the creature's limp head by its antennae to gaze into the face of this new enemy. Its maw was made up of 5 bony mandibles arranged in a cone shape, and its eyes were small, black, and beady. Terrifying though it was, it pleased the Spartan 2 to see that his new foe was killable. No different from Covenant, Geth, or anything else he's fought. What were those things? Kaiden panted. My guess, Saren's project. Gurus said as Chief let go of the bug's antennae. Giant, acid-spitting spiders. Talai all but whined. As if the Geth weren't bad enough. Chief looks at everyone, knowing that wasn't the last of the bugs. Let's keep moving. The group continued onward till they found something to help them out. They eventually arrived at another elevator which, just like the last one they used, was lit by emergency lighting that was more eerie and uncomfortable than its designers likely intended. After another few agonized minutes of waiting, the doors soon opened. The group then stepped out into a room filled with computers and generators. They also felt a slight surge of warmth as they entered, signifying that temperature control was still working in the area. The squad welcomed the reprieve from the cold. Joe then saw a power box for the place and went to see if it was on. It wasn't, so he restarted it and some of the system were back on, but must be manually repaired. I think we're in the station's VI server room. Unfortunately for us, it's offline. Plug me in and I'll bring up peak 15 readouts. Cortana said. While no one was looking, Chief plugs Cortana on the server. A few seconds passed, she returned, and the VI was back online. This system is programmed to respond to the name Myra. May I ask your name? It asked. Spartan 117, Special Tactics and Reconnaissance. Chief identified himself, hoping his Spectre status would give him maximum clearance. One moment please. Myra replied. She paused. Council authority confirmed. You are entitled to secure access to all systems. Please note that queries relating to corporate secrets require privileged access. Privileged access is only available to Binary Helix executives. This system is ready to process queries. You may access me at any holographic interface within Peak 15. Where's Matriarch Benezia? Chief asked. Lady Benezia departed on the passenger tramway to the Rift Station subsidiary labs. Myra replied. User alert. The tramway system is currently inoperable. How do I fix it? Chief asked. One moment please. Diagnostics in progress, critical failure, main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required. Critical failure, landline connections are disabled. Passenger tram systems are offline. Report complete. Chief nodded and turned her off, then looked at the crew. We know what we need to do now. Restart the main reactor and restore the landlines. Both should bring the tram system back online. I suggest splitting into two groups. We will have time on our side if we have both tasks down at the same time. Arbiter replied. Agreed. Chief then looks at everyone. Joe, lead Talai, Rex, Fives, Echo, and Gurus to the landlines and restart them. Understood, sir. Joe saluted to the Spartan 2. Everyone else, with me to the main reactor. Chief order. Everyone nodded and went to their assigned missions. Joe's group took an elevator to the landlines while Chief's team took an elevator to the main reactor. Joe's team. The team made it to the roof, where the landlines were. Satisfied that the cold wouldn't kill the group, Joe scanned the roof. There were multiple power transformers on the roof, pillars that were bunched in groups of anywhere from 4 to a dozen. He grimaced under his helmet. All the transformers made this an excellent spot for an ambush. I'll proceed forward and check for ambushes. Cover me. Joe ordered. He took a step forward. Screeches and squeals were heard as insectoids appeared from behind the pillars. Nice work on finding an ambush. Rex quipped as he biotically pushed one of the bugs. Gurus, Talai, Fives, and Echo opened fire on the other big bugs while Joe ran towards the landlines, while using his pistol to get through the bugs. He checked around to see any damage, but nothing. It was shut off from the ice. Joe then wiped off the cold ice and pressed the reset button. The landlines were back online. The crew was also able to finish off the last of the bugs while he was doing his task. All right, let's head back down to the others. Joe ordered, as the group returned to the elevator and took a ride back down to the VI server room. Chief's team. As they made their way to the main reactor, Chief saw a Geth ambush was all set up for them. A few Geth hoppers, a few soldiers, and a juggernaut. Chief then has the Arbiter use his cloak to sneak behind them. Once Thel was behind the juggernaut, Chief used his BC-1 to take out the hoppers, as the Arbiter exited out of his cloak and took out the juggernaut with his energy sword. Kaiden used a biotic wrap to capture the remaining Geth, as Ashley and Lyra quickly took them out. "Plug me in the reactor, Chief," Cortana replied. While no one was looking, Chief plugged her in, and a few seconds later, the system was back online. She then returns into her AI chip. "Let's regroup with the others," Chief orders, as he and his team return to the elevator. Hopefully, the tramway is back online. Back in VI server room, the two teams return from their assignments to restart the tramway and regroup. They saw everything was working again and they made their way to the tramway. They took another elevator ride and then took the tram, hopefully to Benezia. 10 minutes later. Now arriving at Rift Station. Binary Helix Research Facility. Myra's voice said as the tram pulled into the tram station. The tram doors swooshed open, the team cautiously stepped out into a tram plaza, just like the one back at Central Station. Up ahead were two doors, a red neon sign hovering over each one. "Head through the one on the left, Chief," Cortana instructed. "I can already tell that the other one is locked. Probably best to take the path of least resistance for the moment." The chief motioned for his team to follow through the left doorway. It led to a smaller room with two elevator doors on the right side. Again, red neon signs hovered above the doors. The sign on the left depicted an open flame, the words Hot Labs emblazoned beneath. Chief made a note to possibly investigate the Hot Labs later, since the door was locked. The group piled into the right elevator, which then ascended. Yet another eerie ride later, the elevator door opened, to reveal a trio of guards pointing rifles at the elevator entrance. "Stand down," ordered a bald human as the group approached. "Sorry, we couldn't be sure what was on the tram." Captain Ventrails, head of Rift Station Security. Spartan 117, Master Chief. Special Tactics and Reconnaissance. Chief introduced himself. Ventralis gave the chief an odd look. "Hey. Well, I won't look a heavily armed horse in the mouth. What happened here?" Ventralis sighed. "The aliens overran the Hot Labs last week. Only Han Ola got out, but he ain't all there anymore. The first we knew, the bastards were clawing into my command post. We had a lot more staff then. You were taken by surprise and had civilians to protect," Chief said. "You did what you could." "Yeah? Sure as hell doesn't feel like it. Anyway, the board sent an emissary to clean up the mess. She went into the Hot Labs yesterday, and we haven't heard from her since." "Did she give you her name?" "Yeah. Benezia," Ventralis replied. "You lookin' for her?" "I am." "Well, there's an emergency elevator out by the trams," Ventralis said as he fished a keycard out of his belt. "This card will let you activate it. It can take you down to the Hot Labs. If you need any first aid, Dr. Cohen's downstairs in the med bay." Chief grabbed it and nodded at the captain. Suddenly, they hear banging coming from the vents. "Hell! Man the perimeter!" Ventralis ordered as he and his guards took position behind the piles of crates that was their makeshift barricade, while the group grabbed out their weapons on the ready. After a bit of rumbling, a pair of the larger bugs burst through open vents in front of the elevators. Everyone, both the group and Ventralis's guards, opened fire. With so much firepower being poured into them, the bugs didn't last long. "Clear," one of the guards said, giving Ventralis his cue to breathe again. "Thanks for the help," he gratefully said to the Spartan 2 in between pants. "Every few hours, they come up through the tram tunnel. It's actually better since we locked down the elevator." Chief then thought if these bugs were still attacking these men and civilians, then there was gonna be a problem. They won't last long on their own. It was then that the chief thought of a plan. Chief then hands the keycard to Kaden. "Take everyone to the Hot Labs, find out if Benezia is there. If she is, call me to join," he instructed. "I'm gonna stay here to protect the civilians, until the bugs are gone." "You sure you'll be alright, Chief?" Talai asked in concern. "I'll be fine, Talai. Now go. We have a mission to finish." They all nodded at him and headed towards the elevator. When the crew was gone, Chief had a feeling something was wrong. As he grabbed out his pistol, it was too late. He got electrocuted and fell to the ground. "Sorry Chief, but we have our orders from Benezia," Ventralis replied. He and the guards then dragged him a bit into an empty room, locking the door, so he won't escape them. With the group. As the group finally made it back down the tramway level, they began heading to the hot lab doors, until Joe noticed something and walked over to it. "Guys, look at this." Joe gestured over, as everyone walked over to see what he was looking at. A bunch of AI chips. Back before humanity joined the galactic community. I guess this was one of the places where they moved it after they confiscated them from us. Ashley scoffingly replied. "Do you think Saren might use them for the Geth?" Fives asked. "Not if we stop him first. Come on, let's go see if Benezia is in the hot labs." Caden ordered. As everyone followed him, Joe quickly grabbed a chip for a souvenir. They then entered another elevator and it began taking them to the hot lab. They then entered another elevator and it began taking them to the hot lab. Back with Chief. Chief then got back up after getting the shock off him, and looked around to see what happened. "Thank God you're still alive." Cortana comments. "Looks like they were working for Benezia." Chief then noticed his weapons were taken, so he couldn't shoot his way out. He then looks around the room to see an escape, but there was nothing. There was a terminal, but he couldn't contact the team from it. There was only one option, and he's gonna hate it. "Cortana, I need you to enter the system and find the others. Warn them that Vent Rails is working with Benezia." Chief said. "Understood, Chief." She knew that this was the only way to complete the mission and everyone to survive. Chief plugged Cortana in the system, and she traveled to the crew's location. Back with the group. The group then made it to the hot labs. As they went inside, Benezia was nowhere in sight, but only a lab researcher. He was sitting in a chair, looked in shock and scared. The group was being very careful with him, due to the last person on Feros who was in this kind of state. He then looks at the crew in a desperate scared tone. "Are you here to secure the situation?" "Sir, relax. You're safe now," Caden assured. "You must listen to me. If we do not contain our mistake, they will drop bombs from the battle stations. You understand?" "Bombs?" Talai screeched out. "Sir, we'll deal with these things as soon as possible. But I need you to tell us where the Asrai matriarch is," Caden asked in a calmly serious tone. "Asari? I have not seen one," the scientist answered. Lyra breathes in relief. "She is safe at Rift Station. This is not important. You must listen. Binary Helix found an egg. It was on a derelict ship, thousands of years drifting. What was special about this egg?" Fives asked. He then looked like he saw a ghost before telling his answer. This was a Rachne ship. Inside, they found many eggs in cryogenic suspicion. "That's impossible. My people killed them off many years ago," Rex said out loud. "And you're saying that an egg from a Rachne hatched?" Echo asked. "Yes. Very tough to be frozen for so long. That it survived for centuries. This is miraculous." He paused a bit. "Binary Helix plan to clone Rachne. Mass-produce them. Create an army. But when they get here, they find this egg is not a common Rachne. It is a queen. That doesn't sound good," Garis commented. "After she lays eggs, they move her to Rift Station. They are thinking that without her, they can raise the babies to be obedient. Obviously, they were wrong," Ashley replied. This was exactly the wrong thing to do. I am thinking that without a queen, Rachne would not develop properly. Her mind is shaping theirs. These Rachne are uncontrollable." Thel then thought of something. This must be why Saren is after the creature. Either discovering the past of the Protheans, or including in his army. Everyone looks at the Arbiter, agreeing with his idea of what Saran is after on this planet. They then look back at the researcher. "What else can you tell us?" Caden asked. "They must be euthanized. I am thinking that the neutron protocol must be set off." He answers. "How do we set it off?" Joe asked. "Arming controls are nearby. All you do is insert the key. Then I will give Myra destruct CO." Before he could finish, he was stabbed by a Rachne, as it threw him to the side, killing the researcher instantly. Suddenly, 2 more Rachne appeared, surrounding the group. Luckily, they quickly took them down thanks to some biotic action and quick gun work. Joe went up to the dead researcher and got the code. They then walked to the next room to open up Myra and input the neutron protocol to kill the Rachne for the time being. As they reached the terminal, it began to bug out. Mari didn't appear, but a blue/purple color appeared from the terminal, revealing a familiar face. Mari didn't appear, but a blue/purple color appeared from the terminal, revealing a familiar face. Everyone froze at this. They were told that Cortana was deleted. Yet here she stands before them. Hello everyone, pleasure to finally meet you all. She then looks at Thel. Arbiter, it's been a while. Everyone was still silent at this, until Joe broke it. Cortana, you're alive, how? There's no time to explain. Listen, Chief is in danger. Ventrails is working for Benezia and he captured him. Cortana explained. Everyone returned focus after hearing that Chief was captured. Please. He needs you now more than ever. Joe then walks up to her, and shows her the codes. Activate the neutron protocol, then we can go save him. He then pulls out the AI chip he took. Together. Cortana nods at him, as she copies the code and activates the protocol. She then hops in the chip so she can travel with the group again, and Joe then puts the chip behind his helmet. Luckily, since it was a Mark V Mjolnir helmet copy, it still had the AI port. Talai wasn't too keen on the idea of working with an AI, but she doesn't care about that right now. All that matters right now is to save the chief before anything else happens. The group then heard screaming outside the room. More Rachne appeared, but the crew was prepared. We're gonna sprint this. Don't fall behind. Caden ordered. Green lights went off the teamcom. The crew then sprinted towards the elevator, killing a few Rachne in the process. When the elevator went up, explosions went off, killing the Rachne. 15 minutes later. The crew made it back to the previous level where they left Chief. Now knowing that Ventrails will attack them, they were ready. Talai then spotted the Chief's weapons and grabbed them. They then reached the door where Ventrails and guards will most likely be waiting for. Joe, Talai, you two go free the Chief. We'll give you cover. Caden ordered. The two nodded at him, as the door opened, revealing Ventrails and the other soldiers. Oh shit! Open fire! Ventrails ordered, as he and his men began firing at him. Joe and Talai ran towards the door to free the Spartan 2, while the others provided cover fire for them. Joe then punches the door lock, breaking the door as it opens up, with Chief on the ready to fight. Joe then handed Cortana back as she jumped back into her original AI chip. We're gonna have a long talk after this mission is over. Talai replies as she returns the Chief's weapons to him. He nodded as he went behind cover to take out the enemy soldiers. Joe then looked at her, and she could tell he was smirking under his helmet. Not a single word. She then ran towards cover as well. I didn't say anything, but I won't deny it. He followed suit and began to fire back at the enemy. Chief then made his way to Caden to get the set rep. What's the situation? The bug creatures are Rachne, creatures that went extinct thousands of years ago. We think Saren either wants them for an army or something for the Protheans. Caden explains. Also, Benezia is in the Rift Station labs. Understood. We need to head to the lab right away. Chief replied. Setting up directions now. Cortana then put up the map directions on everyone's HUD. This should lead us to Benezia's location. Alright everyone, get ready to run. We're gonna get to Benezia and stop her. Chief replied. Green lights went off on the HUD, as everyone got ready. Go. The crew began running as they took out the guards left and right, including killing off Ventrails. They continue to run, as they follow the map that Cortana pointed out. They then made it to the door where Benezia was at. Weapons check. Chief ordered. This could get ugly. Once everyone checked their weapons and winked green, Chief opened the door, and the crew proceeded through the airlock and into the secure lab. The first thing immediately visible about the secure lab was its sheer size. It was a massive chamber, almost as big as a small warehouse. The next thing immediately visible was an incredibly large Rachne sealed inside an equally large glass tank that was about 20 feet in front of them. And standing by the Rachne was the last thing immediately visible, Matriarch Benezia. Chief zoomed in on her as she stared into the Rachne tank. She was a perfect match for the description given to him by the Citadel Council in one briefing document. You do not know the privilege of being a mother. She stated. She wasn't shouting, but that didn't stop her voice from echoing off the walls of the cavernous room anyway. There is power in creation. To shape a life. To turn it toward happiness or despair. She continued staring at the massive Rachne as she went on. Her children were to be ours. Raised to hunt and slay Saren's enemies. Benezia finally turned around to fully acknowledge the Master Chief's presence. She casually walked a few feet closer. There was a long catwalk ramp between her and the chief, forcing the Spartan 2 to crane his neck up to face her. I won't be moved by sympathy. No matter who you bring into this confrontation. She said, most likely referring to Lyra. Matriarch Benezia, by the authority vested in me by the Office of Special Tactics and Reconnaissance, you are hereby under arrest for aiding and abetting former Spectre and registered war criminal Saren Arterias. Chief rattled off. Benezia simply studied the chief, as though he were a monkey in a zoo. Indeed. She then turned her gaze on her daughter. What have you told him about me, Lyra? She asked, opting to completely ignore the Spartan 2's demands. Lyra looked unsure for a moment. She turned to the chief, who nodded at her. Lyra nodded back and took a step forward. Mother. She began. We do not want to hurt you. I do not know why you have chosen to side with Saren, but, we can talk about it. If you surrender peacefully. She started wringing her hands nervously. Please, this doesn't have to end in violence. Chief watched Benezia carefully as Lyra begged her to end things peacefully. Specifically he watched her face for any signs of hesitance, anything to indicate that Lyra's words were getting through to her. Chillingly, the chief saw nothing. Her face remained in a slight smirk as though it was frozen like that, eyes as empty as a derelict ship. There was literally nothing there. For some reason, that put the chief on edge. His gut was telling him that there was something very wrong here. I realize now I should have been stricter with you. Benezia told Lyra. The younger Asari's mouth briefly hung open in shock. Have you faced an Asari commando unit before? Benezia asked the Master Chief as she turned her gaze back on him. Few humans have. She quickly swung her arm in a down-facing horizontal arc, slashing a huge gap in the ramp between herself and the crew. She then uses a biotic barrier to protect herself. Suddenly, both Geth and Asari commandos appeared. The crew quickly took them out as fast as they could. During this, Benezia began to get weaker. Another wave came as the crew took care of it like the last one, even if there were rocket launcher Geth. Benezia looked even worse than the last one. Even with all of that, another wave appears, they just can't seem to catch a break. Luckily, this looks like the final one since there were Geth juggernauts. Like the last two, they finished off easily and Benezia lost all power of her barrier. It was the perfect chance to capture her. I will not betray him. You will, you. You must listen. Benezia began speaking in a frightened and tired voice. Saren still whispers in my mind. I can fight his compulsions briefly, but the indoctrination is strong. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Not knowing what is happening. What are you talking about? Chief demanded. I sealed a part of my mind away from the indoctrination. Saving it for a moment when I could help destroy him. It will not last long. What's this indoctrination you keep mentioning? Chief asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. People are not themselves around Saren. You come to idolize him. Worship him. You would do anything for him. The key is Sovereign, his flagship. It is a dreadnought of incredible size and its power is extraordinary. Where did Saren get it? Chief asked. I cannot say. The Geth did not build it. Its technology is far more advanced than that of any known species. Benezia replied. The longer you stay aboard, the more Saren's will seems correct. You sit at his feet and smile as his words pour into you. It is subtle at first. I thought I was strong enough to resist. Instead, I became a willing tool, eager to serve. She paused and shook her head. It is a terror to be trapped in your own mind. To beat upon the glass as your hands torture and murder. I was powerless. Why are you here, originally? Chief orders. Saren sent me here to find the location of the Mu relay. Benezia answered. Its position was lost thousands of years ago. Why does Saren want the Mu relay? He believes it will lead him to the conduit. I would tell you more if I could, but Saren did not share his counsel with me. I was merely a servant to his cause. Benezia answered as she turned back toward the Spartan 2 and her daughter. She then winced slightly, but continued. I was not myself, but I should have been stronger. She reached into a pocket on her robe, and pulled out an OSD case. I transcribed the data to an OSD. She said, her tone quickly becoming more strained. She placed it on the floor and slid it over to the Spartan 2's feet. Take it. Please. The chief picked up the case and slid it into one of his utility pockets. Benezia shook her head. Saren wouldn't tell me his destination. But, you must find out quickly, I transmitted the coordinates to him before you arrived. There was even more strain in her voice now, as if getting every sentence out was a battle. She clutched her head again. You have to stop me, I can't. His teeth are in my ear. Fingers on my spine. You should, you should. Benezia clutched both hands to her head as she stumbled over to the railing, leaning on it for support. Mother. Lyra pleaded. Don't leave. Fight him. You've always made me proud, Lyra. Benezia whimpered out. A moment passed, then Benezia stood back upright, her arms glowing with biotic fury once again. Die. She growled as she locked eyes with the Master Chief. Bang. A gunshot rang out and Benezia backed away, catching herself on a railing before slowly sliding to the floor. Her hand was covering a bloody wound in her abdomen. It was from Lyra, as she used her pistol to stop her mother. Tears were flowing on her cheeks. Good night, little wing. Benezia said as she continued to slump to the floor. I will see you again at dawn. Mother. Lyra shouted as she grabbed Benezia and held her. No light. Benezia muttered. They always said, there'd be. Stay with me. Lyra shouted. Benezia's eyes shut. No. Lyra cried as she continued to hold her mother. Lyra was silent as she regarded the corpse of her mother for several long seconds. The Spartan too sits right next to her, trying to at least somewhat convert her. I'm sorry. Joe went to inspect the cage where the Queen Rachne was held, to see what it looked like. Suddenly, an Asari commando arrived, having everyone ready to fight. But she didn't carry any weapons, and she had a hole in the body, showing it was a dead body being controlled. This one serves as our voice. The Asari said in a very deep tone. We cannot sing. Not in these low spaces. Your music is colorless. The Spartan too then stood up from his position, and immediately put two and two together, difficult though it was to actually believe. He holstered his weapon and walked past the Asari commando, who seemed oblivious to him doing so. He stared into the glass tank, looking at the Queen right in the eyes. We aren't talking to an Asari right now, are we? Chief asked. We are the mother. The Asari replied. We sing for those left behind. The children you thought silenced. We are Rachne. Chief wanted to get straight to the point of things, since his mission was complete. What do you want? Many musics were bittersweet in this generation, yet yours is not like other. The Asari body replied. What will you sing? Will you release us? Are we to fade away once more? I've been examining these controls. Talai chimed in. This glass enclosure is rigged with acid tanks. Likely installed in case the Queen got out of hand. Well, what are you waiting for? Rex asked the chief. Fire 'em up. My people died from these things, kill them off before they become a problem again. Protection is one thing, but consigning an entire species to death? Kaiden asked. Don't forget, she's the last of her kind. We should let the council decide her fate. Your companions hear the truth. You have the power to free us, or return our people to the silence of memory. The Asari body ended. Chief thought it through. He could end it right now and not risk a bug infestation, or let them go in peace, so they will never bother anyone ever again. He then thought of the bad times of the Human Covenant War, how he would destroy the Covenant in one blow if he could. But Chief then thought of the new people he made along the way. He now has Arbiter, Garrus, Talai, and even Rex are his friends now. And none of it would have happened if he never fought the Covenant. Chief reached a decision. He knew what he had to do now. He typed in the commands and hit the execute button. And cliffhanger. Yep, I'm ending it here, you'll just have to find out on the next chapter. This one took a long time to make. The crew finally figured out Cortana. I was thinking of making a different mission where they figured out, but I couldn't figure it out. I think I did a decent job introducing her to the Normandy crew. Anyways, hope you enjoyed the chapter. Be on the lookout for the next one, join the Spectre 117 Discord, and I'll see you all later. Stay cool. Chapter 24, Confessions. 12:26 hours, March 8, 2560. SSV Normandy, COMM Room. Pax System, Horsehead Nebula. Everyone was now back on the Normandy, at their seats while the chief was still standing. They just look at him in silence, not knowing what to say after the mission. It was then the chief decided to speak up. Listen. The reason why I lied about Cortana is because I am still entitled to protect her at all cost. Even if I'm a spectre and above the law, I cannot risk losing Cortana. Chief explains. He then sighs in defeat, knowing things are gonna change. If you chose to leave, I understand. You will be dropped off on the next planet we arrive to. If not, I only ask for your trust in me, to help stop Saren at all cost. Everyone looked at each other, hearing what the chief just said. He gave them the choice of leaving or staying with him. He won't hold anything against them. I'm still with you, chief. This ain't getting me down. Joe replied, showing his loyalty. We all are. We started this together to find Saren, we're gonna finish it together. Fives replied, as everyone nodded at this. Everyone except Talai. Chief looks at Talai, knowing her history with the Geth and her people. What about you? Will you trust me? Will you follow me? She was quiet, as she was thinking about what to say. When she got up and walked towards the Spartan too. You know I don't like A.I.S, what they did to my people. But I trust you, Chief. So I'm with you till the end. Thank you, Talai. Chief replied. Now that we got this out of the way, what's our next move, Master Chief? Head for the Mu relay. Fives asked before yawning. It was no surprise he yawned. It was getting late and it had been a very long night for the crew. Once the Rachne Queen was dealt with, they escorted the surviving scientists through Peak 15 and eventually back to Port Hanshan. The Master Chief thought over Fives's question. Whichever star cluster the Mu relay takes us to, Saren or the conduit could be anywhere in that cluster. Additionally, the star cluster could be very large. Unless we know their exact locations within that cluster, we could be searching that area for weeks and not find anything. It could potentially be a waste of time and resources. He replied. The Master Chief is right. Lyra commented. We cannot rush off blind. We still need to learn more about Saren. Ashley leered at the Asari. Who put you in charge? Did the chief resign when I wasn't looking? What about the Alliance? Or the Council? Kaiden suggested, likely to defuse a confrontation between Ashley and Lyra by keeping the discussion on topic. We could pass this information along to them. Unlike us, they've got enough ships to sweep a whole star cluster in short order. Chief shrugged. I'll pass it along to them, but I don't know how much good it will do. Cortana corroborated the Mu relay's coordinates with the galaxy map. Turns out, the relay's location borders the terminus systems. Doubt anyone would want to send a fleet there. So we're on our own. Rex commented. He huffed. What else is new? Chief sighed. It's been a long night for all of us. We'll figure out our next move in the morning. What we all need right now is some shut-eye. Dismissed. With that, the team went to rest from the long day from being on a snow planet, full of corrupt business and horror. Exhaustion was the only reason the team wasn't more enthusiastic about rising out of their chairs and heading to bed. Novaria report is away, Master Chief. Joker reported over the COMM. You want me to patch you through to the Council? Chief sighed wearily. Affirmative. The images of the three counselors appeared, none of whom seemed particularly pleased with the Spartan 2. Is this report accurate, Master Chief? You found Rachne on Novaria. Tavos began, skipping all formalities and cutting right to the chase. Yes, Counselor. Chief replied. Found them and wiped them out. Spiratus all but hissed. Do you take pleasure from committing genocide, Chief? I wasn't going to risk a repeat of the Rachne Wars. Chief steadfastly replied. I'm not proud of what I did, but it was necessary. We understand your reasoning. Valerne said. But in the future, we'd like you to refer to us before making decisions like this. Understood, Counselor. Chief replied. Are there any new leads on the conduit or Saren? Not at present, no. Valerne replied. We'll contact you when such a lead comes up. And with that, the council disappeared. The Spartan 2 released a breath he didn't realize he was holding in. The debrief thankfully didn't go as bad as he feared. Still, it left a bad taste in his mouth all the same. While he had left out certain details in mission reports before, this was the first time in his entire military career that he flat out lied in a report. Chief then walks out the COMM and walks over to Joker to tell him to set the destination to Dr. Salan, since they are waiting for the next mission to find Saren. While he's at it, might ask Joker a few questions about himself. Chief knew more about his team, but less about his pilot. Joker then hears Chief's footsteps, but keeps his eyes on the controls. "Hey Chief! Boy am I glad to be out of that place, I'll tell ya. I didn't know which was worse, the cold or the corporations. One will freeze your balls off, the other will sell 'em out from under you. With all due respect, Chief." "Understood," Chief replied. "Since we have time till our next mission from the Council, I need you to take us to the coordinates that Gurus had. Need to find Dr. Salan before Saren does." "Copy that, Chief." Joker then types in the coordinates in the ship. "Should take a day or two to reach him." Chief nodded. "And since I'm here, I would like to ask a few questions." Joker then scoffs at this. "I can see where this is going. You did a background check on me, didn't you? Well, I'll tell you the same thing I told the captain. You want me as your pilot. I'm not good. I'm great. I'm the best damn helmsman in the Alliance fleet. Top of my class in flight school. I earned that. All those commendations in my file? I earned every single one. Those weren't given to me as charity for my disease." "Disease?" Chief didn't know Joker was sick. You mean you didn't know? Ah, crap." Joker paused for a sec, then began explaining what he has to the chief. "Okay. I've got Verlix syndrome. Brittle bone disease. The bones in my legs never developed properly. They're basically hollow. Too much force and they'll shatter. Even with crutches and my legs braces it's hard to get around. One wrong step and crack. It's very dramatic. But I've learned to manage my condition, Chief." "I see." Chief now knows how much this person has gone through. "Put the Normandy in my hands and I'll make her dance for you. Just don't ask me to get up and dance, unless, you know, you like the sound of snapping shin bones." Chief nodded at him. "Always with the jokes. But I guess that's why they call you Joker. Hey, it's a lot shorter than saying Alliance Flight Lieutenant Jeff Morrow. Plus I love to make little children laugh." That was when the chief's instincts kicked in again. He suddenly got the feeling that there was more to the nickname than that. "Just out of curiosity, why do they really call you Joker?" Joker paused as he raised an eyebrow. "You really want to know?" he asked. The Spartan 2 nodded, and the pilot then sighed. "I didn't pick the name. One of the instructors in flight school used to bug me about never smiling. She started calling me Joker. And it stuck." "You? Never smiling?" Chief asked. He was surprised. Every time he saw Joker, the pilot was always wearing a cocky smirk on his face. By now, it was hard to imagine him with any other kind of expression. "Hey, I worked my ass off in flight school, Chief," Joker replied. "The world's not gonna hand you anything if you go around grinning like an idiot. You of all people should know that." "Me? Yeah. You never smile either, do you?" Joker accused. He then paused. "Course, no one ever sees your face at all 'cause you wear that helmet all the time, so maybe you have been grinning like an idiot. Hell, you could have been making faces at people you don't like this whole time for all I know. I know it's what I'd do if I was always wearing a helmet with a one-way visor." Chief noted what Joker thinks of his helmet. He kind of finds it funny. He then checked the time and saw it was time for some sleep. "Have a good night, Joker. Don't work too hard." Chief then walks to his room to rest for a bit and be ready for their mission to stop Salan. "Later, Chief," Joker replied, as he continued to fly the ship in style. That's that for this chapter. Sorry if this was short, the next one will most likely be short as well. Reason being is that I'm just typing personal missions from Mass Effect 1, and they aren't long in the games. But when we get to Virmire and the last mission, I'll make sure they are longer. With that out of the way, thanks for reading the chapter. Hope you enjoyed, hope to see you on the Spectre 117 server on Discord, and I'll see you all later. Stay cool. Chapter 25, Mission Joe and Garrus. Start from the beginning. We'll take him in, interrogate him, and he'll serve his time. Chief comments. Garrus then calms down a bit and looks at the two Spartans. Okay, you two are right. He then looks back at Salan. You're a very lucky Solarian. You owe my partner and the chief your life. Salan rolled his eyes. Oh. Thank you so much. He then walks over to gather. Bang. The Solarian falls to the ground dead, as the Master Chief shot him with his pistol. Ah! What the fuck? Joe screamed out. And so he dies anyway. What was the point of that? Garrus asked in confusion. You can't predict how people will act, Garrus. Chief answers. But you can control how you'll respond. In the end, that's what really matters. Garrus looks at the dead body, and soaked in what Chief said. Yet. I don't think we've ever met anyone like you, Chief. Joe continues to look at the dead body. Yet. Might be good to kill him, since we don't want Saren to break him out and recruit him. The two Spartans and Thorian walk back to the Normandy, satisfied that Saren won't get to him. As they made it on, Joker as the Normandy detached from the shuttle and fly away. Chief watches Joe and Garrus return to the garage. He then walks behind Joker to tell where to go next. Council ships are coming in to pick up the shuttle. Where to now, Chief? Joker asked. Set in the coordinates that Rex gave us. Chief ordered. Aye, Chief. Joker plugs in the coordinates and the Normandy takes off to the planet. Chief then headed down to garage to see how Garrus and Joe were doing after the mission. Few minutes later. Chief is now in the garage, and sees Joe and Garrus working on the Mako, like always. They then see the Chief walking towards them, and they stop so they can talk to him. Everything all right? Chief asked. Yes sir, we're just happy that Salan has been dealt with. He's been running from us for too long, and I'm glad he has been dealt with. Joe assured. And we want to thank you, Chief. You helped stop a crazy scientist before he could do any more harm. Garrus replied. Chief nodded at them, knowing that they have some closure now since they finally got the person they were after, and escaped. Garrus then had a worried face, something was bothering him. Can I ask you something, Chief? The Spartan too nodded to listen. It's Saren. I'm starting to wonder if we'll ever find him. He's always one step ahead of us. And he's got those damn Geth. This has been bothering him since Feros. Joe explained. We'll find him, Garrus. He can't run forever. Chief assuring the Thorian. Garrus sighs a bit. I wish I had both of your confidence. I just can't stand the thought of him getting away with everything he's done. Chief and Joe look at each other for a second, knowing Garrus means business, then look back at him. I know you're doing everything you can. And if anyone can catch him, it's you, but if there is anything we can do to help. Anything. Just tell us what you want us to do and we'll do it. I understand Garrus, but we will find him. Just be ready when the call goes out to stop him. Chief replied. Yes sir. We'll be ready. Garrus then paused for a second. I do have to ask though. Do you think the council is protecting Saren? Oh my god. Garrus, we've been over this. Just let it go, the council will know what to do. Joe sighs at this topic. Just listen to me. They were dragging their heels before. What if we find him, bring him back to the Citadel, and refuse to act? I say we don't give them a chance, Chief. In my opinion, Saren is too dangerous to be kept alive. Too much could happen. He could escape, or the council might let him go. If we find him when we find him, I say we make sure we stop. Permanently. 1. If Saren won't compromise with us, I will kill him. But only as a last resort. Joe nodded at the chief for agreement. Agreed. This is the council's business. They have the right to decide what to do with him. And knowing his track record right now, I doubt he'll go off free. But what's the point of keeping him alive? It just gives him an opportunity to escape or convince the council to listen to him. Garrus explains, still feeling like Saren needs to be put down. And what about the Geth? They might try to free him. Listen Garrus, we have our orders to capture him. We know more of his plans than anyone. Chief continues on. If he steps out of line, I will kill him. But we will try to capture him first, see what he was really after from all of this. Yeah, I see your point. But do you really think there's more to know? Other than the fact he's a raving lunatic? Most likely not. But again, we have our orders. We will stop, the right way. Yes sir. Garrus nodded, as he went back to work on the Mako. Chief was about to walk away, until Joe stopped him for a second. Thank you, Chief. This has been bothering him for a while and I didn't know what to do. Chief nodded at him. Look out for him. He needs you more than ever now. Yes sir. The Spartan 4 saluted, then went back to help Garrus on fixing the Mako. Chief then takes the elevator and heads back to him room. Waiting till they arrive to their next destination for Rex's family armor. Chapter 26, Mission Rex. 13:30 hours, March 10, 2560. Orbit of Tunta. Phoenix System, Argos Rho Cluster. After another day of traveling in space, the Normandy finally made it to the coordinates that Rex has given. Chief was in the garage with Rex. They should be more than enough to deal with the pirates that the Krogan warned about. They then hopped in the Mako, ready for takeoff. Preparing to drop in. 3, 2, 1. Joker said. With that, the doors of the cargo bay yawned open, the wind howling around the Mako's hull. Chief slammed on the gas pedal and the Mako flung itself forward and fell to Thorum's surface with all the elegance and grace of a flying brick. He then pushed on the thrusters, having a big clean landing. The two then began driving to the location on where the pirate base was at. After a few minutes, they found it. They spotted some guards and quickly took care of them in a snap, thanks to the Mako's cannon and minigun. They then hopped out of the Mako and went inside. They then see 10 targets inside the base, but they can still handle it. This is the place. My armor's here somewhere. Rex replied. Then let's go get it. Chief said. The two then enter the next door, revealing a bigger room and the pirates that were prepared for them. Chief and Rex quickly took their weapons and made quick work with them, killing them off one by one with their weapons. They then reached the back room after killing the last pirate. They then see a giant safe in the room, knowing that's where the armor is in. Cortana quickly hacked the safe, opening it up. The first thing they saw was the armor. This is it. I can't believe my ancestors wore this piece of crap, but at least I've got it back. Rex replied. Glad to help, Rex. Chief answers. I think I might like you even better, Spartan. Rex said. He touches his grandfather's armor, his expression, thoughtful, perhaps? Krogan are hard to read. Then he shakes off his bemusement and grips his gun with renewed purpose. 10 minuets later. The Normandy picked the two back up with the Mako, and they took off from the planet. Chief then sees Rex back at his normal spot, knowing that he can trust the Krogan somewhat better now since he helped get the armor back. Chief. The Council wants to talk to you. Sounds like we found another lead. Joker said on the intercom. Understood. Chief then heads to the COMM room to speak with them. He then arrives in the COMM, turns on the projector, revealing the 3 members. Master Chief, we just had word that we have found Saren's location. Spiritus replied. Are you positive? Chief asked, knowing that he can finally catch him. Yes, we had a strike team searching for him, and found his location at Virmire. They sent a message to us, but it was hard to tell. We are hoping that you can check on them and capture Saren. Varlan said. Understood, I'll make sure to capture him. Chief answers. We have faith in you, Spartan. Good luck. Tavos said. With that, the projection of the council left. Putting in the coordinates now, Chief. Should take us 2 days to arrive. Joker replied on the intercom. Get us there as soon as you can, Joker. Chief ordered. Aye aye. Chief was ready to take down Saren, he had it coming. He then heads to his room, and waits till they arrive at Virmire. Chapter 27, Mission Virmire. 12:43 hours, March 12, 2560. Virmire Surface. Hawk System, Sentry Omega Cluster. After 2 days of flying in space, the Normandy finally made it to Virmire. Their mission is to find the team that the Council sent, and capture Saren. Chief, I'm reading a signal. Must be the strike team. Joker replied on the intercom. Chief was in the garage with his team, as they didn't know what was gonna be on the planet, but they were ready to face it. Copy that, Joker. Caden and Echo said there was some defense towers in the area, so be ready to drop the Mako. We'll go in hot and take out the enemy. I'll get you in underneath their radar, Chief. Chief then sees Lyra loading up on her gear. He then walks over to check on her, since she lost her mother in Novaria. Lyra, are you sure you're up to this? She looked up to him and nodded. Yes, Chief. I am saddened that my mother is gone, but that won't stop me from helping you to stop Saren. I'll always remember the good memories I had of her. The Spartan too nodded. He then got in the middle of the room and grabbed everyone's attention. We have word that Saren is here. This is our chance to capture him and stop whatever he is planning. Chief explained. I don't want heroes on this mission. We find the strike team, see the situation, and go from there. The team gave a green light on the team HUD. Mako drop in T-2 minutes. Joker announced. The crew then entered inside the Mako, which was even more cramped since the Arbiter and the twins were now inside the vehicle as well. They then were ready to hit the planet. The Mako then hit the ground smoothly, thanks to the sand on the ground, including the water. We've got a clean drop, Chief. Joker said on the radio. Copy. Stay out of range and continue evasive maneuvers until we bring down those towers. Chief replied. I know the drill. Meet you at the camp once those AA towers are offline. Joker out. Chief then hit the gas pedal. The Mako began driving to the AA tower's power source. As they continue on their path, they notice some Geth drones blocking their path, proving that Saren is most likely here. Luckily the drones were easy to finish off. As they continued on the path, they took down more drones, Geth rocket troopers, and amateurs. They then made it towards the building of the power source of the AA towers, which also blocked the path for them. There's our target, Chief. Garrus noted. They quickly took out the targets, thanks to the Mako. Chief then exits out of the Mako to the, then opens up the path for the Mako to get through and shut down the AA tower's power. Chief then returns to the Mako, as he watches the Normandy being able to pass the towers without trouble. The crew then continue on their path, for which they are near the campsite. Chief. Normandy's touched down at the base, but it looks like we're grounded. Joker said on the radio. The Solarian captain can explain when you get here. Understood. We'll be there shortly. Chief replied. After a few minutes of driving, they arrive at the base. They then exited the Mako and looked around the area. It was a small camp, but would be hard to track from enemies. The group then walks up to the Solarian captain, see what is happening. Are you in charge? Chief asked. I'm Captain Kirahi. 3rd Infiltration Regiment STG. The Solarian introduced himself. Master Chief, Spectre. What's the situation? You and your crew have just landed in the middle of a hot zone. Every AA gun within 10 miles has been alerted to your presence. Chief was silent for a bit, knowing that this would become a problem. What's the plan now? We stay put until the Council sends reinforcements we requested. That would be us. Joe answers. What? You're all they sent? I told the Council to send a fleet. Kirahi yelled out. They couldn't understand your transmission. They sent me to investigate since you spotted Saren. Chief explains. That's a repetition of our task. Kirahi replied. I lost half my men investigating this place. So what did you find? Caden asked. Saren's base of operations. He's set up a research facility here, but it's crawling with Geth and very well fortified. What is he researching? The Arbiter asked. He's using the facility to breed an army of Krogan. Kirahi answered. Rex was surprised by this, as he remembers the Krogan back on Feros. How is that possible? Apparently, Saren has discovered a cure to the genophage. Chief thought of this. On one hand, this could help Rex and his race. But on the other hand, we can't let Saren get his way. Geth is bad enough, he'll be unstoppable with a Krogan army. Exactly my thoughts. We must ensure that this facility and its secrets are destroyed. Kirahi replied. Destroyed? Rex then spoke in an anger tone. I don't think so. Our people are dying. This cure can save them. If that cure leaves this planet, the Krogan will become unstoppable. We can't make the same mistake again. We are not a mistake. He then leaves the group. Awkward. Joe replied. Kirahi then looks at the chief in a concerned look. Is he gonna be a problem? We already have enough angry Krogan to deal with. Don't worry, he'll listen to me. Chief assured. I'll appreciate that, Spartan. My men and I need to rethink our plan of attack. Can you give us some time? Kirahi asked. Chief nodded at him, agreeing to give some time for them to think. He then walks off to his team for plans. The group then looked at each other. Looks like things are a bit of a mess. Fives commented. Yeah. I wouldn't be so worried if it wasn't for Rex. He looks like he's gonna blow a gasket. Ashley replied. Lock it down, people. Chief ordered. I'll go talk to him. See if I can make him understand. The group nodded at him, as he walked over to Rex. Chief looks at the Krogan, as he fires his shotgun at the water, trying to kill the fish. He then stops as he looks at the Spartan too in an angry, yet determined look. This isn't right, Chief. If there's a cure to the genophage, we can't destroy it. I agree Rex, but we can't have Saren use it to terrorize the galaxy. Chief explained. I understand, Chief. But this could benefit me and the fate of my people. Rex answers. I've been loyal to you so far. Hell, you did more for me than my family ever did. But if I'm gonna keep following you, I need to know if we're doing it for the right reasons. We are Rex. Chief trying his best to convince him. If I spot anything to help your people in the labs, I will make sure it will make it to you. But if nothing, this base needs to be destroyed. Understood. Rex thought about it. He knows this will help his people, or destroy them forever. Fine. You made your point, Chief. I don't like this, but I trust you enough to follow your lead. Chief nodded at him as he returned to the group. Chief then walks over to the captain, and sees if he and his unit are all set. Thank you for speaking with the Krogan. The assault on Saren's base will be difficult enough as it is. Kira he replied. What's our play, Captain? Chief asked. We can convert our ship's drive system into a 20-kiloton ordnance. Crude, but effective. Nice, drop that nuke from orbit and Saren can kiss his ass goodbye. Fives replied. Unfortunately, the facility is too well fortified for that. We'll need to place the bomb at a precise location. Kira he instructed. Where do we need to take the nuke? My pilot can deliver it at the location. Chief asked for the details on the mission. The bomb must be taken to the far side of the facility. But we'll need to infiltrate the base and shut down the AA guns, and take out the ground force. Sounds risky with your amour of men. Is there no other plan for the mission? Joe asked. No, but I think we can work around that. I'm going to divide my men into 3 teams and hit the front of the facility. While we've got their attention, you can sneak your shadow team in the back. Effective, but your unit could get slaughtered out there. Chief said. We're tougher than we look, Spartan. But it is true. I don't expect many of us will make it out alive. The Solarian captain paused for a second. And that makes what I'm going to ask even more difficult. I need a few of your people to accompany me. To help coordinate the teams. Chief was about to object to this, since they were his teammates. But he then thought that they are capable enough to get through this, since he knows the 2 people that can help him. Understood. I know the 2 people that can help you. He then turns to the Arbiter and Caden. Do you 2 think you can handle this? Yes sir, I'll help out as much as I can. Caden replied. As will I. Today we shall defeat Saren for good. Thel highly acclaimed. Suddenly, Fives, Echo, and Lyra stepped forward. Permission sir? We would like to join them too. Give them a better chance to survive. Echo replied. Chief nodded at them, knowing that it could really help their team out. He then looks at Ashley. Williams, I want you to stay behind with the bomb. Make sure it's ready when we secure the area. Yes sir. I'll make sure we are all set. Ashley proudly said. Chief then turns to the captain. We're ready when you are, Captain. Excellent, then you'll excuse me, I need to prepare my men. Kira he then walks away to prepare his speech. Everyone then looked at each other, knowing that this is gonna be a tough mission to get through. It's a dangerous mission, people. Keep your eyes open and be ready for anything. Chief ordered. Everyone flashes green on the team HUD. They then head over back to Kirahi as he was about to say his speech to his men. This was just easier. Face with tears of joy. Kirahi then turns to the chief. Good luck, Spartan. I hope we meet again. Chief nodded, as he looked at his team together for one last time before the mission started. They then split up. Chief with Talai, Gares, Joe, and Rex to take the backside of the facility. Caden, Arbiter, Fives, Echo, and Lyra stayed with the captain. As they were about to hit the front of the base. Ashley returned to the Normandy as she learned the detonation sequence of the bomb and had it ready for the chief and the team. Chapter 28, Without Sacrifice, No Victory. 1325 hours, March 12, 2560. Virmire, Saren's base. Hawk System, Sentry Omega Cluster. Chief, Talai, Joe, Garis, and Rex finally made it to the back of the facility, just as planned. Chief then gets a call from Captain Kirahi. "COMM check. Do you read me, Chief?" the Solarian captain asked. "Affirmative. Good. We'll start our push. We'll try to make it to the AA guns, but it might be up to you to finish the job," Kirahi explained. "And Chief? If you see any way to undermine their defenses, we could definitely use the help." "Copy that, Captain." "Chief, out." Chief then turns off the COMM and looks at his team. "Let's get moving." They then continue on to the base, ready to take out any enemies that get in their way. With Kirahi's group. As Kirahi was getting ready to attack from the front of the base, he walked over to the Arbiter. "Arbiter, I have a certain task I need you to take once we enter the facility." "What will you have me do?" the Sanghi Lily warrior asked. "Once we start our attack, I need you and T-Sony to split from us and find Saren. We need to know the location he is at so we can apprehend him." "It will be done." The strike team then gathered together. After a few minutes, they stormed inside the base, beginning a firefight with many Geth troopers and a few Krogan. Arbiter and his group then ran towards the door entrance, ready to find Saren. "Shadow is on the ground." "Repeat." "Shadow is on the ground." Kirahi reported on the COMM, confirming Chief's team is on the backside of the facility. He, Kaden, Fives, and Echo continue on to arrive at the AA gun. Back with Chief's group. Chief and his team made it to a small lookout where the Geth. Looking like they are protecting something. "Chief, I'm detecting some Geth communications over there. You should be able to shut it off to help out the captain." Cortana updated. "Understood." Chief then gave the hand signals to have his team ready. Garis was on the go with his sniper when Chief gives the signal. Everyone was in place. Chief then had his fingers on 4, 3, 2, 1. As it reached 0, Garis took the shot as he quickly took out a Geth sniper he spotted. The others then ran towards the lookout, where they quickly took out the remaining Geth. Talai and Rex slowly take a few out with their shotguns, while Joe and Chief armor boost into a few of them as they reach the level where the Geth controls for communication. Chief then fired his pistol at the last Geth and shot off the communications. This should delay Geth reinforcements for Kirahi's group. "Chief, I scanned 2 more spots that the Geth are guarding, including the breeding ground. If we take them out, it could help out Kirahi's group a bit." Cortana replied. The team rounded back up, as Chief nodded at Cortana's update. "Mark them. We're gonna make sure they won't hamper our mission." They then continue on to the nearest mark area Cortana had put on the team HUD. With the Arbiter and Lyra. Arbiter and Lyra made it inside the base. They quickly took out some Geth and Krogan guards that were blocking their way. They then spotted an Asari doctor, who quickly freezes and puts her hands in the air after pointing their weapons at her. She was smart enough to know who they were looking for. "Saren's chamber down that way, down the hall to the left after the stairs. You can't miss it," she pointed out quickly. They quickly put away their weapons, and Lyra gave a smile. "Thank you. Get out as soon as you can before the place blows up." They then continue to run to the direction the Asari gave. The Asari doctor then took Lyra's advice and ran for her life. Back with Kirahi. The group continued onward as they made it to the compound of the base. There were a few problems, since the Geth were blocking their path to the AA gun. "They're coming in all directions." Fives yelled out, as he continued to fire at the Geth. "We can't give up now. We must hold the line." Kirahi ordered, as the group continued onwards to the AA gun, while taking out more troops along the way. Back with Chief's group. The team then ran towards the first target, as they spotted another lookout. They quickly took cover, so they wouldn't be spotted by the Krogan guarding the area. "Garis, take out that satellite on the roof. That will disrupt the Geth's link to the base." Cortana instructed on the team COMM. Garis nodded at the statement, and he quickly took it out with his sniper. After that, the Krogan noticed them and the group ran towards the brawlers. They quickly took them out with combined firepower. They then ran towards the next marked area that was on the HUD, as it looks like it leads on the railing walkway system. They then arrived at a pad, looked like it had fuel tanks on it. They then noticed Geth drones were guarding it. Before they notice the group, Joe throws a grenade at the tanks, blowing them up, along with the drones. "Nice work, Joe," Chief commented, as the Spartan 4 nodded at him. "That's all the targets. Just need to clear the breeding ground and plant the bomb," Cortana replied. The group nodded at each other as they then headed towards the breeding ground area. They quickly took cover. There was a giant group of Geth and a few Krogans guarding the facility. Gurus quickly took out a few of the rocket troopers, while the others charged forward. Joe and Chief took out the Krogan very quickly. Talai, Rex, and Gurus took out the remaining Geth. As they went inside the area, Talai went to a terminal that leads to another door of the facility. "We've got access to base security. We should be able to cut the alarms from here," Talai replied. "Do it," Chief replied. With that, the alarms were cut and the group was ready to continue on. Back with Kirahi's group. The group finally made it to the AA gun. But they are still being overbombarded with Geth soldiers. Luckily, they bought enough time for Fives and Echo to place detonations on the gun. Shadow Team and the Arbiter must be getting close to their targets. "Hold the line, men. Hold the line," Kirahi called out to the COMM. Back with the Chief's group. The group quickly took out the Geth troopers after cutting the alarm. They also freed a few Solarian soldiers, who were part of Kirahi's team. They then headed to an elevator to get to higher ground of the facility. After that 1-minute ride, they arrive in a lab. They see husks in light barriers and a Krogan warlord with an Asari doctor trying to do experiments. They quickly took them easily. Joe made sure to shoot the husks before they could escape and do some trouble. Rex took care of the warlord, personally, killing him where he stood. Chief finished off the Asari, even before she could shoot at them. Once the room is clear, Chief then plugs Cortana in a terminal. Hopefully to find something to cure the genophage. In a way to pay Rex back for all he's done so far. Cortana found not much of the cure, but some bits that could be useful. After taking her out of the terminal, they then went outside of the lab, went to the pathway to another building. They took out more Geth as they passed by, and then entered the building. They then see an Asari doctor taking cover under her desk, and pops up when the team arrives. "Don't shoot. Please. I just want to get out of here before it's too late." The Asari doctor speaks out loud. "Identify yourself," the Spartan 2 ordered. "Rana than Optes. Neurospecialists. But this job isn't worth dying over. Or worse." Rana explained. "Look, I want out of this place. I don't want Saren to go digging in my brains. How can I know you are trustworthy?" Rana looks around in panic. I can help you. This elevator behind me goes to Saren's private lab. I can get you in." She then uses her ID card to unlock the elevator. "See? Full access. All of Saren's private files. Are we good? Can I go?" Chief looks at the elevator door. Finally, he can get the answers he's been looking for, and know what Saren is after. He then looks back at Rana. "Leave. This place will be bombed soon." "What? You can't, but I'll never." She then realized she can't argue with this man. She runs out of the building, hoping to find a shuttle to escape. The group then went in the elevator and traveled downwards of the building. Once they made it to the level, the chief immediately saw something familiar. "Chief, it's another Prothean beacon. Same as the one from your mission on Eden Prime." Gurus replied. "Except, it's not damaged." Chief then walks towards it. Getting a better examination. The beacon lifts him up, giving Chief another vision. Chief then returns to reality, as he lands back to the ground. Joe and Talai helped him back up, as he tried to get his head wrapped around. "You fine, Chief?" "That looked like it was painful." Rex asked. "Your vitals just peaked K.I.A again." Joe responded. "I'm fine. Let's move, we need to plant that bomb and find Saren," Chief ordered. As they were about to leave, they noticed something glowing red behind them. They turn around to see a hologram of Saren's ship. "This can't be good," Joe replied. "You are not Saren." They were all shocked to hear it talking to them. "Rudimentary creatures of blood and flesh. You touch my mind," fumbling in ignorance, incapable of understanding. Chief, I scanned it. It's not a VI. Cortana reported. There is a realm of existence so far beyond your own you cannot even imagine it. I am beyond your comprehension. I am sovereign. It was then the chief finally put the dots together. From his visions, from Saren's words, from the ship he rides. He now knows what sovereign is. Sovereign isn't just a ship Saren found, it's a reaper. Reaper? A label created by the Protheans to give voice to their destruction. In the end, what they choose to call us is irrelevant. We simply are. That can't be possible. They died 50,000 years ago. Talai explained. We are eternal. The pinnacle of evolution and existence. Before us, you are nothing. Your extinction is inevitable. We are the end of everything. The cycle cannot be broken. And what is this cycle? Chief asked, trying to get some answer from the Reaper, since it is being hostile by saying it will destroy all life in the galaxy. The pattern has repeated itself more times than you can fathom. Organic civilizations rise, evolve, advance. And at the apex of their glory, they are extinguished. We impose order on the chaos of organic evolution. You exist because we allow it. And you will end because we demand it. It was when Talai realized what the Reaper was talking about. They're harvesting us. Letting us advance to the level they need, then wiping us out. What do you want from us? Slaves? Resources? Chief ordered to know what was its main reason. My kind transcends your very understanding. We are each a nation. Independent, free of all weakness. You cannot even grasp the nature of our existence. It was then the chief needed to know the big question. Are there more of them that are still around? Are you the last of your kind? Or are there more out there? We are a legion. The time of our return is coming. Our numbers will darken the sky of every world. You cannot escape your doom. It was then the red flags appeared. There are more Reapers out there, and Sovereign was in the lead of them. Your words are as empty as your future. I am the vanguard of your destruction. This exchange is over. With that, the hologram disappeared. The group were in shock, knowing that a machine was gonna try to destroy everything, and that it wasn't the only Reaper that existed. Chief then got his mind straightened out and looked at the group. Let's keep moving. We'll deal with this later. They nodded at him as they took another elevator ride back up the building and to the area where they needed to plant the bomb. Back with Kirahi's group. Fives and Echo successfully put all of the detonations on the AA gun. The group then got to safe distance, as they detonated the explosives. Boom! The AA gun began falling down to the ground. Now the Normandy can enter the base without any trouble. However, the group was still surrounded by Geth, and it's not looking good so far. Back with Chief. The team continued to run on the walkway, taking out both Krogan and Geth troops. After taking another elevator ride, they finally made it to the spot where they needed to place the bomb. They felt the AA gun exploding not too long ago, so the Normandy can park over for Ashley to deliver the bomb. Joker, area is secure. Bring in the Normandy. Chief replied on comm. Roger that, Chief. I'll try to get as close as I can to the site, but we have to get the nuke ready as soon as we can. I saw Saren's ship moving a bit ago, and it looks like it can tear our ship in half. Joker replied as he turned off the COMM. Chief froze for a second. Sovereign knew what they were doing. They have to finish this quickly. He then got his head straight as the Normandy arrives at their location. Once the garage doors opened, Joe, Rex, and Gurus helped get the bomb in place. Ashley was staying right next to it, making sure it will be armed when they are ready. Bomb is in position, sir. We're all set here. Ashley reported. Chief nodded at her, now they just need to wait for the others. Chief, the Geth has pinned us down on the AA tower. We've taken heavy casualties. Caden reported on comm. Chief then looks at the Normandy. Joker, go and try to pick them up. Negative. It's too hot. Can't risk it. We'll hold them off as long as we the COMM then cut off. Caden. Chief tried to get him back on, but nothing worked. It's okay, Chief. Go get them and meet me back here. I need a couple of minutes to finish arming the bomb. Ashley assured him. Chief nodded, and he and the group then headed towards an elevator to make it to the AA tower. Back with the Arbiter and Lyra. After a few minutes of going up the few flights of stairs, and following the scientist's direction, they finally made it to Saren's chambers. The Arbiter then cuts straight through the door with his energy sword, and kicks it down. They then spotted Saren, who had been waiting for them. Lyra kept her weapon drawn on him, while the Arbiter had his energy sword ready, not letting him out of their sight. Ah! The Arbiter. A pleasure to finally meet you in person. Saren said in a low voice. I hear you are a legend to your people. Including your Spartan friend that was tasked to bring me in. I will stop you where you stand. The Arbiter replied, as he got ready to attack. You shall answer your crimes to the Council, and to humanity. You would like that. But sadly, I have other plans to take care of. Suddenly, the wall behind him exploded behind him, blinding the group a bit from the dust. Saren then hopped on a hoverpad and flew away. Lyra has been listening to the comm signals, and overheard that the bomb was in place. Arbiter, we have to go. The bomb is ready. He nodded at her. They then headed to the location where the bomb was set, since that was the rendezvous point. Back with the chief's group. As they got to the level where they needed to save Kirahi's group, they then noticed a ship coming into the area. Damn! Geth is sending reinforcements. Rex said, as the Geth ship landed right next to the area where Ashley is. Damn it, Geth reinforcements. There's too many of them, I'm activating the bomb. Ashley yelled on the COMM. Just hang on Ashley, we'll come back to get you. Chief yelled out. It's too late, Chief. I'm making sure this bomb will go off, no matter what. Ashley replied. Go get LT, and get the hell out of here. No Williams. We can handle ourselves here. Caden yelled back at COMM. Go back and get Williams, Chief. Chief tries to think it through. He wanted to save both groups, but he can only pick one since the bomb is going off soon. Spartan, go get Alenko. Arbiter yelled on COMM. I am the closest to Williams. Me and T-Sony can pick her up and rejoin you at the AA tower. Chief was relieved, he knows the Arbiter can save her. Understood. Ashley, hold out till the Arbiter arrives. Roger, Chief. I'll hold out as long as I can. She then turns off her COMM, and stays focused till the Sanghaili and his group arrive at her location. Caden, we're heading to your location now. Hold out till we arrive. Chief ordered. Copy that. But please hurry, we are being bombarded with Geth here. Caden informed as he cut off his COMM as well. The team then made their way to Kirahi's team. As they arrived after destroying some Geth on the way, they quickly took cover, and began talking down the remaining forces. With Arbiter's group, Ashley tries her best to hold out as long as she can, but is being overwhelmed by the Geth reinforcements. Luckily, the Arbiter and Lyra showed up, providing the cover fire she needed. The Asari used her bionic powers to wrap the Geth around, freezing them in place. Meanwhile, the Arbiter uses all of his arsenal to clear out the Geth. As he moved at lightning speed, and secure the area in a snap. Just for example. Damn! Ashley replied, seeing how the Arbiter was similar to the Chief in a way. She now have a newfound respect to her alien teammates, as they saved her from a likely death. Come! We have a mission to complete. The Arbiter replied, knowing the mission isn't finished yet. They nodded at him, as they quickly headed to the AA tower to join the others. But before Ashley fully left, Ashley tampered with the nuke. Mainly its timer function. The Geth won't be fast enough to fix this, as the bomb will set off, no matter what. So this was a one-way trip. Back with the others. The Geth started to dwindle a bit, as the teams began open fire on them together. It was then the Arbiter and others arrived, and took cover. Sorry we're late. Ashley joked, as she began firing at the Geth as well. How nice of you to join us. Caden said, continuing the joke. After a few minutes of the firefight, all the Geth were dead. Chief then calls in for a pickup on the outer wall of the facility, that way everyone can escape without being fired at by Geth. Captain, get your men down to the pickup. The bomb is going off soon. Kirahi nodded, as he and his team, Rex, Arbiter, Lyra, Caden and Ashley made their way to the pickup. However, before Chief, Talai, Joe, Garrus Fives, and Echo could leave, an explosion blocked their way. They look up to see Saren on a hoverpad. Chief knew that they were running low on time, he knew this could be his only chance to get Saren. He might need to kill him if he won't comply. Before they could fire at him, Saren fired a biotic blast at them, which scatters the group around, trying to take cover. Chief went behind a pillar, having his pistol out on the ready. I've got to say, Spartan, you impressed me today. I can see now how your race treats you like a god, you aren't like any of them that I've met. Saren commented. Of course, it was all for nothing. I can't let you disrupt what I have accomplished here. You can't possibly understand what's really at stake. I know Sovereign is a Reaper, and that he can control minds. He's using you. Chief commented, trying to keep his cover. Sovereign showed me a new light in the universe, and I agreed to help it at my own free will. It needs me to find the conduit. My mind is still my own, for now. But the transformation from ally to servant can be subtle. I will not let it happen to me. Saren replied. Sovereign's manipulating you and you don't even know it. You're already under its power. Fight it, we can stop the Reapers. Joe yelled out, also remaining in cover with the others. I no longer believe that. The Reapers are too powerful. Saren continues. Only I can save more lives than killing them, but you would undo my work. You would doom our entire civilization to complete annihilation. And for that, you must die. He then fires another biotic blast at Chief, who was still taking cover by the pillar. Joe, Garrus and Talai went behind a wall, trying to think of a plan to help the Chief. While Fives and Echo were on the other side from them, they looked like they were about to jump out and help the Chief. This is our only chance. We've got to stop him. Echo yelled out, as he went out and grabbed a piece of the AA gun, using it as a shield. He then stands to the edge of the tower, and fires at Saren, to get his attention. He then stands to the edge of the tower, and fires at Saren, to get his attention. Saren then took notice of him, and was ready to fire another biotic blast at the twin. Fives then noticed Saren was about to attack Echo, while his twin was standing right next to an energy ammo for the AA gun. Echo, look out! Echo didn't notice, as Saren then fires at the twin, creating a giant blast, pushing the team back a bit. And Echo. He was gone. He was gone. Echo. Everyone was in shock, one of their teammates were gone. There was no trace of him anywhere. It was when Fives began firing at Saren as well, for retribution on taking his brother from him. Unfortunately, he got pushed away from another biotic blast. Garrus then made a plan. He grabbed out his sniper and shot Saren in foot, making the Geth leader lose his balance. He then falls to the ground, and Chief ran towards him, ready to take Saren's life for taking Echo's. Chief then body slams him to the ground. He then grabs his face and bangs it to the ground a couple of times, making sure he was hurt enough not to move. Saren then kicks him away, as he gets back up and knee kicks him a few times. Chief pushes away, and grabs by the arm, elbowing him in the face. Saren then counters it and punches him in the face with his metal arm. Crack! Chief fell to the ground for a few seconds. He then slowly gets back up, showing a crack in his helmet. Saren then grabbed out a combat knife, ready to end the Spartan 2, and charged at him. Saren then grabbed out a combat knife, ready to end the Spartan 2, and charged at him. Chief grabbed him by the arm, pushing away the knife. He then knee kicks Saren a few times, as he keeps the knife away from him. He then headbutted the Thorian, confusing Saren, and punches him to the ground. Chief then grabs out his pistol, pointed at Saren. He was ready to kill him, even if the council wants him alive, he has to pay for what he has done to his teammate/friend. Before he could pull the trigger, Saren's hoverpad fired at him, making the Chief back up and fall to the ground, and picked Saren up. Saren then looks down at the group, and fires at derbies, blocking their path to the Normandy. He then leaves back to Sovereign to escape from the nuke. Damn it, he got away again. Garrus said out loud, knowing that they failed to capture him. Fives looked down at the blast to the ground, he couldn't spot Echo anywhere. He feels a great deal of sadness and pain. Talai and Joe helped Chief up, and look Ed over at the exit that was blocked. We need to leave, this place can blow up at any minute now. Talai yelled out loud. Joe then helps Fives up, as he gets his mind back on the situation for the time being. The Spartan 2 then spots an opening side on the other side of the facility, but they have to do some parkour. Maybe we can escape on the other side. He then points over to the other side. Talai the questions the Spartan 4's idea. Are you serious about parkouring over there? It's the best we got. Chief agreed with Joe's plan. Move. Run! The group began running and parkouring to the other side. Joker, we need you to pick up on the other side, quickly. Joker, we need you to pick up on the other side, quickly. Copy that, Chief. Joker then quickly moves the Normandy over to the other side of the facility, having the hatch door open for them to jump in. Chief, Fives, Talai, and Gurus successfully made the jump to the hatch, while Joe failed the jump. He was hanging on the ledge of the door, and looked down to see how high they were from the ground. And they were really high. Ah hell! Chief quickly grabs the Spartan 4's arms and pulls him up. I said run. The two then enter inside the ship, as the hatch closes. He then ran up to Joker's side. Get us out of here, Joker. Joker nodded as he turned on the boosters of the ship, and they exited out of the planet's orbit. Everybody, hang on. They made it out of the plant, just as the nuke goes off. Chief looks out of the window, seeing the explosion. The mission was a success, but they lost the target, and lost a good soldier. With that, the chapter ends. Echo is gone. Or is he? This chapter took a bite out of me. I tried my best to make a good balance for the teams since they are at different places, and how they could regroup with each other. And last chapter, almost everyone wanted Ashley to live, so she lives. For Echo, I knew from day one on adding the two clones, I was gonna have his believed death from the show. I wanted to have powerful moments in the story, and this is one of them. I won't say much about him right now, all I'm gonna say is watch Season 7 of the Clone Wars and the Bad Batch to understand my plot of things. Next chapter will most likely be short a bit, since I won't start off on Ilos right of the bat. Other than that, I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Be sure to check out the Spartan 117 server on Discord, keep an eye out on the new chapter, and I'll talk to you all later. Stay cool. Chapter 29, Going Rouge. 2052 hours, March 12, 2560. Undisclosed location. Exodus Cluster. The team was in the COMM room, and everyone was silent about what happened in the mission. Fives was nowhere to be seen, most likely grieving from what happened. Talai looks over at the empty seat, feeling saddened from looking at it. I can't believe Echo is gone. Chief was silent. Echo was the second under his command to be KIA when waking up from his 7-year nap. He remembers how Sam died, staying behind because his suit was breached. Echo died when he was trying to stop Saren. Lyra then thought of something that could help the crew get back on track. Chief, I just realized that from all of the Prothean knowledge you've gathered, I might be able to piece together what Saren is after. Even where he is going. You want to join our minds, like the Asari on Feros did. Yes, I believe this is the next best way to know where he is and capture him. Chief nodded, willing to try anything to get to Saren. Do it. But be quick, we're running out of time. The two then stand in front of each other, as Lyra's mind begins linking to Chief's. Relax, Chief. Embrace eternity. Lyra then enters the Chief's mind, as she witnesses the Prothean visions. The vision then ends as Lyra catches her breath. Incredible. I never thought the images would be so intense. Did the visions make any sense to you? Chief asked, getting straight to the point. It's a distress call, a message sent across the Prothean Empire. A warning against the Reapers, but the warning came too late. Anything else? What about the conduit? Joe asked. There were other messages. Locations. Places I recognized from my research. Then it came to her mind, Lyra knows where it is. Ilos. The conduit is on Ilos. That explains the reason for Saren going after the Mu relay. The Arbiter explains. It's the only way to get to Ilos. Looks like we have a new mission, now. Chief declared. But Chief, the Mu relay is inside the Terminus system. Alliance ships are not welcome there. Neither are Spectres. Talai explains. Chief thought about this, knowing he needs to get there before Saren. I'll talk with Council, see if I can pull some strings to go to Ilos. He then looks at everyone, seeing how tired they are from what transpired. That will do for now. Dismiss. The team then leaves the room, while the Chief stays to talk to the Council. Chief, there's a COMM link nearby. Are you ready to warn the Council about Sovereign? Joker asked on the ship's COMM. Set it up, Joker. Patching it through. The hollow projector then appears as all the council members were on. Master Chief, I'm pleased to see your mission on Virmire was a success. Tavos replied. Saren is formidable enough without an army of Krogan serving under him. Spiratus answers. Yes, but the Krogan would have served Sovereign. A Reaper. Chief corrected, knowing they think he's crazy for believing that Reapers exist. Yes. We saw mentions of this on your report. Sovereign. A sentient machine. This news is quite alarming. If it turns out to be accurate. Valerne explains. Counselors, with all due respect, I know what I saw. I didn't believe in it either, but it spoke to me itself, and it wants to destroy all life in the universe, and it's using Saren to be its way. The council looked at each other, not knowing what to take from this. There were still some doubts about this claim, thinking it's Saren trying to trick them. We will discuss this matter, Spartan. Return to the Citadel to hear our decision. Tavos answers. With that, the hollow projectors shut off. Joker, take us to the Citadel. Already on it, should be there in 20 minutes. 20 minutes, glad they're not that far. Chief, you should talk to Fives. He must be hurting right now. Cortana asked. Chief nodded, as he walked out of the COMM room and headed to the second floor of the ship. He then walks over to Fives. He was at the dining table. He was typing on a terminal. Chief then takes a seat next to him, to see if he can ease the pain from now remaining twin. Fives. Are you all right? Fives remain quiet, as he continues typing. He still feels the pain of losing his brothers, and just wants to type the message to his family that Echo is gone. I know how it feels to lose a family member, Fives. I lost my friend when I joined the military, Sam. Chief explained. He was like my brother, and he was the first to die under my command when the Human Covenant War started. He paused a bit. Know that Echo was a true soldier to the end. He did what he could to stop Saren, and he fought to the very end. Fives then stops, as he finishes typing the letter. He took in the chief's words, knowing his brother was a war hero, nothing can ever take that away. He then looks at the chief with a determined look. Thank you, Chief. I'll make sure to help stop Saren. He's gonna pay for what he has done. Chief nodded, as he went back to the first floor. He walks over to Joker, seeing how the ship was doing on time. Joker heard the chief's footsteps. Chief, I know it couldn't be easy for you down there. Chief sighs a bit. I should have been able to save Echo. But Saren. He was a step ahead of us. I'm not blaming you, Chief. It's just. It's hard, you know. Just keep your mind in the here and now, Joker. We need to stop Saren. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I want to be there when you make that son of a bitch pay. Joker replied in a serious tone. Chief nodded, knowing Saren and Sovereign needed to be stopped. 20 minutes later. The crew then arrived at the Citadel. The ship then docked and the team exited the Normandy, ready to talk with the Council to go and stop Saren. Chief then noticed Captain Kirahi and his teams were leaving the Normandy. He then walks over to the Chief for a few words. It was an honor working with you, Master Chief. Despite the losses, our mission was a success. Private Echo will not go unnoticed. His sacrifice has earned humanity a great deal of respect from my people. Kirahi replied, as he shook hands with the Chief. My men and I will not forget what you have accomplished. I hope we get the opportunity to work with each other again. Likewise, Captain. With that, Kirahi and his team left the docking bay. Chief and his team then arrived in CSEC to get to the council chambers. The next thing Chief knew, he saw a female reporter walking up to him. And he hates reporters. Master Chief? She asked. She then extended a hand with the microphone. Kalissa bint Sinan al-Jalani. Westerland News. Would you be willing to answer a few questions for our viewers? She asked. I don't do interviews. The Spartan II nonchalantly said as he and crew walked on past the woman. As they walked towards another elevator that he hoped would take them somewhere else, Chief noted a new light source behind him, which he recognized as the camera's light turning on. Apparently, the reporter wasn't the type to take no for an answer. Humans have been trying to get the respect of the galactic community for years. With that in mind, what are your feelings on being the first human Spectre? Kalissa asked. No comment. Chief replied. Do you believe the claims of some human interest groups that making you a spectre was just the Council throwing humanity a bone? Have you encountered any situations where the Citadel asked you to place its needs before the needs of Earth? Chief finally arrived at an elevator and pressed a button. Now it was a painful waiting game. Do you think it was appropriate to hand Earth's most advanced warship over to the Council? Is it true you're tracking a rogue spectre? At long last, salvation. The elevator arrived. The team stepped in. Is it true you're just a shill for the Council? No comment. Chief said with a tone of finality as he pressed the up button. The elevator door closed, taking them up and away from the reporter, much to the Chief's relief. Few minuets later, the group then made it up to the level where the Council chambers are at. Chief went alone to talk with the Council. As he made his way, he was surprised to see Ambassador Udina waiting with them. Glad to have you here, Chief. Thanks to you, the Council's finally taking action against Saren. The Ambassador is correct. If Saren is foolish enough to attack the Citadel, as you believe, we'll be ready for him. Tavos explained. Patrols are stationed at every mass relay linking Citadel space to the terminus systems. Spiritus added on. Chief was relieved about being ready for Saren, but was still not satisfied with the answer. How many ships are we sending to Ilos? Ilos is only accessible through the Mu relay, deep inside the terminus system, Spartan. If we send a fleet in there, the only possible outcome is full-scale war. Valern answered. Now is the time for discretion, Master Chief. Saren's greatest weapon was secrecy. Exposed, he is no longer a threat. This is over. Udina explained. Chief knew it wasn't enough. From his line of work, he knows the Reapers needed to be stopped. Send me into Ilos, I can be discreet and I won't start a war. You detonated a nuclear device on Virmire. I wouldn't call that discreet. Spiritus angrily disagreed. 3. Your style served you well both in the Forerunner cluster and in the Traverse, Master Chief. We recognize that. But Ilos require a deft touch. We have the situation under control. Tavos replied. Counselors, please. I know what I saw, I wouldn't lie on what I've seen. The Reapers are real, and if they get the conduit on Ilos, every being in the universe will be at great risk. Chief trying his best to convince them that this is a big problem and threat. They all look at each other, knowing the Chief is serious about this. But they can't take his word, since they can't risk going to war with the Terminus system. Ambassador Udina, I get the sense the Master Chief isn't willing to let this go. Udina then gave a serious angry face at the Spartan too. There are serious political implications, Chief. Humanity's made great gains thanks to you. But now you've become more trouble than you're worth. He then walks away a bit and looks at the Council. It's just politics, Master Chief. You've done your job, now let me do mine. We've locked out all of the Normandy's primary systems. Until further notice, you're grounded. Chief couldn't believe this. They won't even try to stop Saren on Ilos, or even allow him to go after Saren himself. He then leaves without saying a word. The crew looked at him walking away, as he went to a balcony to think alone. Well shit. Looks like we hit a block. Joe replied. What now? Saren is still out there and we're the only ones to know where is going. Fives asked, since he still needs to avenge his brother's death. It was then that Talai walked over to the Chief, seeing how he's holding up from this. Joe holds the crew back, knowing that the Chief and Talai have a somewhat of a bond. Chief and Talai were at the balcony, looking at the horizon on the Citadel. He was feeling the defeat of being stopped, even though he saved many lives during the Human Covenant War. It just shows that he also really hates politics. Out of every battle I've been in, I never thought I would lose to politics. Talai was silent a bit, but she knows that she has to say something. Chief, we can't give up now. Not after everything we've done together. Talai. I'm just a soldier. He then looks at the Koran. I save the galaxy time after time, yet they think I'm not what humanity knows what I am. Talai knew he was hurting. He worked for his entire life to become what he is now, and he lost his childhood because of it. Joe told me your story. How you became a Spartan too. It saddens me that you lost your life from a war you didn't ask to be in. She continues with a serious tone. Yet, you still fought onward to help your species. So remember, no matter how bad the situation is, keep fighting. Everyone here is with you. Including me, Always. Chief froze at this, sinking in what Talk said. She knew his past, how he became what he is. He then realized how people knew his birthday, so no surprise there. But he kept in mind to keep fighting on. He's the Master Chief, and politics won't stop him from completing the mission and saving the galaxy, once again. Thank you, Talai. I'm glad to have a friend like you. Talai's heart began pumping fast. Chief complimented her, and called her his friend. She then remembered what Joe said about having feelings for the chief. She can feel her face warm up under her mask again, but she isn't denying the claim Joe made. Maybe, she does like the chief in a special way. Before the two could say anything else, the COMM came on. Chief, I've got a message from Captain Anderson. It was Joker calling. What's the message, Joker? Chief asked. The captain said to meet him at Flux. That club down in Wards. Understood. We're on our way. Chief then turns off the comm, and walks over to the others to explain the plan. Talai stands still for a bit, feeling a little displeased by Joker's interruption of their moment together. She might need to give him a talk later on. She then follows the chief, and with that, the crew goes to Flux. Few minutes later, after taking a taxi van to the wards, they made it to the club. Immediately after entering through the door, Chief found Anderson, sitting at the table. He walks over and takes his seat with the captain. I'm glad you made it, Chief. I heard what happened. Anderson exclaimed. It's not looking good, sir. The ship is locked in the docking bay, and Saren is on his way to Ilos. I know. They all think this is over, but we both know it's not. You have to go to Ilos. You have to stop Saren from using the conduit. What do you suggest, sir? Chief asked. Ambassador Udina issued the ship lockdown order. If I can hack into the computer in his office, maybe I can override it. Anderson explained. Hopefully he won't be in there. If he is, I'll just have to think of something. Udina won't let this slide, Captain. You'll be charged with treason, a capital offense. Caden replied. We don't have a lot of options and time. This is the only way to escape the station. Chief then stands up and nods at the captain. Understood. Ready when you are, Captain. Anderson nodded back. I'll take care of the lockdown. You get down to the Normandy and tell Joker to stand by. The crew then ran towards the pickup, as they called in another taxi van take them to the Normandy. While Anderson took the elevator to Udina's office. Another few minutes later, Anderson walks in Udina's office and spots the ambassador working on his computer. Before he could say anything to him, Anderson knocks him out to work on the computer. He pushes Udina's body aside, and hacked the system, freeing the Normandy from lockdown. Back at the Normandy, Chief and Joker saw the clamps unhook from the Normandy, freeing it to have the ship leave. Get us out of here, Joker! Chief ordered. Joker then made some maneuvers, and the ship was out of the station and out of the Citadel's orbit. We are secure, Chief. Joker reported. Good. Set course for Ilos. Roger that. We'll be there in 5 to 7 hours. Chief nodded, knowing that they're getting close to the end. Chapter 30, Mission Ilos. 5:52 hours, March 13, 2560. SSV Normandy. Terminus System, Refuge Cluster. After a few hours of traveling in space, and passing through the Mu Relay, the Normandy finally made it to Ilos. But it was already fortified with Geth forces. Saren was already here. Chief? We've got some company. Joker reported, looking out of the window. Everyone else looked out, seeing the Geth ships in the planet's orbit. Have their sensors picked us up? Lyra asked. Joker shakes his head. Stealth systems are engaged. Unless we get close enough for a visual, they won't have any idea we're here. 1. Presley then walks up to give his report. Picking up some strange readings from the planet's surface. Take us in, Joker. Lock in those coordinates. Chief ordered. Negative on that, Chief. The nearest landing zone's 2 clicks away. Presley replied. We'll never make it on foot. Get us somewhere close. Ashley said, knowing that they need to get Saren as soon as possible. There is nowhere closer. I've looked. How about dropping us off in the Mako? Joe asked, trying to figure out a way to solve the problem. Presley shook his head at this. You need at least 100 meters of open terrain to pull off a drop like that. The most I can find near Saren is 20. Caden couldn't believe those numbers. 20 meters? No way we can make that drop in there. We have to try. This could be our only chance to catch Saren. Gurus replied. The group argued a bit, knowing it was dangerous. The landing zone was too steep. Suddenly, Joker spoke up. I can do it. Chief gave a stern look under his helmet. Joker. I can do it. Chief nodded, trusting his pilot. He then looks at his crew. Gear up and head down to Mako. He then looks back at Joker. Drop us right on top of him. The pilot nodded. The team headed down the garage, grabbing their gear, and hopped in the Mako, ready to land on the surface and take Saren down. Few minutes later, Joker managed to get close enough to Saren's location, and launch the Mako from the ship's garage. The vehicle jumped out and began to make its descent to Saren's location. Chief spotted the X-Spectre going inside the bunker, and tried to ram him with the Mako. Sadly, it was too late. He closed the giant door, blocking their path to follow. They then exit out of the vehicle, took out the remaining Geth that stayed behind to protect the door, and see what they can do to unlock it. Damn, he locked us out. Joe replied. We have to get inside this bunker before Saren finds the conduit. Talai examined. There's no way we're getting past that door with brute force. Gurus looks around the door, seeing if there's a way to open up the door. He then has an idea. Saren found some way to open it. There must be some kind of security override somewhere in this complex. We have to find some way to get it up and running again. Caden continued. Rather than searching the long way, Chief knew how to get past the system. Cortana, think you can do it? Will do. There's a console right next to the door. Plug me in, Chief. With that, Chief found a nearby console, and plugs Cortana in it. After a few seconds, the door opens for the crew, and Chief puts Cortana back in his helmet. Everyone was glad to have an AI on the team. Even Talai was starting to warm up to her. The group then hopped in the Mako, and they took off in the bunker. As soon as they go inside, they suddenly notice some things on the walls. What are those things on the walls? They look like some sort of containers. Ashley examined. They look like stasis pods. The Protheans probably tried to keep themselves alive through cryogenic freezing. Lyra explains. Suddenly, Geth forces tried to stop them on their path. Luckily, the cannons of the Mako took them down. As they continued, they were then stopped by a strange energy wall, then another block behind them. What's happening? Fives asked. It's a trap. Rex yelled out. Saren must have set an ambush. Cortana scanned the area in the Mako, but couldn't find any Geth activity near them. I don't think Saren is behind this. The group then exits out of the Mako to examine the area, seeing if there's any way out. Chief then notices an open door on the right side of the closed-off space. He and his team then entered through it, seeing it was also blocked. Joe then sees a button and presses it, having the door shut, and they start to go downwards. Turns out, they were in an elevator. Which begs the question. Where are they going? What do you think we're gonna find down here? It has to be useful, if it specifically target us. Talai asked. Whatever it is, we should be careful. Gurus replied. The elevator then stopped and the door opened. The group looks around to all of the decay around them. Wires on the ground, moss-like stuff on the ground, and only a dime of light from an open space from the top of the room. What happened to the Protheans? Cortana then detected a signature upheld from the group's position. It looked old, but somehow similar to her program. Chief, I think I found something that could help us. Go have a look at it. Chief nodded as he and the others went to the signature. Suddenly, a large orange static hologram appeared in front of them. You are not Prothean, but you are not machine either. You have machine-like with you, but not indoctrinated. This eventuality was one of many that was anticipated. This is why we sent our warning through the beacons. The hologram examined. Arbiter examined what they were looking out. Must be a VI, though badly damaged. I do not sense the taint of indoctrination upon any of you. Unlike the other that passed recently. Perhaps there is still hope. The VI continued. My name is Vigil. You are safe here, for the moment. But that is likely to change. Soon, nowhere will be safe. What do you mean? Why did you bring us here? Chief asked. You must break a cycle that has continued for millions of years. But to stop it, you must understand or you will make the same mistakes we did. Understand what? Joe asked. The Citadel is the heart of your civilization and the seat of government. As it was for us, and as it has been with every civilization that came before us. Vigil explained. But the Citadel is a trap. The station is actually an enormous mass relay. One that is linked to dark space, the empty void beyond the galaxy's horizon. When the Citadel relay is activated, the Reapers will pour through. And all you know will be destroyed. Everyone was silent from this. If that relay is open, it's game over for everything. This is not good. Fives replied. The Reapers can wipe out the Council and the entire Citadel fleet in a single surprise attack, Caden yelled out. That was our fate. Our leaders were dead before we even realized we were under attack. The Reapers seized control of the Citadel and through it, the mass relays. Communication and transportation across our empire were crippled. Each star system was isolated, cut from the others. Easy prey from the Reaper fleet. What happened next? Lyra asked. Over the next decades, the Reapers systematically obliterated our people. World by world, system by system, they methodically wiped us out. Vigil answered. Everyone was silent again. Knowing an entire species died from monstrous machines, then left to dark space after the work was done. Then how do we stop it? Chief spoke up, ready to stop this big threat. The conduit is the key. Before the Reapers' attack, we Protheans were in the grasp of unlocking the mysteries behind mass relay technology. It was then that Cortana put the two together. Chief, the conduit's not a weapon. It's a backdoor onto the Citadel. It was then the Chief put the pieces together as well. Saren can use the conduit to bypass the Citadel external defense, and have the mass relay of the Citadel to transport all of the other Reapers to the system. Correct. Sovereign will override the Citadel systems and manually open the relay. And the cycle of extinction will begin again. Vigil answered. Is there any way we can stop them? Talai asked. There's a data file in my console. Take a copy when you go. When you reach the Citadel's master control unit, upload it to the station. It will corrupt the Citadel's security protocols and will give you temporary control over the station. It might give you a chance against Sovereign. And where's that? We never heard anything like that. Gurus asked, as he and Joe never heard the master control on the Citadel, especially during their time in CSEC. Through the conduit. Follow Saren. He hasn't left the planet yet. He will lead you to your destination. Vigil said vaguely. Chief, have me ready to take the file. Cortana instructed. Chief nodded, as he pulled her AI chip out of the back of his helmet and puts it in the console. Just like that, the hologram of Vigil disappeared, and Cortana copied the data file for the master control on the Citadel. Chief then put her AI chip back in his helmet, and looks at the team. Let's move. Saren already has enough of a head start. They all nodded at him and took the elevator back up. After that, they entered into the Mako and began driving down to Saren's location. Chief then turns on the COMM to talk to Joker. Joker, do you copy? Hear you, Chief, what's the situation? Joker asked back on COMM. We are on Saren's trial, but he managed to find a way to enter a mass relay on the planet to the Citadel. A mass relay on the planet? But how? No time to answer. If you don't hear from us soon on capturing Saren, warn the Alliance and head to the Citadel for an incoming Geth attack. Chief ordered. Roger that. Good luck, Chief. Hope to hear from you soon. Joker replied. With that, the COMM transmission ended. And with that, the group continued on their path. Suddenly, Joe scans the area and sees tons of Geth forces blocking their way. Chief, got some Geth in our way. Let's give them something to remember. Chief replied. They continued their way down in the bunker to find Saren. As they made their way, they quickly took down Geth forces. From drones, to rocket troopers, and amateurs. Made some tight turns and boosting to catch up. After a few minutes, they spotted the conduit. It was an exact copy of a mass relay. We made it, but it looks like Saren already went through. Caden examined. What's the plan, Chief? Talai asked. Chief then stops the Mako and looks at his group, his team. His friends. Hold tight. We're gonna jump to the Citadel. With that, everyone holds onto their seats as Chief floors it to the conduit. Geth amateurs that were left behind were on guard. When they noticed the Mako, they began to shoot at them. Luckily, the shield held out enough to reach the conduit, and the group took off in a FTL jump. They are now heading their way to the council, and hopefully stopping Saren. And that's it. Next chapter will be the end of Mass Effect 1 for the story. Sorry for the wait, I went to Universal Studios, started playing Arkham Knight on PS4 and the Portal games on my Switch. After that, I replayed Mass Effect Legendary Edition to plan out what I need to do for the future. Anyways, hope you enjoy. I should be getting the next and last chapter of Mass Effect 1 of the story out soon. So keep an eye. The Spectre 117 Discord server is still online, hope I can see you there. Stay cool, people.
Thanks for listening.